didn't happen in the way that has been described. But as I say, as I understand it, James Hamilton has the accounts of those who were at the meeting. I understand the person who's been described as a senior government official is willing as has private evidence to described. But as I say, as I understand that James Hamilton has the accounts of those who were at the meeting. I understand this is a meeting the person who's been described and that it happened the way Jackie Baillie is suggesting is not something I would accept. Obviously, the constraints that I'm under, unfortunately, mean that it's not possible for me to go much further than that. What I would do, though, and what I can speak to is, and I don't want to stray into territory we'll come on to later, but the discussion I had with Alex Salmond on the 2nd of April in terms of the identity of complainants, I heard him, he seemed very certain on Friday that a complainant had been named by somebody in government at a meeting he wasn't at, but seemed less sure about whether a complainant had been named at a meeting he was at. Alex Salmond was open with me about the identity of one complainant because he knew, he hadn't been told about it, and there was no suggestion that I can recall that anybody in the government had told him. He knew about the identity of one complainant because he knew about the incident, because he had apologised to the person concerned. The other complainant, and what I can't recall is if the name of the other complainant was shared openly on the 2nd of April in the way that the one I've just spoken about was. But he also knew the identity of that complainant, and I remember him talking about how he had gone through the Scottish Government Flickr account to find out who had been with him on particular days. So the point I'm making is that on the 2nd of April, I don't recall any suggestion from Alex Salmond that he had been told about the name of a complainant via or in the way that is being suggested. What I do know is that he knew the identity of both complainants in one respect because he knew about the incident, and in the other respect through his own investigations.
Thank you, First Minister. I'll come on to exploring that in a minute, but can I take you back to my question, which was the point at which complaints against Alex Salmond were revealed to Jeff Aberdeen. Did you know the meeting was taking place?
Not to the best of my recollection. Let me be clear. Somebody in my team meeting Jeff Aberdeen back then would not have been something that was particularly newsworthy. Jeff Aberdeen's a friend of most of us, and a former colleague.
I would agree with you. It wouldn't be newsworthy.
But I know I don't recall that being the case. Can I just also say, for the record, convener, that based on, and remember, I wasn't a party to this discussion, but based on what I have been told about it, I don't accept Jackie Baillie's characterisation of it.
Okay, you might not accept my characterisation of it, but Jeff Aberdeen's conversation with Kevin Pringle and Duncan Hamilton QC is confirmed in written evidence to this committee. Mm-hmm. Are you saying that they're not telling the truth? Or are you saying that Jeff Aberdeen isn't telling the truth? I'm
not casting aspersions on the veracity of...
Well, it must be something. It's either they're telling the truth, they're telling a lie, or you're telling a lie. It must be either or.
But they are corroborating something that Jeff Aberdeen said. So is Jeff Aberdeen's recollection incorrect?
I don't know, because I don't know what Jeff Aberdeen... I don't know directly what Jeff Aberdeen is saying about this. What I do know is that James Hamilton has the accounts of the people who were at that meeting, and therefore... will be able to properly consider this. This committee, it's not for me to tell this committee how to do its work, obviously, but I listened to the Lord Advocate yesterday say that while there are certain things this committee cannot publish, it is not prevented from considering. And I say again, I understand that there has been, I actually understand there has been evidence given to this committee that denies that allegation, and I think there's been an offer of private evidence as well.
Can I move you on to the name of a complainant?
Oh, well, that's very transparent, isn't it? Or private evidence, isn't it? It's something the public shouldn't know.
Revealed to Mr. Aberdeen, and then him communicating that subsequently to Mr. Salmond. I'm sure you will agree that that is an extraordinary breach of confidentiality, and in any other employment would be a sackable offence. So can I ask, who authorised the senior member of your team to reveal that name of one of the complainants to Jeff Aberdeen? Was it you? Was it the permanent secretary? Or were they freelancing?
I am not accepting that happened, so therefore I am clearly not accepting that was authorised in the way that Jackie Bailey... I accept that this is a matter of contention, and...
There's 3 people corroborating it, saying that this name's been leaked, and you are contending that on what grounds?
I'm not going to sit here and just accept the premise of questions that are being put to me where I dispute the premise.
Right, so what do you dispute then? What exactly are you disputing? Are you disputing the recollection of these individuals? Are you disputing the fact that the name was given? What is the dispute?
And the basis for that knowledge when he spoke to me on the 2nd of April. I did note in Duncan Hamilton's written submission yesterday that he said something along the lines of this was communicated in the days after Alex Salmond had his letter from the government. Certainly, in relation to one of the complainants, Alex Salmond was pretty clear he had found out through investigations of Scottish Government social media accounts who that was. And in relation to the other one, which must have been the case, and this is the bit I'm perhaps just speculating on, must have been the case when he got that letter, because he knew about the incident, because he had apologised to the person. So my assumption would be that he would have known that without anybody having to tell him in terms of that complainant. And I know from what he told me that he found out the identity of the other one through his own investigations.
Can I ask you, First Minister, because you've worked with Kevin Pringle, you would count him as a friend. He's saying that he heard this information. You've worked with Duncan Hamilton. He is a QC. He is attesting to the same information about a complainer's name being revealed by a senior member of your team. Leaving aside that they weren't in the room, you trust what they say to you and have done in the past. But Jeff Aberdeen, who was in the room, who you describe as a friend, are you saying that he is lying about this?
I'm not here to make that accusation of anybody. What I am saying is that Kevin and Duncan weren't part of that discussion. I wasn't part of that discussion. And the 2 people who were part of that discussion, I have heard accounts of Jeff's version. I have not heard that directly from Jeff. And in terms of the other party to that discussion, they have a different account of that. The committee, it's up to the committee to decide whether in private it can hear directly from these people. And James Hamilton, of course, has the accounts of these people. So there is a clear difference here. The point I am making is that because of the reasons I have set out in relation to one complainant, where Alex Salmond knew about the incident because he had apologised to her, the knowledge of the identity of that complainant may well have been known, and my assumption is that it would have been known to Alex Salmond at that time for these reasons. But the particular version of this that I wasn't party to is not one that I know is accepted by the person that was in that discussion.
In response to me and to Willie Rennie at First Minister's questions, you said you had no knowledge of this at all. At what point did you speak to your senior official about this?
When there was a suggestion made about this, I can't remember the exact date, but I can check that for you if you want. I can't remember the date.
So it predated First Minister's questions?
I think you can take it as read that when I said that to the best of my knowledge, let me reiterate, I wasn't at this discussion, so
but you've
I'm
spoken,
not capable.
You've spoken.
I do not believe...
Is that better? Is that better? Let me know if that's better. Brilliant. Put her in jail. No sound. Oh man.
Gate this? Was there
The sound
any
now?
disciplinary
Oh my God, you
process
guys are
that was
getting
gone
your
through
sounds
to
in,
arrive
your
at
phones
conclusion
down.
that this wasn't said?
The sound is gone too, bro.
The clear view of the person
off the
who
sound
is
back.
being accused of this is that this didn't happen, and I am not able to go
Is
into,
the sound,
for the
guys,
legal
have we got
constraints that I
sound
am
here?
under, the reasons.
Have we got sound? No sound? Let me know. Is there sound? No. Yes.
May actually
Sound?
be the situation here, but
Right,
others
James.
can do that, and James
Right, we
Hamilton
on?
is one of them.
Right, okay, no
And I
headphones
say again,
in.
I don't know of
What's
any
going on with
reason
this
why the
sound?
committee cannot, at least privately, speak to the individuals concerned.
You're not worried that a senior member of your staff was freelancing
I mean, this
in
is
this way?
disgraceful. Oh, I didn't remember. Oh, I remember then, and oh, I didn't remember then, and oh my goodness, get out, get out, get out.
Concerns the confidentiality of complainants. When did you become aware of the leak to the Daily Record?
I became aware there had been a query to the Scottish Government from the Daily Record on sometime, I think, in the afternoon of, from memory, quite late afternoon of the 23rd of August, which is the day before the story ran in the Daily Record. That's when I became aware of it.
Okay. I think just my understanding was there were actually two stories. I think one on the 23rd and the other perhaps on the 25th, which actually had details of complainants. The first, as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, talked about complaints against Alex Salmond, but the second leak went into details of those complaints. Where do you consider the leaks came from? Mr. Salmond believes it was somebody within your team. The ICO identified a small group of people, 23 people, that would be broadly consistent with Mr. Salmond's view. So I'm curious to know where you think the leaks came from.
I don't know where the leaks came from.
Oh
I can tell you where I know they didn't come from. They didn't come from me.
I don't know where it came from. We've got two different opinions. It didn't come from this. We didn't know what's happening. Oh, come on. Come on.
As certain as I can be that they didn't come from anybody within my office. As you said, the second story had some considerable detail. I heard Alex Salmond say that is detail that could only have come from the decision report. I was never sent a copy of the decision report.
That's convenient.
The thing I would say about this is, I've said all along...
Jackie's done very well. It's a bit of a shame that Jackie, rather than Anna Sawa, is not the leader of the Labour Party just now. I think Jackie is going to be more competent if Labour are even going to get any recognition. I think they're going to depreciate again.
That is not the same thing as saying that I wanted this to be in the public domain. Since I first became...
So now she's denying the fact that there was a leak from her office to the Daily Record and every other paper, that it came from her record. It just sprang out of nowhere. She wasn't informed. She knew nothing. No, nothing.
Relieved, very relieved at the... If it was legitimate and it wasn't because I was trying to sweep it under the carpet, if it had never come out into the public domain, there was no part of me wanted proactively to see that get into the public domain. I had nothing to gain from it and only a lot of pain and grief
That's right, Michelle.
associated with it.
Okay, my understanding is your office was sent a copy of the decision report, and so the leak contained confidential information about the two women involved, and I think we would both agree that that is a matter of very serious concern and regret. I have, however, been told that the Daily Record were given the story of the complaints about Alex Salmond in order to spike another story that they had about you. Is that remotely true?
That is not even something I had heard before. Can I just say, your understanding that you started that question with, as I think is inaccurate, that my office wasn't sent a copy of the decision report. My principal private secretary, when he appeared before the committee, wrote afterwards just to confirm that, because I think there had been some confusion between the letter that the Permanent Secretary wrote me on the 22nd of August to tell me that the investigation had concluded and what was happening there. But my office was not and has not since been shared a copy of the decision report. So just to be clear about that, and I think the committee has been made very clear about that too. So now you can tell me what the story was about me that
I don't know.
Trying to spike.
I was asking
intrigued.
you, and I wouldn't reveal that publicly without checking with you.
Just think how implausible that I've never heard that before. So that's a new part of the conspiracy that I'm hearing today for the first time. But imagine how implausible that is. So we have an investigation that starts with 2 complaints against Alex Salmond that the government is investigating, throughout much of that year, and we just managed to time the culmination to spike some unknown story about me. That's an incredible coincidence, which is why it didn't happen.
Indeed, it is an incredible coincidence, but it gives you an opportunity to rebut that, which is very helpful. But can I take you back to the seriousness of the leak? Wherever it came from, it was clearly really concerning. Why didn't you or anybody on your behalf report the matter to the police?
Well, firstly, I agree about how concerning the leak is. It's one of many aspects of this that deeply troubles me, because I don't know where it came from, and as you put aside the serious nature of the issue we're dealing with, it always troubles a politician when they don't know where a leak comes from. But I don't.
Leaks come from the ground.
What I do know is that I would not have wanted, if you'd given me the chance of this whole sorry matter never being in the public domain legitimately, I would have bitten your hand off for that. I never wanted to be publicly commenting on allegations of this nature against Alex Salmond. There is no part of me wanted to be in that position. It's also the case that the government didn't benefit in any way from this leak. Now, I appreciate that's with hindsight, but it was this leak that has allowed some people from day one almost to cast the government as the aggressor, the guilty party on this. So I don't know where the leak came from. I emphatically know it did not come from me or anybody acting on my authority or instruction. In terms of there obviously was investigations within the Scottish Government, and Mr Salmond raised the matter, reported the matter to the Information Commissioner's office. There was an investigation, and then I think a review of that investigation by the Information Commissioner's office, including by, and forgive me if I'm not getting the terminology right, its criminal investigation section, and they did not find evidence that it had come from within the Scottish Government.
My recollection is that they did, and it was a limited number of people that it could have come from. But I'm not going to argue the point with you. My question was, why wasn't it reported to the police?
I don't know the answer to that question. I'm happy to go away and reflect and think. I don't know whether that was something we considered. It wasn't, as far as I'm aware, reported to the police by the Scottish Government. Can I just, in terms of the ICO investigation decision letter, which is dated the 6th of March 2020, we are satisfied that there is no evidence to corroborate the complaint that an employee of the Scottish Government unlawfully obtained and disclosed personal data relating to Mr Salmond. We're also satisfied that there is no evidence that the Scottish Government acted in breach of Article 5.1 of the regulation in relation to the processing of Mr Salmond's personal data. Mr Salmond has pointed to, and I probably won't be able to find this now, a comment, I think when the decision was being reviewed at his request, where somebody said they were sympathetic to the hypothesis that it could have come from within the Scottish Government, but they had no evidence of that. And in fact, they expressly said that there was also, it could also be said that there was a possibility that it came from other sources as well. So to say that the Information Commissioner said that it came from the Scottish Government, I would put to you, Ms Bailey, is not true.
Can I then ask you again, First Minister, who else knew about this? who else had details of the complaints that would have leaked that to the press?
So in terms of the numbers of people or the identities of people within the Scottish Government who would have had access to the decision report, I would have to sort of check and give that to you. I did not have access to the decision report. My office didn't have access to the decision report. I think you've heard...
That's quite fortuitous, isn't it?
...referred through the Crown Agent to the police, but as I understand it, the police didn't take a copy of the decision report. Mr Salmond and his lawyers obviously had a copy of the decision report. I say that simply as a statement of fact. I do not know where the leak came from, and I cannot say that emphatically enough. I wish I did know where the leak came from. Like everybody else, I can hypothesise and speculate. I do not know. What I do know emphatically is that it did not come from me or anybody acting on my authority or instruction.
Will you ask the police to investigate now?
I'm happy to consider that, but I think...
Well, given your concerns, which I share, surely we should do that.
It's not... Me saying I want to consider that is not an indication that I don't think it is serious. And I think you heard a little bit of this from the Crown Agent yesterday. The way these things are reported for criminal investigation here would be through... and I will stand corrected if I'm getting any of this wrong, because I'm not an expert on the legal basis, but the ICO review, as part of its criminal review team, looked at this, and had they thought there was evidence, they would then have referred it through the police or the Crown Office. The fact that they have already done that and decided there wasn't evidence of that would simply lead me to believe there may not be much purpose in doing what you're asking me to do, because that process has already been undertaken. But given that you have asked me, I'm not going to sit here and answer it definitively right now, but given that you have asked me, I will consider it and come back to you when I've had the chance to do so.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. We're at the time we should take a break, but I know that Murdo Fraser has a very specific supplementary to Jackie Bailey's session. So quickly, please.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. Good morning, First Minister. Can I just follow up briefly, if I may, the line of questioning from Jackie Bailey about the release, or the alleged release in the name of a complainant to Jeff Aberdeen, which is an incredibly serious issue, you would accept, and would be an appalling breach of privacy. We've heard what Jeff Aberdeen's had to say. Let me just read you what Duncan Hamilton said in his submission. I can also confirm that I was told the name of a complainant by Mr Aberdeen in the early part of March 2018. I cannot recall the precise date, but it was very shortly after the 7th of March, the date Mr Salmon received this letter. The name of the complainant had been given to Mr Aberdeen by a senior government official. I confirm I am aware of the identity of the government official who gave the name of the complainant to Mr Aberdeen. The fact that the government official had shared that information with Mr Aberdeen was reported to me and to Kevin Pringle on a conference call. I had never heard of the individual named, but Mr Pringle had. And in his written submission, Mr Kevin Pringle basically corroborates that. So here we have a statement by Jeff Aberdeen, corroborated by Duncan Hamilton, and corroborated by Kevin Pringle. You're a lawyer, you're well aware in the rules of evidence of the importance of corroboration.
Yeah, I heard that.
You've suggested that the senior official we're talking about has a different version of events. Who would corroborate that alternative version of events?
You would have to, and it's not for me to tell the committee how to do its work, but it is. You started your question to me there with the statement, I think, that we have heard from Jeff Aberdeen. I'm not aware that the committee has heard from Jeff Aberdeen. If I'm wrong about that, I apologise. And has certainly not, as I understand it, certainly not orally heard from the other person. It is open to the committee to test that privately with either or both of them. James Hamilton, I understand, has accounts from both of them and will be able to make his assessment of that. My understanding, and I was not a party to this discussion, is that did not happen. Now, in a discussion where there are two people, then clearly if you've got a different account, then people have to decide, taking account of the whole picture, which we're not able to do today, unfortunately, because of the constraints upon us. But what I would say is, as I said already, Duncan and Kevin were not party to that discussion. The bit of the evidence, and I am making assumptions here, and I want to be very clear about that, but the bit of the evidence from Duncan that you read out about how this is information after Mr. Salmond had received a letter, I think on the 7th of March, my assumption, based on what I know about this and based on what Mr. Salmond shared with me, is that by that point, I can't work out how Mr. Salmond would not have known that from his own knowledge at that point. I think, and again, I will stand to be corrected, I think Jeff knew at the time about the apology to this individual in 2013.
No,
so the fact that there was a knowledge of the identity of this individual may well have been the case, but I can only say what I have been advised about this conversation. I wasn't party to it. It would be serious if the identity of a complainant was revealed. I absolutely accept that, but that is not what I understand happened in the way that is being set out. And as I say, it is open to the committee to take evidence, even if it is in private, from both of the people who were party to that. I come back to another point, and again, if my recollection is wrong about this, then no doubt somebody will say so. But I do not recall Alex Salmond giving me any suggestion on the 2nd of April that he had known the identity of a complainer because it had been told to him by somebody in the Scottish Government. I repeat again, one of the complainers he knew about because he knew about the incident. If you are openly saying you've apologised to somebody for an alleged incident, then clearly you know who they are. And I do remember him telling me, I don't remember if he used the name in the second complainer, but he had identified the second complainer by going through the Scottish Government Flickr account. So I'm trying here to tell you what I know from my own recollection and my own direct discussions. I've gone as far as I can in telling you my understanding of a discussion that I wasn't party to.
Thank you, First Minister, but it doesn't get away from the fact that we have a statement here that 2 other individuals will corroborate. I've given you the opportunity to say you might corroborate the alternative version of events that you put forward, and there's no corroboration for that. In effect, what you're saying is the evidence that's been presented to us is untrue. Now, why would Jeff Aberdeen, a very senior person in the history of the SNP, now pursuing a career in financial services, as you're aware, why would he give evidence that was untrue?
I've not heard or seen Jeff's own evidence, and I'm very conscious of that. I am not, all of these people, and this will be a feature of much of our discussion today. You're talking about, personal relationships that go back a long time. The people we're talking about here, I have worked with and known and considered friends for a long time. I'm not here to, cast aspersions on anybody's, bona fides or sincerity here, but clearly there are differing recollections and differing accounts. I can speak more clearly about the accounts or the conversations I was part of. I am telling you what my understanding is of a conversation I was not part of. And in terms of, clearly, a couple of things. People who, and you know this because you're a lawyer, people who are told about something that happened in a conversation that is not necessarily, they were not part of that is hearsay evidence. In terms of who corroborates on the part of you have to look at the bigger picture. And what I'm saying to you here is I can think of why the name of a complainant might have been known at that time. That does not mean it was revealed or identified in the way that has been said. And I'm not going to repeat everything I've said about the 2nd of April, but Mr. Salmond knew the identity of both complainers in one case because, as he told me, he had apologised to her. That's my recollection of how he knew that complainer, and the other because he'd done his own investigations to find out.
But, you're absolutely right, First Minister. We do not have evidence in front of us from Jeff Aberdeen. But we have evidence in front of us from both Duncan Hamilton and from Kevin Pringle, both saying that he told them this version of events. So either they're not telling us the truth, or the senior official you refer to is not telling the truth.
Look, I don't think I can go much further than I already have on this. I keep saying it's not for me to tell the committee how to do its work, but it is open to the committee to speak to the 2 people who were party to this discussion in private to try to get a sense of is there a direct clash of recollection, or is there a misunderstanding in what actually happened?
Okay.
Mr. Fraser, could you be quick? I'm very aware of the timing to refresh this room.
Just one final question, Convener. I mean, this is clearly a very serious matter, because there are very serious claims that have been made here about the release of a complainant's name, which apart from anything else would be illegal under GDPR. It's a breach of privacy and potentially a criminal act for which we have corroborated statements from witnesses alleging it has taken place. Have you had this matter investigated in the Scottish Government?
These are matters that are under investigation by this committee, by an independent
No, I'm talking
advisor.
about the police. Are the police investigating this? And if not, why not?
I am not aware of the police investigating that. I don't instruct the police, contrary to some suggestions that have been made. So
but
it's up to the
respect,
police.
First Minister, as head of the Scottish Government, do you not have a responsibility to protect the privacy of complainants who work within the Scottish Government who have made complaints? And the allegation, a very serious allegation has been made here about the release of a complainant's name, which is a criminal act. Surely you, as head of the government, should be taking action on that.
I am trying to respect the processes that are already underway into these things, this committee and the inquiry into the ministerial code. These are matters that are being considered by both of those, and I, rightly or wrongly, Mr. Fraser, and people can...
Well, rightly or wrongly, we are going to judge you. So you're saying to us that you've just gone through a criminal process to try and put Alex Salmon in jail, but you don't want to do the same to actually have the person who made the allegation, the may have done a criminal act by releasing the person's name and put a police procedure in place. But you don't want to do that.
4.8, there remains the possibility that the leak came from elsewhere. The list of stakeholders who had access to the internal misconduct investigation report includes the original complainants, the QC, the First Minister's Principal Private Secretary, the Crown Office and Procurator Fiscal Service, and Mr. Salmond and Levy and McRae, as well as relevant staff members of the SG. So it appears from the Information Commissioner's report that the First Minister's Principal Private Secretary did have a copy of the internal misconduct investigation report. I think you said previously that your office had not got a copy.
So my understanding, and I think my Principal Private Secretary has written to the committee on this, is that is a misapprehension from the internal government investigation into this, that he did not get sent, my office did not get sent the decision report. If there's further clarification we can usefully provide on that, we will do. But I did not get sent the decision report, and my office did not get sent the decision report.
Oh my God.
Sent the decision report, and my office did not get sent the decision report.
Okay, and finally, the kind of leak of the name of a complainer, or indeed the leak of a decision report, anyone in the Scottish Government who did leak or make public or communicate to third parties such information, that would be a dismissal offence, wouldn't it, fairly clearly?
I would imagine so, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you everyone, and in line with the agreed mitigations to allow us to meet safely in person today, I will suspend this session for around 20 minutes, so we will reconvene at 11:35. Can I remind members and everyone else to observe social distancing when leaving the committee room and during the break, and I now suspend this session.
Oh my God, just lies after lies after lies. And obviously me, I didn't know, we didn't get a copy. Might have been a big boy round the corner, ran away, didn't know, don't know anything about it. Oh, come on. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing, like a child, what a child would say. Wasn't me, I wasn't involved, somebody else, just these two people had a disagreement, and one person might have called something and somebody else didn't. And the names, and we didn't bother investigating it. Oh, come on. That is the most embarrassing, cringeworthy 20 minutes of my life I've ever had. It wasn't me. Didn't know. Open and transparent, just redacting things. Maybe you should ask them for yourself. Don't involve me. It was then do me. What about, are you doing any internal investigation to find out who released the things to the papers? No. But if we do find them, which we're not investigating for, we'll definitely sag them. And Do the people who might have broken the law, are the police involved with that? First Minister, seeing you're controlling the police, no, they're not involved in that. No. We wouldn't want to be investigating anything like that. Better investigating Alex Salmond for making the allegations than investigating the people who might have leaked the name to Jeff Aberdeen and whoever else. Oh, come on. Let's hear what you're saying, Troops. I thought Nicola loved the EU law. I think she does, Kangaroo court. I don't know if it's a kangaroo court, but it's certainly I think they're doing not a bad job, but to see her being so evasive and it wasn't me and I didn't remember and I can't and no corroboration here, just ask them yourselves and I think there's more to come. Usually, and especially with the Alex Salmond trial, it warmed up, and I think this is the later. I don't know how long this is going to go on for. Probably all day. The later events will actually warm up to this. It won't just be going down. What have you said, Kangaroo Court? For her, at least it angers me when they only want the law when it suits them. 1 rule for them, one for everybody else, mate. That's right, nah. It annoys me as well. How does she know who it wasn't? Yeah, she doesn't care who it was or who it wasn't. She doesn't care. Who leaked it? So I didn't have a copy. Didn't get sent to me. It's on the list. You get sent a copy. I know it didn't arrive. You know what it's like, post and all that. How does she know who it wasn't? That's right. This is typical narcissistic personality disorder. Get in here, Teresa. Don't take any petty prisoners. I don't know what it is, but it's certainly. I think it's just politicking because she knows she's in a hole. This is a massive hole and she can't get out of. This looks embarrassing. A big boy did it and ran away. That's it, Teresa. That's the one. A big boy did it and ran away. I didn't get it. Didn't get my gyro through the post today. Oh no. But Mr. Valentine, you've already cashed it. Oh no, I don't know. Somebody must have stole it. That's what it's like. You're right. It's childlike behaviour. No responsibility taken. That's correct. And she's the First Minister, which is even more concerning. A big boy didn't run away. I'm going to call her Mrs. Squeaky Clean. Never seen it so much flannel in a long time. Exactly. Deary me is right, John. Oh my goodness. Let's hope there's more to come. Oh, listen, I think we're having a break, so go and make your tea, guys. We'll go and have a wee cup of tea, and we'll come back for this. I'll leave this on. We'll come back for this. We'll just keep it running, I think. I was going to we could cut it up, but I'll just keep it running. There'll be dead time in it, but who cares? The backstops with her, the buck stops with her and the company. This means the GDPR is broken. She must be accountable. EU law. They don't care about it. It's 1 rule for them, 1 rule for everybody else. Are you going to investigate somebody breaking the law? No, it's all right. They were on our side, so they can break the law. It's no problem. That's what he means, David. She said, the fact it wasn't my office. So by that, she must know where it did, not in her office for a fact. I don't know what that's relating to, David. I'm not quite sure what the context you're talking about, bud. If you just tell me what the context is now, I'll be able to answer that. I'd love to know what the other story was in the Daily Record. Had Jackie Bunt, probably that she's got a wee French fancy, which is quite convenient. The Daily Record like to knock stories off for the bigger stories. She can't survive. How funny is Humza Useless? Humza Useless on Twitter having a breakdown. He's having a nanny rooney. He's lost it. Lost the plot on Twitter. She didn't do it. She didn't know anything. I don't understand why you don't believe her. Mrs. Morell lied. Well, fine. That's right. So stay on, guys. We'll fast forward. Oh no, let's go. We're just going to see the top of this. I don't know if we can get this straight to the end. So we're on a break, guys. Go and make yourself a cup of tea. Stay online. We'll get back to you as soon as this kicks back in. I'll be back. I'm going to make a cup of tea as well. Go and make yourself a cup of tea. Chill out for 5. And then we'll come back. It's probably about 20 minutes. Today, Nicola is wearing a lovely red outfit with brand new Pampers. Pampers. The leak. She is so confident it didn't come from her office. Then she must know which office it did come from. No, it came from. Aye, that's right. She's not interested, Davy, in finding out what office it came from. If it came from her office or it didn't, or if there's a police investigation or should be a police investigation into it. She's not going to do that, mate. No chance. Forget about that. This is the cover up. You've got to understand this is all getting covered up. Humza could be next First Minister. Oh my goodness. Sawa and Humza useless. I mean, how our country is deteriorating rapidly, isn't it? Oh my God. Sawa. I'm not even going to comment. Right, guys, cup of tea time. I'll be back. This is still running, so it's still live anyway, so we'll find out when they come back. Do what you need to do.
Good morning and welcome back to the 15th meeting of this committee in 2021. And this is an evidence session with the First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, MSP. I can confirm that the First Minister took the affirmation at the start of this morning's evidence session. Before we suspended, we were discussing the theme of complaints handling. We'll stick with that, and I therefore go to Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Convener. Good morning, First Minister. Thanks for coming to see us today. I'd like to continue the theme of discussion around confidentiality around complainants. But before I do, I have a couple of very specific questions just around the way you phrase things, because I think that words matter. And I was very struck that in your opening statement, to describe the revelation of the investigation, you used the phrase that I think you always have done since these allegations came to light, and that is that Alex Salmond informed me of the investigation on the 2nd of April. Do you accept that there's a difference between having knowledge of a specific complaint and investigation and having awareness that someone might have come forward with a concern?
Yes.
Okay. With that in mind, can I ask, when did you first become aware that a civil servant may have come forward in 2017 with a concern about historic behaviour on the part of Alex Salmond? Not a formal complaint or an investigation. When did you just have awareness of that as a reality, that somebody had come forward?
So and I'm not trying to play with words here. I'm going to try and answer your questions as directly as I can, based on my recollection of conversations that I had. We'll come on to the 29th of March. So I, partly from the November Sky query, which we may or may not come on to, and then my conversation with Jeff Aberdeen, I had an awareness that there was an issue with concerns about Alex Salmond and that they may be in the form of a complaint. But it wasn't until I read the Permanent Secretary's letter on the 2nd of April that I knew beyond any doubt that any general concerns or suspicions I might have had actually became detailed and actual knowledge of the fact there were 2 complaints, that there were by civil servants, that were being investigated under that procedure, and what the nature of the complaints was.
So if it was just about Sky News in the airport, that wouldn't have actually been a complaint in your government. But, so just to be crystal clear, you did have awareness that there might be a concern raised within the civil service about Mr. Salmond in or around that time.
So from the 29th of March, and this I think is a distinction from the 2nd of November, the 4th of November, I think that query was, I had, and we'll come on to this, and it's a frustration for me. My recollection of the conversation with Jeff is not as vivid as I wish it was, which I think perhaps tells its own story.
Yes, I think it does.
And went into the 2nd of April meeting.
I will ask you about the 29th of March later on. Okay,
I'm trying to answer your question.
Yeah,
so,
of course.
What I'm saying to you is, ahead of the 2nd of April, I had an awareness there was a complaint. No doubt I had suspicions of what the nature of that might be, but that's what it was, a general awareness, a suspicion that no doubt I had all sorts of theories for in my head, but it was reading the Permanent Secretary's letter that he showed me on the 2nd of April that gave me the knowledge and the detail behind that knowledge of all the things that I've spoken about.
And forgive me for interrupting there. No, and that comes back to that distinction between knowledge of a complaint and awareness that something might be going on. Can I just, final question on this bit, did you have awareness before the 29th of March that there might be complaints or concerns emerging within the civil service?
Not specifically, but again, this relates, and I know you've, I think, heard some of this from the Permanent Secretary. So, the 4th of November Sky query that I spoke directly to Alex Salmond about on more than one occasion over a couple of days left me, for a variety of reasons that I can go into or not as you wish, with just a sense of unease. I can't put it any more strongly than that. One of the reasons I think that led to that was that I had been made aware, just for the chronology of this, the Sky query came in on a Saturday night. I spoke to him on the Sunday. I was made aware on the Monday that him and or his lawyers had been phoning people within the civil service, and I spoke to him again about that. And I can't put this any more firmly than I'm about to put it to you, and I'm sorry about that. That, and the way that was raised with me, just led to a sense of unease that him phoning, or these phone calls, whether they're from him or his lawyer, had stirred something, kind of poked a hornet's nest. So I didn't have knowledge of specific complaints, but it wasn't something I thought about every day. It wasn't something that I lay awake at night at that point worrying about. But I had a lingering suspicion that there just might be something in the ether, in the undergrowth, that could surface.
I bet you did. I bet you did. Oh, I bet you did. Always good when you're conspiring. It's always an undergrowth.
You gave several calculated and selective answers on national television to
yes.
Sophie Ridge and Andrew Marr, and then had to reverse those positions
that's right,
when
please,
certain
that's
information
right.
came to light. Can you see why people might feel misled by your description of these events?
So looking at this as...
that's right, monsieur.
I was going to say dispassionately, but that's not the right word, because that's not something that's possible for me to do. But yes, I can. And to try to explain things, again, as openly as I can. Firstly, this is all stuff that, and I don't want to labour this because it's not of any interest to the committee, and it's not me appealing for sort of special treatment here. This stuff's deeply personal for me, and it's really quite hard to talk about. And at times, if I have appeared as if cagey about it, that's one of the reasons. One of the other reasons, you talk about interviews with Andrew Marr and Sophie Ridge. I don't think this is true of the Sophie Ridge one, if it's the one I'm thinking about, but certainly Andrew Marr, at the time he first asked me about this. At that time, what was also I was very conscious of is that there was an ongoing investigation. I was really, really worried that anything I said about this at any time would cause headlines, news, commentary. I was always trying to avoid doing that. So if I appeared as if I was not being as kind of open and discursive and full, that was another of the reasons. The other point about the Sky thing and why I didn't, I think it's a point Glenn Campbell has made as well, when the government investigation process became public, that I didn't refer to that. Although that had left me with lingering suspicions, at that point, that story had never run, it had never surfaced. As far as I knew, there was nothing to it, although, I did have some concerns that there might be something to it. So I had nothing to base that on beyond what I'm telling you here. So, yes, I do understand why people might see that. And I would just say to people that there are a lot of factors here, not least, I've seen commentary to the effect that I always seem really uncomfortable when I speak about this. I am really uncomfortable when I speak about this. We were talking here about serious allegations that have led to the breakdown in a relationship with somebody that was really important to me on all sorts of levels. So I do feel uncomfortable when I speak about this at a human level.
Especially when it conspired against them.
Okay, that First Minister, but you understand that this comes to the very heart of what we're considering. Your knowledge of these events really matters. Mm-hmm. And the fact that you had to reverse your position of what you knew and when on Andrew Marr has left people with some considerable doubt. I will move on.
Can I,
yes,
forgive me, just the other point about Andrew Marr, and again, I appreciate people watching this may not see this. I think when Andrew Marr, you'll be loving the fact that he's featuring so heavily in this discussion right now. When he came back, the fact that he's featuring so heavily in this discussion right now. When he came back to ask me this, I think I made the point that I felt two issues were being conflated. I thought the question I was answering the first time was around the Scottish Government complaints, whereas what I had previous knowledge of was the Sky query, which is a different thing. Sometimes one of the other reasons here is that different things have been conflated when they are actually separate.
Okay. I'd like to move now to the issue that Murdo Fraser and Jackie Bailey were discussing with you before the break about the confidentiality of complainers. And we have had it corroborated, the assertion that a name of a complainer was given to Jeff Aberdeen. If true, that's an egregious breach of confidentiality. And you told Jackie Bailey that you don't accept it. You confirmed that you'd spoken to the senior official who's accused of this when you learned of it. Is that the reach of your investigation into this issue?
Yes, I'll answer the question just now. Yes, that's the extent of it. We've just moved on.
I know that James Hamilton has an account of this, and as I say, it's up to the committee to decide what it does. Can I just... Jackie Bailey suggested earlier on that I had somehow contradicted myself today against what I said last week at First Minister's Questions. I have the official report here, and I did not. What I said was not that I didn't have knowledge of this allegation. What I said was that, to the best of my knowledge, the allegation wasn't true. I can read the official report should anybody want me to.
Oh, great. Oh, good. I'm glad you got the official report. I wouldn't like any mistakes happening.
Discover that. Nevertheless, it is a sackable offence to breach confidentiality in that way. So would you be surprised that the senior official that you asked about this as the reach of your investigation denied it?
Look, I'm not sure, Convener, I can say much more about this than I already have, and I've tried to be as expansive.
Thank God for that.
Than I already have, and I've tried to be as expansive as possible within constraints. What I do know is, we're talking about breaches of confidentiality and GDPR, and actually I think these issues are even more fundamental than that. I don't disagree. If this happened, it would be as serious as you're saying, but I've set out why I am not sitting here accepting as fact that happened, because I think there is an alternative explanation of that. But I can only talk about GDPR and confidentiality. The person who told me the identity of certainly one complainant, and certainly gave me the impression he knew the identity of the other, and I can't remember if he told me the name, was Alex Salmond.
She can't remember anything. Is this what they're all spending the 50 grand to get coached on, to not remember? She's a lawyer. She must have 5 A hires. She must have 5 A hires. She must have an absolute dynamite memory.
With as well, clearly reeling from this. Yet, I understand you've not attempted to contact any of them?
I haven't attempted to contact Jeff Aberdeen about this, because I think if I had, and I was sitting here saying that right now in front of this committee, I would probably be getting criticised for... I don't have it in front of me, Convener, but the initial letter I got from this committee asking for written evidence, I think had words to the effect that I shouldn't be comparing stories with other witnesses. I've tried to respect the processes of this committee.
I fully understand your position there, First Minister. The reason I'm labouring this point, and I dare say the reason Mr Fraser and Miss Bailey are labouring this point, is that if this is true, this may turn out to be one of the biggest failures of the complainants at the heart of this, that their name was passed to the emissaries of the man they were accusing. And it just feels like that you've just taken the word of the person who's accused and not investigated. I won't proceed any further on that matter.
Of course. I don't want anybody to think that I don't treat this seriously, but this, and I say again, you've said things there to me about Jeff's account that, certainly to the best of my recollection, I've not heard. So I've not seen Jeff's account. It is open to this committee to have Jeff and the other individual who were actually party to this discussion in front of them, at least privately. And, I can only say so much about a conversation I was not party to.
You can't say anything about it.
Is that
if
Alex
you weren't
Salmond,
party to it, then what can you say unless it's hearsay?
Is that Alex Salmond himself gave me or shared openly at the meeting on 2nd of April the identity of at least one and possibly two of the complainants.
Well, how did they get the second one? If it wasn't from your... whoever it was, private secretary or whoever it was.
From somebody with the description that you're using.
Thank you. I'd like to move now to the leak to the Daily Record. I won't cover that in and of itself because I think Jackie Bailey's done that very well. But I find it curious that the day before the leak to the Daily Record, the government was about to press release the fact of the investigation and were only stopped by legal action from Mr Salmond. Was that press release prepared with your consent?
So the chronology of this is that I was written to by the Permanent Secretary. I can't recall whether the committee's got that letter. I don't see why it wouldn't have. On the 22nd of August.
Because you've been shredding everything and going, we've got nothing to hide, where's the paper shredder?
Included that certain things had been upheld, that a decision had been taken to refer, I think, 3 matters to the police. By the time the Permanent Secretary wrote to me, that referral had taken place. And that letter on the 22nd of August told me that there was further consideration about putting into the public domain some very limited information, and but that decision hadn't been taken. So it was not my press release. It was not a press release I was preparing. As I understand it, I think I understood it at the time, but as I certainly understand it now, the reason for that was that the government also had a requirement at that time to answer a freedom of information request, and the question was whether I can't remember the exact phraseology of it, but would have required that information. On the day of if I get my dates right here, the 23rd of August, when I think the Permanent Secretary decided that a limited amount of information would be put in the public domain, that was notified to Alex Salmond. His lawyers threatened interdict action, and the government decided not to. The query from the Daily Record came in later. I understand the government made Alex Salmond's lawyers aware of the query from the Daily Record, and it's not for me to say. Alex Salmond at that point clearly decided not to take action against the Daily Records. So that's my knowledge of the chronology of that.
That's very helpful, thank you. Very brief question on this. Were the complainers asked if they were happy for the press release to go, or that limited amount of public information?
I wasn't. It wasn't me as the decision maker in this process. Now from memory, again, I'm going to check this. I think they had certainly been told that there was limited information going to go out. What I can't recall, and I would need to check, is whether they had been asked their opinion or just advised of it.
Two final short questions, if I may, convener. It's odd, but the police had expressly advised against releasing information of this kind, considering it had been passed to Crown, the report had been passed to Crown as well. Can you see that, taken together, these two things, the press release and then the leak, look like a determined attempt to splash this information in order to damage Alex Salmond, irrespective of what that might mean for the complainers?
So I think if you want to see it that way, you can certainly see it that way. And I should say I'm now commenting on things that I know about, that I wasn't centrally involved in the decision making around at the time. But I would go back to the fact that, as I understand it, what tipped the balance in favour of putting some limited information into the public domain was the freedom of information request that had to be answered. And that was the basis for that consideration. What I would say, and I've said it before, and I can't speak for anybody other than myself here, I did not want ever to be in a situation where I was standing in front of a camera talking about allegations of this nature against Alex Salmond. I had illegitimately block it, because that would not have been appropriate. But I think I think I did know that because of the threatened interdict, a planned press release couldn't go because there had been interdict action threatened. I recall that, feeling quite relieved about that, because it meant that I wasn't suddenly facing this thing coming into the public domain. I never wanted any of this to happen. I certainly wouldn't have had any desire to see this forced into the public domain.
Forgive me, First Minister, I wasn't suggesting it was necessarily you that had the desire to push that information out there. My final question, you'll be glad to hear.
Did you see that? That was very subtle there from Nat King Cole. That was very subtle. I'm not suggesting it was you, because she was getting very defensive about it.
Was that the right thing to do?
I think on balance, yes, it was the right thing to do. It wasn't. So when the Permanent Secretary wrote to me on the 22nd of August, that referral, it wasn't just that the decision had been made, the referral had been made by that point. One of the things I found myself doing, and I'll answer it specifically in relation to this, in terms of all of the charges that are being levelled at me or the government generally, is to almost pose the counterfactual. Had we done the opposite, by we, I'm just talking generically here, so had the Permanent Secretary sitting with allegations, complaints that she'd gone through a process and thought had substance to them, and on the face of it involved criminality, alleged criminality, not passed that to the police, and that had then
But
later...
you've just not passed the fact that there's been potential leak of the individual's name to the police. So you've not passed that to the police, so that you're obviously ignoring that potential criminality.
And the capacity to make decisions about what they want done with what's happened to them. And these women expressly said they didn't want a criminal involvement.
I think government has, and I've read some stuff, I don't I will have it in here, but I'm not going to start looking through it. I think ACAS guidance talks about, sometimes there is still a need to refer something to the police, even when people don't want that to happen. The Scottish Government's got a duty, and I use that in a kind of not a technical sense, although it maybe is true in a technical sense, if it thinks criminal acts have been committed to do something about that.
So let's just summarise this. Somebody leaked the information to the press. They didn't want this to go forward to the police, the complainants didn't. And what else happened? The other thing that happened as well, that all sounded very sus in combination, but it was just all a sort of accident, and it was just all one of those things.
It's just a reflection of the invidious, almost impossible situation this placed a lot of people in.
Thank you, Convener.
Alistair Allen.
Thank you, Convener. To build on some of the questions, or one of the questions asked there by Mr. Cole Hamilton, you've described the circumstances around the press release, and indeed Mr. Salmond described to us, in his view, as remarkable the fact that the Permanent Secretary had planned to make a press statement on the 23rd of August announcing the outcome of the complaint against him. Did the Permanent Secretary or anyone else in the government subsequently seek to give a formal explanation of that order of events and the reasons behind them?
To
you?
To me? The Permanent Secretary's letter to me, I can dig it out exactly if people want me to quote from it, indicated, this is the one on the 22nd of August, that the issue of issuing a press comment was still under consideration, and the freedom of information. So that's been what I understood then, and what I've understood since, was that the reason for deciding on the balance of judgment to do that was that there was this outstanding freedom of information request that had to be answered. And I think it was asking the question, have complaints or concerns been raised about Alex Salmond's behaviour? So that was the judgment that was made. Again, I play the counterfactual. Were we sitting here, a couple of years on, and this had all come to light, that there had been a government investigation that nobody had known about, that it had upheld complaints against Alex Salmond.
To be fair, Paul, she's always like that, so it's very difficult to actually work out. That's her sort of persona, so it's very difficult to work out what's happening.
Wrong, but I bet my bottom dollar I'd probably be sitting here right now answering questions about why we thought it was appropriate to just keep it private. So these are really difficult situations, really difficult judgments. Did government, me, the rest of us get every single one of these judgments right? Possibly not.
Did you get any right? Did we get all right? Did you get any right? Did you get any that didn't make it look like a complete conspiracy from start to finish?
View, given his position, given what he's gone through, subjectively, I'm not surprised he takes a different view on some of these key judgments.
We're all listening to him. We all take a different view of what's happening.
Mr. Salmond took a different view speaking to us, and where you take a different view. It's a matter of record that Mr. Salmond was of the view that you should intervene to advocate the use of arbitration in the complaints against him. I asked him about that last week, about whether arbitration for a public law matter related to sexual harassment in this case would not have been inappropriate. Now, that was something he refuted. Should the Scottish Government have looked at arbitration in your view, or do you continue to take the view that your government was right not to go down that line?
So, Alex Salmond wanted me to intervene on at 2 points on two issues. Firstly,
but she said before that she didn't want to intervene. I'm sure she's contradicting herself now.
Before we got to the point of arbitration, he wanted me to intervene to effectively persuade the Permanent Secretary to agree to a process of mediation. Arbitrate, and that would have been mediation as I understood it, between him and the complainers. It was later that he started to seek a process of arbitration of the procedure. Now, I suppose the government considered, in terms of the process that was underway at the time, these things were considered. They came to the views that these weren't appropriate things. I think, if you want my view now, I think mediation, particularly as I understand it, the complainants didn't want that. In a situation like this, would not have been an appropriate thing to force into a process that didn't, in and of itself, allow for that. And then arbitration of a public procedure where the issues were very much kind of public law issues. I'm not an expert on this, but it's not immediately obvious to me that arbitration would have been the right thing to do that, or necessarily a quicker or cheaper or more effective way of dealing with these things. But these were things the government looked at in the course of the investigation. The issues for me are not so much whether I think mediation or arbitration should or should not have happened. The issue for me, was it appropriate for me to intervene in the process to try to bring either of them about? And I don't think it was, given the nature of this process and my lack of role in it at that stage. And again, posing the counterfactual, had I done so, I think I would be facing serious criticism on that score as well. In fact, when this first came to light, I think from the questioning of me in the chamber, that's what people thought that they were about to sort of start to level at me. And I don't think the treatment of me would have been particularly favourable. I don't think anybody around this table would be sitting here patting me on the back today had I sought to intervene and influence the course of that procedure. Because the final point I would make, I'm not questioning that Alec thought that both mediation and arbitration might in their own terms have been appropriate, but I also had the strong impression that in terms of both of them, they were devices to stop these complaints coming to the point of decision. And therefore, had I intervened to try to bring them about, I would have felt that I was effectively colluding with him to try to thwart the direction and the natural course of an investigation. And I think that would have been a heinous, egregious breach of my position.
But your private secretary, or you're the person who was investigating this, contacted the two individual complainants and breached the codes by themselves. So stop being a hypocrite.
Under the procedure were so much made in bad faith. Rather, he seems to believe, or he indicated that, in his view, various people were trying to manufacture allegations against him after that point. He cites a variety of emails sent out to past and present members of staff, particularly to women around this time. He believes those, or he indicated to us that he thought they were a fishing exercise rather than offers of support. What's your understanding of all that and of all those communications?
Well, the ones that I know have been raised particularly are the ones sent by the SNP. So on two occasions, one at the time of Me Too, we developed, I think other parties were doing the same, we developed not a new procedure, but a different route for people to raise complaints, so an independent route. A lawyer was there that people could go to speak to if they didn't want to go through the more internal route. And we sent that out, I think, in an all-member email around about the end of October. And I think that also went to staff, or some communication around that went to staff. And then, secondly, after the situation with Alec had become public, again, communications went to, I think, all members and to members of staff, particular members of staff. That was a duty of care move at a time, when you've got high-profile situations like this, I think most organisations should and are right to perform that duty of care role of just saying to people, not fishing exercise, but if you've got any concerns, here's how you go about raising them. I really struggle to see from an objective perspective, and I appreciate, and it's not a criticism, I appreciate Alec can't be objective in this, but from any objective perspective, I think that is not just a reasonable thing to do, but a perfectly appropriate thing for the SNP to have done. Beyond that, I really, it dismays me to hear suggestions that people were concocting or making up allegations. A number of women came forward, and they came forward of their own free will. Did they support each other along the way? Some of them evidently did. Did people in the SNP, people who work with Alex Salmond, talk to each other, support each other? Absolutely. To try to suggest that is something it's not, I think is seriously wrong. To this day, I don't know the identity of every single complainer in the criminal trial. Some of those whose identities I do know, I don't know them well. And to the best of my knowledge, they don't all know each other well. The idea that this was some concoction or plot is just not based in any semblance of fact or any semblance of credible evidence.
Well, let's find out. Let's stop their anonymity and let's find out who they are then.
Can I intervene here, Mr. Allen? Would you mind if we left that till we get to the judicial review section, please? I think it would make our splitting up of our chronological decisions more sensible.
Okay, in that case, can I ask more generally about the evidence, as it were, behind your position? I asked Mr. Salmon this question about the evidence that he could provide behind to back up his position. So, Mr. Salmon, for instance, has implied to us that there are many documents which have neither been able to be led in the criminal trial nor released to this committee, which back up his position on the claims he made in committee last week. Do you have a view on all of that and on why they have or haven't been released, or the conclusions he draws from these facts?
I think it's fair to say I do. I mean, firstly, I heard him say last week that, you know, the First Minister says I've got to produce evidence. You know, it's not for me to produce evidence. I've already gone through 2 court cases. I'm not suggesting and wasn't suggesting that Alex Salmond has to evidence his innocence of criminality. That was done in a court and that's beyond question. But if you're going to pose the suggestion or put forward the suggestion that there is some kind of plot or, as I think he described it, concerted malicious campaign, I do think there is I need to evidence that, and I have not heard...
Everything you've said is evidence that you've told the people who the complainer was. You've then done a fishing trip to find out if anybody else has got any issues. You've leaked it to the press, and you've covered everything up. You've redacted things that affect you in the ministerial code. You've burnt books from Leslie Evans. Everything that you've done has been to cover up this.
Then somebody in the police or the Crown or the court might have seen that too. The fact that they didn't, I think people should draw some conclusions from. In terms of the messages that have been quoted, I have tried to find out, you know, where they're from, who they're to, you know, what the context is, and every single one that I've managed to get to a point where I can have a view myself, they are completely not the opposite of what he's trying to suggest. They're taken out of context, misrepresented, twisted. What they show, in terms of what I have seen, are people supporting each other, people talking to each other, a bit of gossip about what was going on. Remember, this was a massive thing for the SNP, particularly for people who had worked closely with them. And also, people cooperating with police inquiries. People, the SNP and individuals in the SNP were being asked to cooperate with police inquiries. And some of what's been misrepresented as trying to find or concoct evidence is actually people cooperating with the police at their request. So I have seen nothing that comes within a million miles of backing up that central assertion that Alec was making, that there was some kind of coordinated attempt for whatever motive, and the motive seems to be on shifting sands as well, the more I listen to it. I have seen nothing that comes within a million miles of demonstrating that.
Finally, in that case,
exactly.
Rewind a little.
Exactly.
You alluded to this earlier on, but one of the first things we looked at as a committee was workplace culture. We obviously heard evidence on that from Sir Peter Housden, the former Permanent Secretary in the Scottish Government, who offered opinions about workplace culture and offered comments about the former First Minister's place in it. Is there anything more you want to say about the issues that he raised and that you alluded to there?
No, look, the point I agreed with, I'm sure there was more than one, but the point I agreed with Alec on Friday is that this inquiry is not into him. This inquiry is into me and the government, and I accept that without reservation. I'd simply make the point it's impossible to to properly consider all these things without straying into, the allegations that were made against him. I'm not here to, other than to rebut or explain my own actions, to cast aspersions on Alex Salmond. I'd dearly love to get to a point where I don't have to think about Alex Salmond's behaviour or alleged behaviour ever again, to be perfectly frank about it. He was a tough guy to work with. Personally, I didn't experience that very much, maybe the nature of our relationship, but he was a really tough guy to work with. Sometimes that was justified, sometimes it wasn't, and there would be times where I would tell him he'd gone over the score, and maybe, as I think I said to Andy Whiteman earlier on, maybe those of us who'd worked with him for so long became a bit inured to that, so we didn't see it when it was, or didn't appreciate it from the perspective of people who weren't so inured to that. But these are reflections that are not particularly germane to the committee's questioning of me.
Thank you, Convener.
Jackie Bailey has a short supplementary directly related to one of Mr Allen's questions.
Indeed it is, and it's to the text and WhatsApp messages. Can I ask you about those that we discussed with Mr Salmond? I'm excluding those messages that the committee have seen that we regarded as not relevant to our inquiry, but I'm thinking of the messages that we have yet to see this afternoon. Messages between Peter Murrell, Chief Executive of the SNP, Sue Ruddock, Chief Operating Officer, and Ian McCann, Compliance Officer. Given that you're also the leader of the SNP, did you ask to see those messages?
I've made inquiries about the messages to satisfy myself. They're not my messages, but if you take the ones between Sue and Peter, the ones that have been quoted, the ones that I have seen, they are just not as presented. Peter's given his own account of his messages. It is, if I don't know if the committee gets to see the full version of one of the messages that pressuring the police has been taken from, I think you see a very, very different impression from that. These are messages from people who were cooperating with police inquiries, supporting each other. That message I've just spoken about, if I'm getting my dates right here, was the day after he'd been charged. I mean, just pause on this for a moment. This man that we had worked with, campaigned for, helped to get elected twice as First Minister, on the part of some of his people like me, considered him a really close personal friend, had just been charged with a number of serious sexual offences. I defy anybody in that position not to be really upset, a bit angry, and for that perhaps to come across in their communications. But the idea that suggests some kind of plot or conspiracy is actually quite offensive, given the years of loyalty that the people being accused of that have shown to Alex Salmond. He quoted 4 messages on Friday that I have taken steps to kind of make sure I could satisfy myself are not untoward. And, they are just... One of them, as I understand it, because I've been, told this by people whose messages they are, one of them I think the committee has seen as part of what it saw previously. And others are just about people. There was one where he said something like, where is it? Yeah, tell me the evidence I want, and I'll get it for them. What that is somebody who had made a complaint, who'd spent hours and hours and hours with the police. And
First Minister, can I stop you there, please? Our committee is going to see some messages later on that we requested of the Crown Office, and I don't think it's appropriate for us to be taking a view on them before we've read them in context.
My apologies, I was trying to answer
a question.
I know. Suffice to say, these messages, and the committee will draw its own conclusions. I'm not saying I've seen all of the ones that the committee will see. I have no idea. But these are people who were upset, at times angry, talking to each other, supporting each other, and crucially, cooperating with police inquiries. And seen in context, I think any objective person will draw that conclusion, certainly based on what I've seen.
Well, the committee will draw its own conclusions.
Yeah, the convener is right to remind us of that, but I'm not asking about the messages and the content of them. I'm asking whether you've seen them and whether you're reassured by them.
So I don't know if I've seen all of the messages Alex Salmond is referring to, because I don't know all of the messages he's referring to. I have seen or I've had an account of the ones he has quoted, and yes, I am satisfied that they are not, as he is suggesting, in terms of the motive and what lies behind them, is anything like what he is suggesting.
Sorry to press you on this, but I'm asking, have you asked to see them all? As leader of the SNP, have you asked to see them all?
I don't know what all is, Ms Bailey.
Okay.
I don't know what all means in this context.
Fine, I'll leave it there. Thank you, Convener.
I have two more requests in this particular section on complaints handling. I have Margaret Mitchell and then Andy White.
And it's now good afternoon.
I'm just having a meltdown.
Before I get to my substantive point, it would be good to clarify just some timescales here. We know Fairness to Work took 18 months to develop. This procedure took 3 months. Can you confirm when the claimants, the complainants, finally decided that they would officially complain?
If you give me, I can find this is stuff I only know in the way you know, because I now, well, not quite in the way you know it, but this is stuff I am telling you with hindsight. So as I now understand it, the official complaints were made in the January, although there had been some informal contact in the latter part of the previous year.
Okay, thank you. And can you tell me when the procedure was published on the Scottish Government website?
It was published in February of 20... So I'm getting my years mixed up here, 2018 that would be. I can find the date, I want to say the 8th, but I'm not 100% sure that it's precisely the 8th, but February, and there's been an issue made of why did it take so long to publish it. We were also doing some work to review the ministerial code for the same reasons out of Me Too, and the decision had been taken to publish it all together.
Right. So when was the policy signed off?
The 20th of December.
That, you'll be aware, is being disputed by the First Minister and...
I am the First Minister.
By the former First Minister. Just in his last submission, so it's maybe something that...
what does he does he dispute the date of the sign-off of the policy? I wasn't aware he did that.
3 months in the development. It started in November, December, January, and then published immediately. It was signed off, which would be February. Yet the complainants, as you just said, made their complaint in January before he is alleging the complaints procedure was signed off.
Again, I'm in this context, it might feel a bit unusual here. I'm jumping in maybe wrongly to defend the former First Minister. I'm not sure. So he certainly disputes a lot of this, but I wasn't aware, and maybe I'm wrong, that he disputes it was signed off on the 20th of December. He obviously has an issue about the fact that it wasn't published straight away, and therefore why were complainants aware of it. But it was signed off on the 20th of December. There were no changes made to it after that. And it was published in February. Was that ideal? No, it wasn't, but the reason for that is that there was other work, related work underway. And of course, as we know, that one of the issues around the judicial review is that one of the concerns here was that it was in operation before it had been published in the way that you're talking about.
Can you tell us when the complainants first came forward?
I can find these dates because these are dates that I only became aware of afterwards, but I think they came, one of them, I think they were around November 2017 in terms of concerns first being raised, but then the formal complaints were in January 2018.
Yeah, I merely say there's a discrepancy then about how long it took to develop this process from beginning to end. But
don't understand. You say the discrepancy.
Well, it was 3 months in the making. So if they only came forward in November, December, that would take you to the end of January before the procedure was signed off.
I really am not sure I'm following. The procedure was in place from the 20th of December. It wasn't published until February, but the procedure was in place and clearly being used. The dates that the complaints came forward is a separate, I mean, I know very related, but it's a separate issue. The procedure was signed off on the 20th of December. I know that because I did it.
Right, but the complaints only came forward in November. What happened in October? If it's a 3-month period from beginning to
So,
end.
Convener, with my apologies, I am not
I'm just
following
going
this
to
line
leave
of
that
questioning.
there. All I'm going to leave hanging in there, and others can look at it, and we can go back and check things.
Given the
3 months
instances
policy, complainants came forward in November.
I don't understand the 3-month policy.
Hold on, First Minister, and please, Margaret, could you go to the beginning of your query again?
Yes.
Because I think
When
it is
did the work
confusing.
start on developing the process?
The Cabinet commissioned it on the 31st, commissioned a review on the 31st of October. I think you've heard evidence from James Hind that the first draft of the policy which he was involved in was the 7th of November. So the work on the procedure started at that early November stage and concluded with the procedure being signed off on the 20th
So
of
within
December.
7 days, the complainants came forward from your start of your new development of your new policy. Come on.
Development of the procedure. I know the two things are obviously in practice connected, but the procedure was developed and signed off in that timescale, and in a parallel track, the emergence of complaints.
Okay, I'm going to leave that there because I don't think we're going to get too much further with that, First Minister.
I'm not sure I'm going to get much further with it, that's for sure.
And turn now to the issue that Alex Coe-Hamilton raised, and that's the fact that we know the complainants did not want to report their complaints to the police, but it was on the basis of the IO report and the Permanent Secretary's final decision this was done. We have a submission from Police Scotland came in January, and it makes clear that during the handling process, Scottish Government's officials made contact with the police. The initial contact was on 5th of December via email. On the 6th of December 2017, there was an in-person meeting. And between the 30th of January 2018 and the 3rd of August 2018, there were another 6 meetings. The purpose was to seek advice on the Scottish Government approach to the sexual harassment procedures and to the Scottish Government's obligation in response to allegations. Now, Police Scotland tell us this, and please bear with me because it is very important. Police Scotland provided advice at the meeting of the 6th of December 2017, advising that where criminality was suspected and individuals, that's complainants, should be directed to support and advocacy services to enable them, that's complainants, to make informed decisions about whether or not to report matters to the police. So it's very firmly in these individuals' hands. And then it says, this advice was reiterated on several occasions throughout an ongoing contact between 2017 and August 2018. A number of hypothetical questions were posed during email and telephone contact around the criminal justice process. Police Scotland advised without specifics, no appropriate response could be given and no assessment of risk could be made. And it was further emphasised that individuals should be directed to the relevant support services. As it appeared, the hypothetical questions were predicated on a set of circumstances, and the Scottish Government responds to that circumstances rather than a generic procedure. It was highlighted that Scottish Government staff were not trained to undertake such investigations or to engage with victims. Despite this, First Minister, the Scottish Government officials continued with this investigation. Why?
Look, and I know that you will find this answer unsatisfactory, and I understand that. I can't answer
we found
that question
everything
directly because
we found everything unsatisfactory.
I wasn't aware at the time of all of those contacts with the police, and I'm not aware of the detail of them. Clearly there is aspects to all of this that the Scottish Government needs to consider, and this committee, I hope, will be part of that process of consideration. I'm trying today, the convener, I suspect, thinks I'm taking too long to do it sometimes. I'm trying to be as open with the committee as I can, but there is a limit to the degree to which I can comment on things that I just wasn't party to and at the time didn't have knowledge, because that is asking me to get inside other people's heads, which is not always a good idea, but to second guess decisions other people were taking at the time, and I will try to be as helpful in that as I can, but there are limits to my ability to do that.
So is it your position, First Minister, that you knew nothing about this police advice and that Scottish Government officials had been told that the staff were not trained to undertake such investigations or to engage with victims? Was that kept from you by these civil servants, these Scottish Government officials? And if so, who were they?
I'm mindful of the convener's stricture earlier on, which I've probably breached in a number of ways about naming civil servants. As it happens, we can provide as much information on that as you wish. Look, I was not aware at the time of these interactions with the police and the detail and the content of these interactions.
I don't know what's going on. I'm the First Minister. I'm in charge. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening here. Don't know. 5-day hires, don't know. They sounds like me, because I've got dyslexia and ADD. I don't know what's happening. I've got an excuse.
You also want to reflect on these issues. I'm not suggesting otherwise. I'm simply saying, if your question was why did a civil servant, having been told X by the police, decide to do Y? And I cannot today sit here and answer that question, because I don't know the thought processes and the decision making that lay behind that.
Because I deliberately took myself out of the loop, so just in case I was in this situation in the future. Appropriate
for the Scottish Government officials to go ahead and carry out this investigation?
I mean, that is a matter the committee will want to have its own say on. I think it was appropriate. In fact, I think to not have done this would have been inappropriate when complaints came forward that they were taken seriously and investigated. I now know, and we all now know, that in the course of that investigation, those conducting it got things wrong. And what we particularly know is the appointment of the investigating officer and contact that the investigating officer had, and that was the focus of the concession of the judicial review. So I'm not sitting here saying that there was nothing else that the civil service got wrong in the conduct of that investigation. That's partly what this committee is here to say, but I cannot equally sit here.
Guys, put truth or lies. Is the First Minister lying about all of it? Take it all into entirety. Put truth or lie or TRL in the comment.
Inappropriate. The context of this was a government trying, in the light of Me Too, everything we've been through already, to properly investigate complaints that had come forward. We know it made a mistake, and this committee may decide it made more mistakes than that. But I cannot sit here on things that I was not involved in at the time and second guess the reasons why every single action and decision was taken.
First Minister, they ignored the fact they weren't trained and they shouldn't have been dealing with victims' complaints. That advice was absolutely crystal clear. They ignored that. You said they made mistakes. Well, they weren't trained to do it. And apparently you knew nothing about this. And more than that, the complainer's right to decide for themselves whether they would take this their complaints forward. Having spoken to the people who were trained to speak to them, that support and advocacy service was taken completely out of their hands.
Very good.
Do you understand why you would not have had this dilemma should they report to the police, despite them not wanting because it was quite clear the Scottish Government officials should never have been anywhere near this investigation. At that point, it should have ceased, and the complainers should be referred to support and advocacy, and the choice would therefore be with them.
Can I intervene here? Because I think for the benefit of clarity, there's two different things here. That,
Convener, would you let the First Minister then maybe give some clarity?
I would like some clarity myself, thank you. I think what we're talking about here is two different things. I think the first thing was about the development of the policy. Yes, the first thing was about the development of the policy and advice that was asked for and given by the police about the development of the policy, and then the implementation of that policy, which was about whether there should be independent trained people involved in that in such serious cases. And I think, Deputy Convener, you then got on to whether it was appropriate for the matter, once investigated, to be passed on to the police.
Oh yeah, we all worked that out about 10 minutes ago. Hurry up.
You're just wrong. It was 2000.
Well, okay. Can I
tell you why? These approaches were made.
Linda Fabinini, who's the convener of this inquiry, is an SMP, just for ending the international audience that doesn't understand this, and on Nicola Sturgeon's side.
The development of the policy was that there was an issue about whether it was appropriate for the civil service, therefore, to have passed the complaints on to the police for a police investigation. Right. Well, if that wasn't the case and there was no confusion in your mind, Deputy Convener, about that, can I then supplement your question with that as well while we're on the subject of the police?
I appreciate you trying to be helpful, but it confuses the issue. The issue was the investigation officer's role, and when they approached the police, these Scottish Government officials, it was to look at how the procedure would be developed. And then they gave some hypothetical questions. And from that, the police began to suspect that this wasn't just a procedure, they had something in mind. And they were told quite clearly that they weren't trained and they shouldn't be talking to the complainants about that if criminality was suspected. And therefore, they should have gone to advocacy services, and the complainants should have had the ability to complain for themselves. Now, you appear to be totally unaware of that, First Minister. Does that mean that the officials didn't report this to you?
No, they didn't report this to me because they were conducting an investigation that I was not meant to be party to. I have to confess, and I take responsibility for this myself, I am a little bit confused about what exactly you are trying to get from me here, so I will do my best, and if I'm getting it wrong, I know you'll jump in and tell me. There was advice
I bet that's where you're going to hear a whole pile of nonsense. What about it? Just about go.
Then they were going to the police, I think, taking advice that perhaps was more about the application of that policy. Was that always right and appropriate? Did they always follow the right advice there? That's what I cannot sit here and say categorically, because that's
because you took yourself out of the equation.
What I do know is that these complainants made complaints to the Scottish Government. So I think I would push back on the idea that the Scottish Government should not have tried in any way to investigate them. There is perhaps a question about the appropriate moment and was the right moment chosen to refer to the police, and that is something that the committee may want to say something about. There is then the question of should that referral to the police have happened, given that, and as I said to I think Alec Cole-Hamilton, I don't know how strong the views on this were on the part of the complainants, but that they didn't want that. Now, I do think on some occasions there are duties on public authorities to report suspected criminality, even if others don't want them to do that. But on what the complainers wanted, what might have been a better way for the complainers, I don't know if the committee has taken views, I know it would have to be done privately, but from complainers themselves, because there was then a police inquiry where presumably people had to decide the extent to which they wanted to make complaints to the police that would be investigated in that way. I can't speak for complainers, and I do think, again, not a criticism of the committee, I think one of the genuine worries I have here is the extent to which this whole process has kind of sidelined and silenced the voices of complainers, and I know that's not what anybody in this committee has wanted or tried to do. So I keep saying it's not for me to tell you how to do your work, and it's certainly not. But if you want to know what the complainers thought, then perhaps trying to speak to them would be a better way than trying to get me to second guess their views and then what that should have meant for how the government did things.
Let me just reiterate that the first approach to the police was before the process had been signed out. It was the handling. And that was in the beginning of December, 5th and 6th December, with various meetings thereafter. And it was made clear at that point that it wouldn't be appropriate for the investigation officer that carried out the investigation and for the people who spoke to the complainants to carry out that role. That at that point, beginning of December, if they knew about something, if they had concerns, they should have been the complainers should have been referred to the appropriate people who were trained and could properly give them the advice to decide if they wanted to go forward with the complaints. And while this whole process is about the complainers, they were denied that opportunity, and that decision was taken out of their hands because of the Scottish Government's handling of the complaint. And that goes to the very essence, First Minister, of our remit, and it goes to what we have to look at to make sure that this never ever happens again, because as things stand, there's absolutely no possibility, I think, in everyone's mind, that anyone would want to come forward with a complaint as a result of how this was handled.
So,
very good question by Margaret Mitchell.
People can take this in whatever way they want. I hope the committee doesn't take it as a criticism, because it's not intended in that way. But the fact that everything you've just said in your last few sentences there is true, it leads me to think it is quite extraordinary that the complainers' voices haven't been not heard publicly, but heard more strongly in the process of this inquiry. That's a personal opinion, and I'm just going to stop it there. I think the most important people in all of this are not me, obviously in terms of parliamentary scrutiny, of course it is, not Alex Salmond, it is complainers who were let down by the mistakes that the government made. I'm happy to, if the committee reflecting on the official report of this thinks there's more I can provide here, I'm happy to supplement in writing. I think, and I don't have the police letter in front of me, which is why I'm acting on memory here. I think some of what you quoted to me there was police advice given effectively in the abstract about a policy and what to do in particular hypothetical situations. The issue then of when you had a real situation, did the civil servants follow that advice or not, is a separate issue. And it's an issue the committee may well have views on. So I think I've probably gone as far as I am able to, both in my understanding of the questions and my understanding of what lies behind them. But I'm happy if it would be helpful to the committee to try to follow up in more detail in writing.
I think that would be very helpful, and to know exactly who met with police and to know who ignored this. And just to point out again, First Minister, the police formed the view that the hypothetical questions were predicated on a set of circumstances rather than a generic procedure, and it was made quite clear to them in these circumstances, these people carrying out this development and speaking with the complainers and ignoring them wishes, that they were not trained to do so and they should have been referred to advocacy services.
I am not sitting here arguing against what you're quoting to me there. I'm simply saying that I think this needs proper consideration of which this committee is part in terms of the advice in the abstract and the hypothetical, and whether that advice was properly applied when the hypothetical became actual complaints. If the committee wants to put in writing some particular points of clarity or further information, I will do my best to answer that.
That would be very much appreciated, because it's absolutely essential to make sure this never ever happens, and this kind of advice is never ever ignored again by Scottish Government officials. And I'm sure, First Minister, you wouldn't want to be party to that happening within a government that you lead.
You will get nobody agreeing with you more strongly than me that I never want a situation like this to happen again. And
I bet you
like
don't.
to think complaints like this wouldn't have to come forward again, but that we don't make mistakes here. But equally, I don't want to have a situation where, because of the experience of this, there is a reluctance on the part of government to properly investigate complaints, or a reluctance on the part of complainers to come forward. And that's going to be a difficult thing to make sure we get right overall, and I remain hopeful that this committee will be part of the process. But I do think complainers' voices themselves matter in all of this as well.
You just seem to have missed a crucial point. It's not for the government.
Ms Mitchell, we've spent half an hour on one question.
To take them on board and then refer them to the people who are qualified and trained to deal with the complainers.
Can you have the last very short word on this, please, First Minister, and then we must move on.
So I think you can raise a question about whether the complaint should have been referred to the police earlier in the process. I'm not sure about just handing them over for advocacy and effectively not doing the complaint. I don't know whether I think that would have been right in this situation, but I'm not sure I'm helping the situation here. I'm not sure I'm helping bring clarity to
I'm
the
not
situation.
sure you're
What
helping.
I absolutely agree is that the centrality of complainers' wishes and voices can't be ignored, and the determination to learn from the mistakes that were made here is absolute on my part and the Scottish Government's part. But, you know, there is always a different path you can take on everything, and I suspect on this, had we taken the different path on all sorts of aspects of this, it might not have resulted in us not sitting here. We'd just be sitting here and the questions would be coming from a different perspective.
I think any complainers would welcome knowing that if they did come forward, they would be dealt with properly and referred to the proper services in future. That would give them, I think,
Please, now, can I just intervene here? Can I say, Ms Mitchell, that I asked the First Minister to have the last word on that. We've been half an hour on one question, and I think we really must move on now. So, before Mr Whiteman winds up for us in this particular section, I have very quick supplementaries, and please make them very quick. Maureen Watt and Stuart McMillan. Maureen Watt.
Thank you, Convener. I mean, First Minister, a lot of this has been covered in earlier evidence sessions with senior civil servants, but the ACAS guidance on sexual harassment states that if complainers do not want to tell the police, you should still encourage them to do so. You might still need to report it, but should always tell the person affected if you're going to do this. Now, I have, in my earlier questioning of civil servants, been quite keen to find out the appropriateness and the qualifications of many of those involved in HR procedures. And it took a long time to tease out those who were qualified and those who weren't. But I think in this situation, the Scottish Government seemed to have been acting within clear employment guidance in reporting this matter to the police. So I'm not asking you to tell us now, but do you think this is a paragraph in the procedure? And I think in our reporting, in our report, I would like to make a point about asking whether enough qualified HR specialists are involved in the Scottish Government.
I think that's a fair question. I can't answer it today in terms of how many civil servants in the Scottish Government are HR qualified and versus how many should be, but I think it is a perfectly fair and legitimate question. The ACAS guidance, I think, that you've quoted there was what I was searching for a wee while ago, and it is there and clear. I think the procedure itself talks about the possibility of complaints being referred to the police. You know, I appreciate the view that because the complainers said it was a preference that shouldn't happen, that it shouldn't have happened. Equally, I take the view that there is, as the ACAS guidance sets out, a wider interest that has to be considered.
Okay, kindly, Mr McMillan has said that his question was already answered, so Andy Whiteman, please.
Thanks, Convener. Just loath to continue the previous conversation, but the letter from the evidence from Police Scotland, which I have in front of me, is to the effect that they provided advice at the meeting on the 6th December, advising that where criminality was suspected, individuals should be directed, and then going on to say that Scottish Government staff were not trained to undertake such investigations. On my reading, that's the police saying that Scottish Government staff are not trained to undertake investigations into potential criminality, and I think you would probably agree that that is not their job. And a reasonable explanation might be that Scottish Government staff did not believe at the outset of the complaints that there was in fact potential criminality that only arose later. So I think it's important for the record to set out where the police's concerns were correctly. So just to conclude on the handling of complaints, I think I'm the last word on the handling of complaints stream. In your written evidence to the committee at page 8, you said in relationship to the meeting on the 2nd of April, I quote, "I made clear to him," that's Alex Salmond, "that I had no role in the process and would not seek to intervene in it." Mr. Salmond, in his evidence from last week, said, and I quote, "There's no doubt that people at the meeting, Mr. Aberdeen and Mr. Hamilton, were there. Certainly Mr. Hamilton was there when Nicola said that, and she said it to me in a private meeting as well, that she was anxious to assist." It's from the official record on Friday. In a written evidence submitted yesterday, Duncan Hamilton QC states that his recollection was that, and I quote, "We discussed mediation. My clear recollection is that her words were, if it comes to it, I will intervene." So your own written evidence says that you made clear to Mr. Salmond you had no role and would not seek to intervene. Mr. Hamilton's recollection is that your words were, if it comes to, I will intervene. Can you explain that contradiction?
I certainly will attempt to. I believe I did make it clear that I would not intervene. I also know, and I'll maybe expand on this in a minute, that I was perhaps
the hokey-cokey interventionist
trying to, how would I best put this, let a long-standing friend and colleague down gently, and maybe I did it too gently, and he left with an impression that I did not intend to give him.
None of this looks like an orchestration. I have to say, Nicola, you're doing a great job, because we're all sitting here going, oh my God, this looks like a total setup.
I'm not quibbling with the sentiments behind them necessarily, because I can't recall enough to do that, but you know, the things that, you know, if it comes to it, I'll intervene. If it comes to what? I saw, I think, in a written submission from Mr. Salmond, him saying something like, I'll intervene if at an appropriate time. He said on Friday that I said things like, you know, the Permanent Secretary has to come to me first. You know, in the procedure, the Permanent Secretary, it only tells me at the end. So all of that says to me that I was possibly couching, I'm not intervening, in terms that were, given the relationship between us, not as blunt as they maybe should be. I had no intention of intervening, and crucially, I did not intervene in the process, and that is the case. You know, during this discussion on the 2nd of April, to be blunt about it, my head was spinning. I was experiencing a maelstrom of emotions. I'd been told something pretty shocking by...
It's quite hard coordinating 9 people's allegations and getting your husband to contact the London police. Well, it's not even allegedly, that's a fact. And oh my God, come on! You're not watching this and cringing.
Friend, and perhaps that leads to some of what I was saying. And also, yeah, there was things going through my head. Is there? You know, I was thinking about, which we'll come on to later on, the kind of ministerial code, should I be reporting any aspect of this? So that's the kind of, these discussions, and everybody knows this, these discussions don't take place in a kind of antiseptic, sterile, devoid of human emotion environments. But I did not did not intend to intervene, and I did not intervene. And while I know it's more complex than this, I think in terms of his anger towards me, I think that
I'm not surprised.
I'm
not surprised he's angry towards you. Not in the slightest.
August the 23rd. In the review of the criminal investigation teams looking at the leak in the Information Commissioner's Office, in that review report at 4.2, it says that the leak came a few hours after the Scottish Government had notified their intention to publish a press release, and very shortly after Levy and McRae had given notice of their intention to apply for an interim interdict. The effect of the leak was to defeat the court action because the information was by then in the public domain. And the Information Commissioner Review Team also go on to say at 4.3, I've also considered the statement of Detective Chief Superintendent redacted, helpfully provided by Levy and McRae. Now we're aiming to get a copy of this statement. I'm not sure if we'll be successful or not, but nevertheless, the statement confirms that a meeting on the 21st of August 2018, which we talked about yesterday with the Crown Agent, the Chief Constable, the Detective Chief Superintendent and the Crown Agent were present. The police were offered a copy of the internal misconduct investigation report but refused to take it. Furthermore, at that meeting, Detective Chief Superintendent voiced concerns about the Scottish Government making a public statement about the outcome of their investigations. Were you aware of the concerns that had been voiced by the Detective Chief Superintendent at that meeting?
Not at the time, no. As I think I said earlier on, I was told by the Permanent Secretary, by the time I was told by the Permanent Secretary about referral to the police, the referral had already happened. And I didn't know at that time what the police's reaction to it was, or what the police had said, or what they were doing.
So you were never told even after that event? Just a minute, you were never told after the event what the concerns had been that the Detective Chief Superintendent had raised about making a public statement?
So, by after the event, do you mean in the days around that?
No, I mean up till now.
Well,
do you have any knowledge? Do you have any knowledge of what those concerns were?
I know what is now being said. I've read what you have said. I don't think, from the best of my recollection, I don't think I was aware of that at the time, and I've not had detailed discussions about what the views of the police were in that respect.
Okay, well, we don't know what the concerns were at this meeting. We don't know the concerns.
In detail, I don't know either.
Okay, that's my only question, really. We don't know the concerns that were expressed at that meeting. We're going to try and find out, but you don't know what those concerns were either. That's the case.
I think I've assumed, I'm trying to kind of make sure here I'm being, I kind of assume that they didn't want public release because it may get in the way of an investigation or whatever.
That's just a presumption. You don't
I think
know.
That's just a presumption. I don't think I can be 100% sure that that's never been said to me, but I don't think that has been said to me. I think what I've just said there is in the realms of presumption rather than actual knowledge.
Okay, so now,
as far as I'm aware, the person who's meant to have leaked the information to the press was Leslie Evans, Nicola Sturgeon's Permanent Secretary.
We'll now move on to the judicial review section, and Margaret Fraser.
Thank you, Convener. If you'll indulge me, I have a number of questions in this area. Can I start, First Minister, and ask you, what was your role in relation to the judicial review? To what extent was there ministerial oversight of decisions that were being taken?
So my formal role, I was named as an interested party in the petition. It was a petition against Scottish ministers, of which I am one, although it's, as you know, it's a collective designation. So I was involved in discussions about prospects of success and the changing sort of fortunes of the changing perceptions of those prospects of success as we went through. My involvement was greater at particular junctures. It wasn't something I was being briefed about or talking about every single day. It wasn't something. I remember having discussions with SGLD, the Scottish Government Legal Department, around the time the petition was going through the process of ultimately being served in the Scottish Government. Initial views on prospects of success. I knew that there were discussions in, I think, early September into mid-September about preliminary issues that I was kind of aware of the views that were being taken. By preliminary issues, I mean, were we going to oppose permission to proceed? Things like time bar, were there any parts of this that we considered time barred? There was a preliminary issue about the designation, whether it should have been against the Permanent Secretary or just Scottish ministers, and the issue which I know the committee heard about from Mr Salmond about whether there was a case for sisting at that stage because of the criminal procedure, or whether reporting restrictions. So I was aware of all of that in the early days. I then saw the note, which you have now seen, of prospects, which I think was late September, and saw initial pleadings, the initial government answers to the pleadings. So it was that kind of, I've been, as a minister, I've had, not lots, I hasten to add, but there's been some big high-profile judicial reviews against the Scottish Government that in my so minimum pricing, for example, being one of them. It was not an unusual degree of involvement or oversight. I mean, obviously, given who was taking the Scottish Government to court, made it slightly unusual. And then, I suppose, the next period where I would have been particularly aware of the detail of what was going on was around that end of October point. And then clearly, I'm not saying there was nothing in between there, clearly the next key point would have been into December and ultimately the period where we decided to concede.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's helpful. I may want to explore some of the detail with you, if I can, but it sounds like you were quite well briefed all the way through the process. And can I ask you,
up for a fall here.
can I ask you, your Chief of Staff is also involved, I understand, and attended a number of meetings, presumably to represent you and to feed back information to you.
I think she, and again, if I'm getting the detail of this wrong, I will stand corrected. I think she attended 3 meetings with Council, would have seen the stuff that was coming across my desk. That, again, is not unusual. I mean, you'll understand this,
right, John.
Mr Fraser. I'm a lawyer by background. There is a natural kind of interest in some of this stuff that goes beyond the sort of ministerial interest. It can be a bit weird, but that's it. So she was involved to the extent that she will be involved in a lot of things to make sure she's hearing anything that I need to be aware of and representing my interests. I was named on the petition, so that's not unusual, but she didn't have, an involvement that was anyway unusual for a Chief of Staff.
Thank you. I'll let you take you through some of the legal advice that we obtained. Now, I think it's fair to say you'll recognise the committee's frustration. We've been trying to get hold of the legal advice for months. There have been 2 votes in Parliament. The government has not acceded to, and it's only with a threat of a vote of no confidence in the Deputy First Minister that finally do we see some aspects of the legal advice. We don't know for sure if what we've seen so far is the entirety of the legal advice, but it's all we have to go on for now. And perhaps you can tell us if there are parts that are missing from what we've seen. You referred earlier in questions, in response to questions that were asked by Margaret Mitchell and by Alistair Allen about the note on prospects that was prepared by external counsel on the 27th of September. And you said, if I heard you rightly, you said that Council were confident, and that was the term you used, I think. Council were confident about the case the Scottish Government had. I'm just having a look at the joint note by Senior and Junior Counsel by Roddy Dunlop, QC, and Christine O'Neill, and they say this at paragraph 6. We think there is a real risk that the court may be persuaded by the petitioner's case in respect of the ground of challenge based on procedural unfairness. And they go on to say, we consider the defence to be perfectly stateable. However, it would be wrong to pretend we do not see vulnerability in this regard. I wouldn't categorise that as confident. I would categorise that as a nervous judgment on the prospects.
So I wouldn't, in any kind of proper legal sense, and other people may take a different view of this. I don't think, and I've not gone back and checked all of this, so it may not be 100% accurate, but I don't think in all of the legal action, judicial review action that I have had ministerial involvement in, oversight of during my years in government, I don't think I've ever seen an opinion that says 100% this is a cast iron case, there is no risk of losing this. You get the risks ranked in order, and actually this note of prospects would be at the more optimistic end of some that I've seen. It highlights what they consider to be the greatest vulnerability. It turned out not to be the greatest vulnerability, but says we should stress that we do see an answer to this point. And that is actually the kind of thing in a legal opinion that does give you confidence if you're having a potential vulnerability pointed out. In fact, maybe I mentioned it a moment ago, and I've not gone back and looked at all of the opinion and all the legal advice on minimum pricing, so I am speaking from recollection here. But in the early days of minimum pricing, and it's a subject I cared deeply about, was very associated with, losing it in court would have been, posed great questions for me, as well as being really regrettable from a public health policy perspective. But in the early days of minimum pricing, I think if you were to apply anything like the test you're applying to this note of prospects, we would never have done it, because particularly in those early days, the view on our prospects of success were actually not that confident. But we took a view that this was an important public health policy. We thought we could argue it, and therefore it was worth doing because of the importance of it. And that's just the nature of this. And so in the context of all the legal opinions I've seen in different court cases, that actually is probably at the more optimistic end of the spectrum.
Okay, I'm not going to argue the toss with you on that, because to be fair, the Council's opinion says there's a stateable case. So I think it was reasonable for the Scottish Government to defend what was a stateable case. Let's jump to the 31st of October, because we have nothing in between that and the 31st of October. Now, on the 31st of October, there's an urgent note by Senior Counsel, Roddy Dunlop, and this has emerged because what's happened is it's been disclosed at that point that Judith McKinnon was the investigating officer, and there had been this issue of prior involvement identified at that point. And if you read paragraphs 9 and 10 of that opinion, Senior Counsel is clear this presents a very real problem indeed, he says, and he goes on to say in paragraph 10, it would be wrong for me to suggest that this revelation is anything other than an extremely concerning one. He goes on to say, paragraph 13, he is so concerned by this, he is sufficiently concerned by this, he's had to contact the Lord Advocate to express his concern as to the potential repercussions for the wider case. And then at paragraph 14, there is discussion then of the choice that needs to be made as to whether the case can continue, or indeed whether a petition should be conceded at that particular point. So is it fair to say at the 31st of October that the case is in real trouble?
No, I don't think I would use that phrase. Other people might use that phrase. Again, this turned out to be more unusual and much more problematic than we realised at this stage. But again, in my experience, I can only speak from my experience, it is not unheard of during a process of litigation to have lawyers say there's issues cropped up that cause them real concern. That is not unheard of and unusual. This note, it says all the things you say, but it is clearly also considering the options and identifying further work that has to be done. After that opinion was submitted by Roddy Dunlop, there was a consultation with Council, I think 2 days later. I wasn't personally at that, and as a result of those discussions, and at that point the discussion was round the interpretation of Section 10 of the procedure and the differing interpretations that we thought that was open to. And the conclusion out of that was that it was a point, not that it wasn't a point we should be concerned about, and not that it wasn't a point of vulnerability, and certainly not that it wasn't a point that weakened our prospects of success, but that it was a point that was arguable and defensible, and that the government thought that argument could be made, and therefore the decision was taken to continue. And actually, right up until I think the 11th of December, and I think you've got this as well, views of the law officers was that across the petition, including on the issue of the appointment of the investigating officer, there was a stateable case and arguments that could be made. So I know we're saying this in the context of a judicial review that's very high profile, very sensitive, that obviously has turned out to be incredibly so. But in terms of the process of litigation, this kind of thing in general is not, in my experience, hugely unusual, that problems are identified and assessments are made of whether they are fatal problems or problems that can be overcome. And there was, and you heard this from the Lord Advocate, right up until the point where it became unstatable, there were wider issues that we were weighing up. I mean, firstly, you have to be certain that you've got a statable case, and the degree of confidence that was there that the argument could be put. But there was a wider interest, and I think it was a legitimate interest. There were 8 grounds of challenge that had been made to the procedure and to its application, and therefore the government wanted, if possible, to hear from a court whether it thought those challenges were well-founded or not, so that we could have confidence, hopefully, that whatever might have happened in the Alex Salmond case, or whatever turned out to have happened there, we had a procedure that was lawfully based and sound. So that was the wider legitimate interest the government had in all of this.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, it is a pity. We did have the Lord Advocate in front of the committee yesterday, and it's a pity we could not put these questions to him because we did not have sight of the legal advice until 6 o'clock last night. We then have a lacuna in the information provided to us because it jumps from the 31st of October to the 6th of December. Now, there must have been more consultations, notes and meetings held during that period. Are these going to be made available to us?
I am happy to look at what more is able to be made available or what more is there to be made available. But my understanding and recollection of that period from the end of October through to the beginning of December is it was a process of adjustment of pleadings going on in both directions. I think don't have the exact date in front of me. I think at some point over that period, Alex Salmond's lawyers introduced a new ground of challenge based on this, and that then triggered a review based on that led to the early December note. So to say it's a lacuna, I mean, I wasn't a litigation lawyer, so I don't know this from the perspective of a lawyer, but these periods in litigation where there's adjustment of pleadings, Andy Whiteman probably knows more about this than I do, is not, again, it's part of the litigation process.
Okay, we know you attended a meeting on the 13th of November with Council. Can you tell us who was at that meeting and what was discussed?
I was clearly at it. Senior and Junior Council were at it. From memory, the Permanent Secretary was at it. Liz Lloyd, my Chief of Staff, was at it. I think SGLD was represented. That was part of, I requested that meeting, and actually that was kind of part of what I think was a proper thing I was doing, was kind of testing myself whether, as a result of what had come to light and as a result of the 31st of October position, we actually did still have a statable case, and that's why I requested that meeting, and I came out of that meeting satisfied that we had a statable case that we thought, not just in some theoretical abstract way, but based on actual consideration of what the government had intended around Section 10, that we could argue the interpretation that we thought should be attached to it. Of course, what happened later in December was things emerged, not about the interpretation of Section 10 per se, but about the extent of the actual contact between the IO and the complainers that changed that judgment, and also, to be fair, gave rise to suggestions that the government had not been as open about this as it should have been, which was not intentional. But
no, it wasn't intentional.
Were you party to that decision?
I don't think so. I don't think that was a decision meeting. There had never been any question. There had never been a point at which the decision had been taken not to proceed, or we got to that point. This was part of a process of me saying. And this maybe is, given the high profile of this, would I normally meet with Council in a judicial review? Probably not. And it was just basically me getting an assurance that for all, because this note, the 31st of October note, which actually when you read it is not as it has been presented by some in this, but it kind of raises concerns. So I just wanted to make sure we weren't in some way prolonging a judicial review that was dead in the water, and I was satisfied out of that meeting that that wasn't the case, that we had a stateable case and were confident that we could continue to put those arguments.
Okay, just to quote you again from paragraph 14 of Roddy Dunlop's opinion of the 31st of October, Halloween as it turned out, he says this: depending on the information available on Friday, a swift decision is going to have to be taken whether the issue is disclosed and any argument based thereon then resisted, or B, the issue is disclosed and the petition then conceded as a result thereof. So who took that decision?
I think the consensus that emerged, I wasn't at that meeting, I think one of the law officers, we're not...
She's not been at any meetings, what's she doing?
That emerged, I wasn't at that meeting, I think one of the law officers, we're not meant to usually say this, obviously.
I don't know, I wasn't there, I don't know what happened, somebody else.
At that meeting, and the consensus out of that meeting was that there was a case that continued to be stateable, and that there was a perfectly credible and arguable interpretation that could be on Section 10.
Thank you. We jump to the 6th of December, which is the next date for which we have documentation for. On the 6th of December, again, the situation deteriorated to an even more dramatic extent, and the joint note by senior and junior counsel says this in paragraph 4. We are now jointly of the view that these grounds of challenge are more likely than not to succeed. And they go on to say, and I think this is at their conclusion, paragraph 31, or paragraph 30, the option is to concede the petition. The other option is simply to press on regardless. That is in many ways even less attractive. The expenses will be far higher and the trumpeting far louder if the case proceeds to a written judgment. And there's a real prospect of damaging criticism from Lord Pentland. And they conclude, our own view is that the least worst option would be to concede the petition. So why didn't the Scottish Government at that point take Council's advice and agree to concede?
Well, I'll come on to the point about councils. I will not comment on the trumpeting comment. I'll leave others to draw their own conclusions on that. All I would say, and people can decide whether it's in relation to that or not, is the more likely than not terminology that has been used publicly around this has always been attributed to the 31st of October. It's actually, into the 6th of December. So in terms of law officers, on the 11th of December, so again, I wasn't at this, but there was a meeting involving law officers and the view of law officers. So in the days immediately following that, and remember, external counsel's views are important. We instruct them and we pay them. But in terms of the ministerial code, my duty is to make sure I'm abiding by what the law officers say. So what the law officers on the 11th of December, the opinion they were expressing is that there is no question or need to drop the case. The Lord Advocate was clear that even if prospects are not certain, it is important that the case is heard. Senior counsel made clear that his note was not intended to convey that he didn't think we had a stateable case. They tested most of the arguments, including the appointment of the IO, and concluded that we have credible arguments to make across the petition. So that was the view expressed by the law officers in the days after that opinion. So the charge that has been made against me is that I willfully allowed a judicial review to proceed against the legal advice, and therefore I broke the ministerial code. With respect, as you now know, I was acting in accordance with the views of the law officers, not acting against the views of the law officers. And they come to these views taking account of external counsel's opinion and the wider interest. So the other comment you've seen, I think, from that discussion is the Lord Advocate being clear that we should not concede, with a stress on the benefit that would accrue from a judicial finding. A, that it was right to have a procedure in such circumstances, and B, it was right to have this procedure. So that speaks to that broader public interest that I was talking about. We thought we had a stateable case, and it's clear that counsel was not arguing at that stage. That changed later, but at that stage counsel were not arguing we didn't have a stateable case. We thought we had credible arguments to make, and we were also taking account of that wider interest in getting a determination on the many grounds of challenge that Alex Salmond had made to both the procedure and to its application.
I think the reason I raise these issues, and the reason they're relevant to this inquiry is that we were dealing here with public funds. Now, when the concession eventually came, and we'll come on to that in a moment, the award of expenses was done on the highest level available to the court. And those expenses are only awarded, in the words of Lord Hodge, where the defence has been conducted either unreasonably or incompetently. So that's a really serious charge to lay against the Scottish Government and the law officers in terms of their conduct of this particular case. The point I would put to you is it was very clear by the 6th of December, if not before, that the risks of proceeding with this action were very high, and therefore you were risking public funds in continuing with the action.
So I think every time a government defends a legal action, it is risking public funds, because there is never a guarantee you're going to be successful. I don't want to keep going back to this point, but on minimum pricing, you know, if I had taken the risk-averse approach on minimum pricing, we'd have thrown in the towel on that before we got started. So, you know, there are sometimes good reasons why you have to defend in order to establish wider points. You can't do that if your case is unstateable, but if you think you've got a stateable, arguable case, and indeed credible arguments up to the 11th of, or as late as the 11th of December, then I think that is the case. In terms of and I'll come back onto the issue of expenses in a second, but in terms of that, you know, taxpayers' money, and I feel very, very, very sorry for that, and I expressly said that earlier on. But we had a procedure here that was not just being challenged in terms of its application to Alex Salmond. It was a procedure that was being challenged in its fundamentals, and in terms of that wider public interest, including, you know, should we have complaints again that required this procedure to be activated, were we on solid ground using it? And that's
and the answer
wider
was no.
taxpayer public interest.
And the answer was definitely no. They said you were unlawful.
I'm not an expert, and I'm not going to pretend to be today on the reasons for the award of expenses at certain levels. My understanding is that, you know, much of what went really wrong in the case, catastrophically wrong, which then probably does lead to your characterisation there, was in that later stage of December when it became clear, I believe not intentionally, that there was information and material that hadn't hitherto been disclosed. And that changed, wasn't just very, very bad in terms of the duty of candour that is on litigants, but it was also the factor that changed that judgment about whether there was a stateable case or not.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, I do understand the argument that says it was reasonable to use public funds to try and push this, even though the prospects were receding. But of course, the Scottish Government did not, in the end, subject this to the judgment of the court, because the court reached no view on the basis of the policy. It was a concession on one ground. So the court never actually got a point to determine the issues that Mr. Salmond had raised. So you highlight what happened later in December. On the 19th of December, we have this astonishing note from senior and junior counsel. And I have to say, I've never seen anything quite like it in terms of what it says about the conduct of the case. The counsel refers to the regrettable way in which the document disclosure was unfolded, the extreme professional embarrassment that they have faced in court. They say that the behaviours who are cited for the commission hearing will expect a torrid time in the witness box. They say the late nature of the revelations are unexplained and inexplicable. There are acute difficulties to them in the way that they have on instructions pled the case. I mean, this is catastrophic, is it not?
That was catastrophic, and that's what led to the ultimate concession. So you're right that we didn't get to the point we wanted to get to, where we got a judicial determination of all the grounds for challenge. The point I'm making is that up until around that point, we thought that was a stateable, credible, arguable position to be in. That completely changed that, and for the reasons that you've set out there, that fundamentally changed the position in the court case. And had I at that point said, no, we're steaming ahead anyway, that is where I would potentially be sitting here with some justification, probably a lot of justification for the charges that are being made of me. But I don't think that is the case, because up until I've read out the position as late as the 11th of December. It was the opinion of law officers that we had a stateable case with credible arguments, and for that reason, as well as the wider public interest, we should continue. That you've described there was dreadful, catastrophic. That is the heart of what went wrong in the judicial review, and of course it then reflects what went wrong in the application of the procedure. And I'll defend our decision making throughout this judicial review, including up to that, where it was right that the decision then followed that we would concede the case. I will not defend what led to that note, because I actually share your views of it.
So who is to blame for that?
Well, look, ultimately, I'm the head of the Scottish Government, and I am not going to sit here and start to chuck blame about in other directions.
Resign!
Directions. I was not involved in the investigation. I was not aware of the error at the time. But I'm the head of the Scottish Government, which is why I've apologised for it.
Resign!
For it on the day the case was conceded in Parliament. And part of what we are doing in all of this committee being part of that, but the Laura Dunlop review that I've already spoken about, is trying to learn those lessons ourselves.
You've been very patient, Convener. I've got one more question, because I know others will want to come in. The former First Minister, in his evidence, claims that the Scottish Government only conceded the case when senior and junior counsel threatened to resign. Is that true?
That's not my understanding of the position. So this note came, I remember speaking, I think I was in London on that day or the day after, it might have been, but I think it was on the day that things were going very badly wrong. I was in London speaking to your former boss at the time, Mrs. May, and speaking to the Lord Advocate on my way back up the road, when it was clear how much trouble at that stage the case was in. And I think I saw him in person the following day in this building. And that, there was then a process over the next period when we reviewed. I mean, a government, even thinking we're in a catastrophe, you have to go through a proper process of review. The Permanent Secretary commissioned is a bit of a flippant word for it, the piece of advice from Sarah Davidson, which the committee has seen before now. And that then led over that, it wasn't the happiest Christmas and New Year period I've ever spent, I should say, to the concession of the judicial review. And,
Just go to
do I think that is all deeply and horrendously regrettable? Yes, but what is regrettable is the error that then progressively came to light that got us to that point. I actually think the handling of the judicial review was legally sound. You can argue, people can take different views about whether all the decisions that were taken were the ones they would have taken, but the decisions taken in the conduct of the judicial review, in my view, were legally sound decisions, and they were taken in line with the views of the law officers, which, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of my responsibilities under the Ministerial Code, is the test I need to pass.
You have very skillfully avoided answering my question, which is, did the junior and senior counsel threaten to resign?
I think I did. I'm not aware of them threatening to resign, but what I know is, and I know this partly as a former lawyer that didn't have that kind of experience or anything like it, but a lawyer will not carry on with a stateable case. With an unstateable case. That was a potentially catastrophic slip of the tongue. A lawyer will not argue an unstateable case. So the position of counsel at that point would have been, if we had said we're going to carry on with an unstateable case, I'm absolutely sure they would have withdrawn from acting, and they probably, I'm pretty certain they would have made that clear. But the way that is put forward suggests that we were going, no, we're going to carry on, and they had to force us into that position by saying that they were going to resign. The government was not going to ignore what was in this 19th of December note. There was a process of consideration and review that had to be done there, and that culminated in what you know off the back of the Sarah Davidson advice that came over the Christmas and New Year holiday.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I have a supplementary to what Mr Fraser was saying from Alex Cole-Hamilton, please.
Thank you very much, Convener. I'd just like to come in on the advice received from Senior Counsel at Halloween on the 31st of December. First Minister, you've compared another judicial review which had shaky grounds in the form of the minimum unit pricing. And the difference between these two judicial reviews is that one is about public health and alcohol policy, and the other, at its heart, has two vulnerable human beings. I'm struck that when he laid out the options, Senior Counsel said that with an advantage of concession was that, and he makes the interesting suggestion that the procedure could be reset, safeguards put in place, and allow a renewed investigation of the complaints. So can I ask, at that crossroads, was the views of the complainers sought to inform your decision to proceed?
I don't think so, to be frank, but I would want to double check whether that was done in any way. It certainly wasn't something I did personally, and you know, is there an argument that should have been done? I guess that argument can be made. Can I say in using the comparison with the minimum unit price, and I'm not trying to underplay the seriousness of the issues here, and one of the things that I think is quite hard with this is when you're talking about litigation and legal, you know, instatable cases, you kind of strip the actual human impact out of things, and I'm not intending to do that. I'm trying to describe. I'm not trying to describe to the committee the process of litigation. The committee knows that, but I'm trying to describe the factors and the tests that ministers have to apply and consider when we are taking decisions on the conduct. And so there are comparisons, even though the circumstances are completely different. So I don't think the complainers would have been asked their view at that stage, but I will check and I can come back on that more definitely. But certainly, and again, I don't want to overstate this as being a big part of the decision making, but I think in my mind, it would definitely have been the case that whatever you did would have an impact on complainers. So, you know, defending this, remember at a time when we thought we could argue this with credible arguments, that it might have been better for complainers for us to prevail that we had done this properly rather than put them through that whole process again. So these are judgments. They're not black and white.
The reason I ask is that the failure of the judicial review is one of the reasons that to this date those two complaints have never been fairly or properly adjudicated. And you say, yes, every decision you took in that process would have affected the complainers. Did you consult them at any point?
I've not spoken directly to
your
the complainers. I think you have heard evidence about points at which the complainers were consulted and spoken to, including by the Permanent Secretary, which of course is one of the points of contention. In the
context of the judicial review and the decisions you took?
I would want to check that. I am not sure of the answer to that. Okay. My apologies.
Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you. We're almost at 1:30, so I think this is an appropriate place to break in line with the agreed mitigations which are allowing us to meet safely in person today. So I'll suspend this session again, and I think we should reconvene at 2 o'clock. Remind members and everyone else to observe social distancing when leaving the committee room and during the break. I now suspend this session.
Right, guys, what I'll do is I'll suspend it there, stop it there, and we'll come back at 2 o'clock. So I'll see you in half an hour. I love my baby gorillas, love you guys. So I'll just do a part 2. So make sure I'll put it up, and you can subscribe to part 2 in half an hour, guys. And that way we can break up this into more manageable chunks for YouTube. So make sure you subscribe back, or do you want me just? It's up to you guys. Do you want me to just go keep it going for half an hour and just keep it? Well, I just keep it going. Could just keep it going and not do that. Just stare at that screen for half an hour, or do you want me to break it up and then come back? Okay, stuff it. I'll just keep it going. Right, my guys, what you're saying, as Davey would say, nothing to see here, nothing to see here. Literally, nothing to see here. We'll just keep it going. I'll just keep this going, because you're all on it anyway. That means you would have to come back anyway. So we'll just leave it on. Are you kidding me right now? I know it's absolutely unbelievable how many branches was it 36? It's unbelievable, isn't it, guys? Unbelievable. I mean, it's it's incredible the fact that they think that we're believing this. If it was one thing, then fair enough. But it's one thing after another, after another, after another. If you could get maybe a couple of things or even three things, but there's about 20, 30 things that are all rolled into one, that are all accumulated to actually facilitate taking down Alex Salmond. New legislation, when the complainers complain. Margaret Mitchell, there was Paul Hutchins saying he didn't understand Margaret Mitchell's question. I understood it. The civil servants didn't take it to the police who were there to handle the complaints. They wanted to ram it through. Oh my goodness, unbelievable. Right, guys, half an hour break. Go and get your lunch and come back at 2 o'clock. We'll kick off again at 2 o'clock. Twitter is exploding apparently. Well, I'm going to have a wee look at that. 2 o'clock, guys, back at 2. I'll leave it on, okay? I'm leaving it running, just leave it on. Oh, come on, it's 2 o'clock. Let's go on with this.
Irish politicians. It's a well thought through. Anyway,
Good afternoon,
We're back.
everyone, and welcome back to the 15th meeting of this committee in 2021. This is an evidence session with the First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, MSP. And I can confirm that Ms Sturgeon took the affirmation at the start of this morning's evidence session. When we broke up, we were talking about the judicial review. We'll carry on with that, and I'll now go to Dr Alistair Allen.
Thank you very much, Convener. We spent some time before the break talking about external legal advice. So can I ask you, First Minister, what role does external counsel play in determining the government's position, legal position usually? And did this case in any way depart from that?
I think it's quite hard for me, maybe that's just a kind of deficiency in my own communication skills, to kind of almost scientifically answer the first part of your question. You know, external counsel in, you know, a serious piece of litigation play a big role. They conduct the litigation, they, you know, draft the pleadings, they give advice, as you've now seen. And their advice, I suppose I would say, is very, very important, and it carries a lot of weight. And then it is, I suppose, weighed with other factors, the sort of, in some judicial reviews, the small p political public interest issues, and of course for ministers on matters of this seriousness, the views of the law officers, which take account of all of these things, are what matters in terms of the ministerial code. Did this happen in the same way as other litigation? So in terms of the conduct of the litigation, put to one side the catastrophic error that became evident at the end of December, which I like to think is not in any way normal. I suppose you'd have to ask litigators and government lawyers whether the conduct of the litigation was anything out of the ordinary. In my experience, bar, you know, the seriousness of the issues that emerged that ultimately led to the loss of the judicial review, I wouldn't say it was particularly out of ordinary. For me, you know, this was a former First Minister taking the government to court. It was my former, you know, boss, friend, mentor, long-time associate taking the government to court. It wasn't in that sort of sense normal, and I don't think, you know, it didn't lead, in my view, to a significant or a significantly appreciable difference to my degree of involvement. But of course, there are elements that mean it didn't feel entirely normal, and I can't remember if this is absolutely correct, but from my memory, you know, meeting with counsel, for example, to kind of satisfy myself that we still had a stateable case and discuss it directly with them would not be absolutely a routine thing for the First Minister to do in every piece of litigation.
Thank you. We've mentioned already, or we've talked a fair bit about the timeline of all this, and we've looked at how the 6th, or perhaps arguably the 11th of December, was a crucial date in terms of the advice being offered. Was a more crucial moment the view, a change in the views, or a view expressed by the law officers rather than merely by external counsel?
So obviously external counsel were conducting the litigation. So in that later part of December, the Commission on Diligence, I can't remember if that's the technical term of it, was happening, and they were conducting that. So they were at the front line, and there is maybe an element to which I owe them an apology as well, because the conduct of that was not what you would ever want it to be, and they were in a situation they should not have been in terms of documents coming to light that hadn't previously come to light. So that, obviously, they were at the sharp end on the front line, informing the view that Murdo Fraser read out copious quotes from the 19th of December opinion later on. Obviously, then the Lord Advocate and law officers have to take account of that. There was discussions, I think I said earlier on, I discussed on the phone on my way back up from London, I think on the 19th, the deteriorating position. I saw the Lord Advocate the following day. I don't want to sit here and quote him, but I think by that point, he was pretty much of the view that this was, if not unstatable, fast becoming unstatable. So, and that then led to the process that was commissioned by the Permanent Secretary, I think on Boxing Day, and then ultimately that led to the Sarah Davidson advice and the decision we took, which, formally, technically, and I think she said this before the committee, that was the Permanent Secretary's decision, but I would not want to leave the committee with anything other than the impression that I was involved in that, I was being properly consulted and I was part of that decision, and I stand by that decision.
Finally, Convener, again on matters of timing, as you're aware, there has been an accusation put to this committee that the Scottish Government assisted the case to allow the criminal trial to take over and the judicial review to be stopped before it reached a decision. Those are obviously serious allegations. It's your opportunity to respond to them.
The Scottish Government didn't assist the case and never asked to assist the case, so there's a kind of factual flaw in that hypothesis to start with. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Convener, the Deputy First Minister said there may be more information on the sisting consideration yet to come to the committee, but sisting was considered at an early stage, and again, I suppose from my non-expert opinion, given the circumstances at an early stage of this, when there was a criminal investigation also underway or at the early stages, I think it would have been extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary, if the question of sisting hadn't even arisen in our considerations. But certainly my memory of those early discussions, and by early I'm talking, over September, early, mid-September, maybe a bit longer than that, the preference seemed to be, if I recall it correctly, in favour of reporting restrictions as opposed to sisting. And ultimately, and I think this was the end of September, the 27th of September is the one that comes into my mind right now, the lawyers for Alex Salmond made a motion to the court for reporting restrictions, and the Scottish Government didn't oppose that. So that kind of, at that point, put the sisting thing, which from my memory, and obviously I wasn't part of every discussion with lawyers, was never a really serious thing that the Scottish Government was intending to do. And I don't have a recollection, again, I can't sit here and say it was never discussed or I didn't ask any questions about it, but I don't recall at a later stage sisting was ever something that was being considered in any sense by the government. And the fact is we never made an application to sist. But generally, this idea that we were gaming, and these are my words and I'm just using them for shorthand, that we were gaming the timing of the judicial review to allow a police investigation to overtake it is absurd and bizarre and just completely without any evidential or factual foundation. Firstly, I think, as you can see, and the committee can take a view on whether they think our decisions on the judicial review were right or wrong, but you can see from the advice, the process that was being gone through. And the idea that we could have done that, it would have involved the police, us knowing what was going on in the police investigation, what the timing of that was, and the police being prepared. And it's just absurd. And anybody who suggests otherwise is, I think, stretching the credibility of even the most devout conspiracy theorists. And the evidence that was put forward for that, I use evidence loosely, the sisting thing, which I just don't think happened in that way, and then messages. The 4 messages, and I'll be careful because the convener reminded me of this earlier on, but they were put forward in evidence to this committee as somehow, substantiating this idea. I looked at these 4 messages. One, as I say, the committee, I think, has seen, and as part of what it's seen before. I think a couple of them were right around the time the whole thing became public, before the judicial review had even got properly off the ground. And if memory serves me correctly, I might be getting the 1 and 2 round the wrong way here. The other one was after the judicial review, I think it was 2 after the judicial review had already collapsed. I'm sitting here as if I'm having to kind of go through step by step to debunk this. I mean, it is just it's absurd. And I don't think absurdity should probably be given the amount of time I'm taking to debunk it.
Thank you, Convener.
Margaret Mitchell, please.
Thank you, Convener. First Minister, can I refer you to your written submission and the entry date 5th of July 2018, where there's a discussion with Alex Salmond about arbitration. He says that arbitration is rejected because the Scottish Government is confident in the legality of the process. My senior counsel believes it is unlawful. That's the whole point of the arbitration. The legality will have to be resolved in either private, in a confidential and binding arbitration, or in public at the Court of Session. The Scottish Government and you have everything to gain from arbitration. If my legal advice is wrong, I will accept that and the current process proceeds. If the Scottish Government legal advice is wrong, if the Scottish Government's legal advice is wrong, you discover that without losing in a public court. Adopting an arbitration process also guarantees confidentiality for the complainers, regardless of what happens. Can you explain why these arguments were rejected?
It wasn't my decision. I can give you a view on the appropriateness or otherwise of arbitration, but it wasn't my decision. That was part of the process of the handling of the investigation that I wasn't involved in and didn't intervene in. So you heard from the Lord Advocate, who's much more qualified to comment on these things than me. I think there is a question, I'll put it no more strongly than that, about whether arbitration would have been an appropriate process to resolve issues that actually should be resolved in a court. These are public policy, public law issues. Arbitration, and I'm simplifying here, tends to be about settling private disputes between companies, for example. So I do think there is a very big question about whether arbitration would have been appropriate, but the government, as part of the investigation and part of the process of that, were considering that. The question for me, because that's I think from what you read out there, that's a message from Alex Salmond to me, suggesting that I should be intervening to help bring about that process of arbitration. So on that point, put aside whether you think arbitration was a good thing or a bad thing, that the government should have done it or not have done it. The point is, I think it would have been highly inappropriate for me to intervene on Mr. Salmond's behalf to try to bring any particular outcome about. This was an investigation that I was not part of, I had no role in, I wasn't even supposed to know about it, and I would have been intervening on behalf of a friend and a colleague and an associate. The complainers didn't have the ability to come to me to ask me to intervene to get something that they wanted to happen in the process. I don't know whether they would ever have wanted to do, but that I would have been given him privileged influence in a process in which I wasn't meant to have part. Now, I tell you something, people have strong views about my conduct, and that is perfectly correct, and I'll defend that, and I will take people's judgment of that. But if I had done that, if I was sitting here right now having done that, I think the criticism that would be raining down on my head would be absolutely and utterly justified.
Here's my problem with that, First Minister. We've got the former First Minister of Scotland, who has had a reputation for knowing procedure, for running a very competent government. And he's coming to you, he's told us on record, that he was reluctant to take the government, which he had been First Minister of, to a judicial review. So he's explaining to you there is another way. And it seems to him, apparently, that if, as First Minister, you're taking all the considerations into account, including that you are custodian of the public purse, you do not have a blank cheque just to write to pursue what might not be necessary action. So it seems then, his argument that would save the taxpayer a whole lot of money and that would be prudent. It would establish if the procedure was lawful, and if it was lawful, then the the complaints, etc., could go ahead. But crucially too, it would also have protected the anonymity of the complainers. Now, you've said that's rejected, and what I'm wondering this morning, and all the evidence we've heard and all the mistakes, somebody surely has to be held responsible. And what I'm not hearing is where the division of powers is, from our independent civil service to the ministerial responsibility. You very graciously seem to be taking responsibility for that all. But that doesn't help accountable, transparent and open government. People need to know how this happened and why that was rejected. And can I just say, lastly, you would have been criticised because you hadn't brought this forward in a public forum. That suggests to me that political considerations outweighed the public purse considerations, the anonymity of the complainers and the reputation of this Scottish Government and by extension the Parliament.
I feel very strongly about this aspect, and people are entitled to different views, but I'll give you my view straight. And I do think it goes to the heart of the appropriate exercise of power and not abusing power, and it goes to the heart, therefore, of trust and integrity in government. Can I, first of all, though, I can't let pass the opportunity to thank you for your verdict that the government in which I was Deputy First Minister for all these years was a competent government. I'm sure that we will reflect well on that.
I think we helped you out a little bit when you were a minority government. And
minority governments. Anyway, I'm not going to go down that road. So, putting that slightly flippant point aside, you make a lot of assumptions there, and with respect, you conflate a lot of different things and a lot of different roles, and I understand why, but I'm going to try and unpack them a little bit, if that's okay. You make an assumption that arbitration would have avoided all of the problems that occurred that occurred in this process. I think that is a massive leap of logic. Nobody knows that. The government, in a process that I was not part of, because I was expressly excluded from it in this procedure, was undoubtedly considering the arguments that Alex Salmond's lawyers were putting forward in favour of arbitration, and they decided for the reasons that they decided that arbitration was not an appropriate thing to do. And I think you probably have canvassed this with the Lord Advocate and the Permanent Secretary, but the Permanent Secretary would be the one that would make that judgment. The question for me at this point, because this was not a procedure, a process of investigation I was involved in, is would it have been right for me to intervene? Now, you said, he's a former First Minister. He is a former First Minister. He was a former First Minister when he was asking me to do this, but he was also the person who was subject to complaints that were being investigated. And he was seeking to get me to intervene in that process of investigation on his behalf in a way that would have departed from the terms of the procedure and would have been trying on his behalf to put the investigation down a track that he hoped would avoid the complaints, the decisions, the complaints ever coming to a point of decision. Now, even if you think Alex Salmond's legal advice, and that's all he's putting forward, his legal advice is right, and even if you think that arbitration is something the Scottish Government should have done, I think both of those points can be rebutted strongly. The point for me is, would it have been appropriate for me to intervene on behalf of my friend and colleague and former boss in a process of investigation that I wasn't meant to have part in? And as First Minister, I think if I had done that, whatever you think about the merits of what he was arguing for, if I had used my role, my influence, my power to get him an outcome he wanted, not as a former First Minister, but as the person who was subject to these complaints, I think that would have been an egregious breach of my power. I think it would have been wrong and deeply inappropriate. And, maybe had I done it, an arbitration had happened, and maybe if you turned out to be right and I had made it all go away, we'd never have found out. But say we had found out, I was saying I'd still be sitting here. I don't think I'd still be sitting here, because I don't think anybody would have accepted that that was a reasonable, legitimate or acceptable way for a First Minister to behave. And I think, frankly, there would have been a lot more justification in that criticism than, if I may say so, in some of the criticisms that are being levelled at me. And I'm sorry, there is, in all of this, there's been a lot of personal angst for me and others, me least of all, in all of this. But for me, one of the hardest things, which is maybe why I let him down more gently than I intended to on that 2nd of April meeting, sitting and saying no to a friend who's asking you for help is a tough thing to do. And, it has had big implications for me and my relationship with him. But was it the right thing to do? Absolutely. And I will maintain that for as long as I live.
I think the difficulty with that, convener, is you're the First Minister of Scotland. You're the most powerful person in Scotland, and you should be acting in the public interest. But the public interest, it seems to me, would have to be establishing whether the legal advice that you'd got, now that wasn't 100% certain that that was fine, and the legal advice that he'd got from very credible and experienced lawyers. So it wasn't like, he put his finger to the wind and said, we think this is what it is. He was making material points, and you seem to have absolved yourself of any responsibility to take these points on board and act to protect the public purse, to protect the anonymity of the complainers, all to make sure that you weren't accused of covering up. That doesn't seem to me credible.
No, to make sure I didn't abuse my power as First Minister on behalf of a friend who was accused of serious sexual misconduct. We're going to have to agree to differ on this. But remember, all of the legal arguments and legal advice he had, it wasn't that because I wasn't agreeing to intervene, the government didn't have them. The government had them. They were being properly considered in the process of the investigation. The point here is that this was a procedure, rightly or wrongly, you can have your views on the procedure, that excluded me from the process of investigation. Now say, and I apologise to them in advance for naming them in this way, but it's just to illustrate a point. Say these complaints had not been against Alex Salmond. Say they'd been against Jack or Henry McLeish. They wouldn't have had the same access to come, because they, like both of them and respect both of them, but they wouldn't have had the same access as Alex Salmond to me. So I would have been using my power to help a friend in a process of investigating serious complaints. And Ms Mitchell, I will maintain for as long as I live that had I done that and had it come to light, probably you included would be sitting here telling me that I had acted completely inappropriately.
I think I would have weighed up the arguments, but the point is there was a route, and arbitration was offered to the Permanent Secretary and she rejected it. Now, that's a process that, regardless of political party, anyone could have followed, and it's what he did follow. And
he made that argument.
If you excuse me, First Ministers, is for others to I think, look out the case I've set out and what you said, effectively, which sounded, forgive me, and maybe I'm putting words in your mouth, I was going to make sure that it was exposed and he didn't get off with this. And that was my overwhelming motivation, rather than acting in the public interest at this very early stage, where, yes, if he'd been found right, you would have had to have gone back to the drawing board. Didn't mean it was the end of the matter. It could have been looked at again. A new procedure could have been put in place. It wasn't the end of it, but you choose to do something else. I don't think we're going to agree on this, but I think we've set up enough of the balancing arguments for others to make their own determination.
If the committee's conclusion is that I should have intervened, then the committee is entitled to do that. And, my view of propriety in these things will be severely challenged at a fundamental level. But can I say, I think you were putting something to me there that I wanted to see him exposed at all costs, and I think there is a public interest if somebody has serious complaints made against them and there is a procedure in place to allow those to be investigated, that procedure is allowed to happen without interference, political interference from somebody's powerful friend to try to divert the course that it would take. I think that is absolutely in the public interest. And that's the judgment I made. People can decide whether it was right or wrong, but I decided that if I had done what he wanted me to do, I would have been acting in a way that was improper because I was his friend. And I just don't think anybody right now would be patting me on the back if that is what I'd chosen to do. But the idea, I never wanted, I can't tell you, I can't find the words to express this strongly enough. I never, ever, ever, ever wanted to face a situation where Alex Salmond, a man I have had revered since I was 20 years old, or probably younger than that actually, was facing serious allegations of sexual misconduct. I didn't want him exposed. I didn't want any of this to happen. My conduct in all of this is rightly under scrutiny. I have no complaint about that. I have no right to have any complaint about that. But the idea I ever wanted any of this to happen, this situation, however people judge I handled it, was not a situation of my making. And I tried to handle it in the way that I thought was best overall. And I think it would have been deeply wrong for me to have intervened in a way on behalf of Alex Salmond to try to engineer the outcome he wanted. He was not some objective bystander. He wasn't a former First Minister coming to me in some matter of public policy saying, Nicola, do you think you should think about this? He was a party in this whole issue and he was asking me to intervene on his behalf. That would have been deeply inappropriate had I done so.
Do you have, excuse me, do you have any other questions?
No, I don't. That sets out both arguments very clearly.
We'll move then to Andy Whiten.
Thanks, Convener. Just a few questions on the judicial review, and thanks to my colleague Murdo Fraser for walking us through much of the process. First of all, the petition was against Leslie Evans, the first party, and the second party with the Scottish ministers. Can you confirm that at all stages this petition was defended as essentially one petition? There were no separate decisions made or separate considerations given to the two different parties?
I think the answer to that is yes, but there may be kind of technical issues to that in terms of the consideration that Laura's made. I don't know of anything that was that. I do know at the early stage, and I can't recall all the ins and outs of this, but there was some legal consideration about whether it might be appropriate to have the petition amended so it was just the Scottish ministers and not against the Permanent Secretary individually, but I don't think that went anywhere legally.
Fine. Would it be fair to say, in response to Murdo Fraser's line of questioning, that the critical tipping point, the thing that changed everything, was the period 6th December to the 19th of December? That's the point at which Council were saying, concede or press on regardless. And then there was clearly problems with the disclosure of documents, and indeed on the 19th of December, at para 12, Roddy Dunlop says, first, we are now, he said in 11, this gives rise to two concerns. First, we are now in a position where we think that maintaining a defence of the appointment of the investigating officer may be unstateable. Given the timescales, we are reluctant to take a final view on this, but there is a real risk that we so conclude. So 6th December, 19th December was would you agree, the critical period?
Yes, although I would probably narrow it a bit more than that. The quotations I used earlier on summarising the view of the law officers were from the 11th of December. So up until the 11th of December, there was a belief that the case was stateable with credible arguments. So I think, I'm looking at my notes here to see if I can find this, and I'm failing at the moment, but I think it, certainly from the 11th onwards, the 14th seems, I can't remember if that's when the commission process started, so I think certainly the period 11th to the 19th I think would be more accurate, but for some reason the 14th to the 19th seems to be, in my mind, is when it really started to go badly wrong.
Okay, that's fine. No, it's not particularly important. I want to move on now just to the process of the concession. Scottish ministers decided to concede this case, and as I understand it, there was discussion discussion at 4 o'clock on Hogmanay 2018. I'm sure the Lord Advocate was appreciating that. Discussing how it should be conceded, the basis on which it could be conceded. Also saying it would be useful to have council's input in these matters before the decision goes live, and ideally before final decisions are being made on handling. I just don't know if there were any further council's input. We don't have that, but that may well be coming, but I'd be interested in that. The grounds on which ministers decided to concede this was on the basis of the inability to defend the fact that the documents had been produced after it was promised that everything was, and that related to the questions around Section 10 in the procedure. Did the petitioner have any comments on the proposals that Scottish ministers made as to the joint minute?
I would think the answer to that is yes. I wasn't involved, so, and I would have to check the precise dates here, but once the government had taken the decision to concede, there was then a process of lawyer-to-lawyer discussions about, so I think a bit like pleadings, I think the joint minute was probably discussed between the different legal teams. Council, I think the council that had been involved in the case, I think were the ones who did that, but I'd have to check the detail. So it went into effectively a legal process then about the terms of the concession, the joint minute, and of course that led to the interlocutor of Lord Pentland.
Yeah, so you agreed a joint minute. Lord Pentland then basically just issued that joint minute as an interlocutor, if in effect. I
assume so. I wasn't in court,
no problem.
So I am not going to try to speak for Lord Pentland.
No, but well, we know what Lord Pentland did say, because it's in the interlocutor I have before me, that having heard counsel on the petitioner's motion of consent and in terms and in respect of the joint minute for parties, I finds and declares that the decisions of the first named respondent, Leslie Evans, as set out in the decision report and as set out in a letter from her to the petitioner's solicitors dated 22nd August 2018, are unlawful in respect that they were taken in circumstances which were procedurally unfair and in respect that they were tainted by apparent bias by reason of the extent and effects of the investigating officer's involvement with the aspects of the matters. It goes on. So ultimately the decision was made by the court that it was those two decisions of Leslie Evans that were unlawful.
I'm not in a position. Yes, I assume.
Okay, what I'm trying to get at was there any suggestion, and I don't think you know the answer to this question, but was there any suggestion in this winding up period when you've decided to concede, was there any discussion or any approach from the petitioner that they may have wished you to concede on not just the application of the procedure in terms of the decisions that Leslie Evans had made in this particular case, but a wish to include in that joint minute and therefore in the interlocutor some legal grounds relating to the procedure itself? Are you aware of that or not?
I think as far as I am aware, and I'd have to check that, and I wasn't party to those lawyer-to-lawyer discussions around the settlement of that, but I am not aware that that is the case, but I cannot sit here and say definitively that none of that happened.
Okay, thanks.
Maureen Watt, please.
Thank you, Convener. Members of this committee, First Minister, were allowed to read the report by the former Director General of Organisation and Development and Operations, Sarah Davidson, and the Permanent Secretary said that after reading this report, and I quote, "The decision that I took was to concede. Indeed, that was also the advice that was given to ministers." So, can I ask about that decision-making process? Did the Permanent Secretary discuss this matter with you prior to making a recommendation to concede?
We discussed it on an ongoing basis over that few days period, in terms of her commissioning that note, when we got that advice, and then the decision that was taken. So we were, I was in touch with her. That was over the Christmas and New Year period. So yes, I mean, I can't sit here and tell you exactly on what day. A lot of that was by phone, obviously, given it was over the holiday period. But she was fully, this I think has been described, and it is, and she has said it here. It was the Permanent Secretary's decision. I, in no way, whatever the technicalities are, I'm seeking to dissociate myself from this decision. I was involved in the deliberations. I was in agreement with it, and absolutely stand behind the decision the Permanent Secretary took.
Okay. And in the Lord Advocate's evidence, he highlighted the importance of focusing on the complainers when it came to decisions to concede to the judicial review. So I suppose my question is, was the protecting of the complainers and their complaints, did that play a role in it taking quite a while to decide whether to concede the judicial review?
So I don't think you can separate that, and forgive me, I'm about to speak in answer to a question about complainers here in a way that will sound quite dispassionate, but this was a decision-making process in a judicial review case. So, and I recall, I think, the evidence that the Lord Advocate gave on this point. As long, and Alec Cole-Hamilton asked me something similar here, as long as this case was stateable and we thought we had an arguable, credible case, even although our prospects had deteriorated, then the wider public interest came into play, and that was the desire, if possible, to get a judicial determination on all of the grounds of challenge. And also, in addition to that, if we thought we had a chance of successfully defending this and prevailing both on the legality of the procedure and the process, then that would have been in the interest of the complainants, because it wouldn't have meant that the whole process was set aside in the way it ultimately was. So that was part of that. But you can only, in these decisions, really take account of those wider things as long as you have a stateable case. So we carried on deciding that for as long as that was the case. And when that ceased to be the case because of what happened in terms of the uncovering of information that then suggested that the IO had greater involvement with the complainers, and that then changed the judgment we'd made about being able to defend the interpretation of Section 10, that's when the view to concede came. So, a view of the complainers was an integral part of that. I think Alec Cole-Hamilton put the alternative view that it might have been better for the complainers to concede earlier and allow a new process. Now, people will take different views on that, but the interest of the complainers was part of the wider consideration. As long as the case was stateable, we should continue to defend it.
Okay, thank you. Jackie Bailey.
Thank you very much, Convener. It feels like a long time since we last spoke, First Minister. So let me try and rattle through this. Can I, sorry, I missed that one.
I said you misquoted me the last time we spoke.
But so you corrected me.
Perhaps, well...
And you clearly have lots of resources to do that.
I don't have to do it again,
let me try and make sure that you do.
Could you two just get on with it, please?
Absolutely.
We've been doing this for years.
I've noted that throughout today, you've talked about a litany of failures. You've described them as catastrophic.
Sorry, I rest my case.
Errors, well, you have. Okay. You've talked about errors in the investigation. You've talked about errors in the judicial review. You've talked about errors in the supply of information. And I absolutely appreciate you apologising as the head of the Scottish Government and taking responsibility. But you're not directly responsible, are you?
Look, every single day, Ms Bailey, things happen in the Scottish Government not explicitly in my name, but things happen that ultimately I'm responsible for. So most of them go well, some of them don't go well, and I can't pick and choose what I take responsibility for. But in the sense of I wasn't directly involved in the problems that led to the judicial review collapsing, then no, I wasn't directly involved in those. But there'll be lots of things that happen in the Scottish Government that I'm not directly involved in. It doesn't mean I can sit here and say that I bear no responsibility.
I don't think I've ever heard you really describe your stewardship of any particular problem as catastrophic. I mean, you've described these errors
perhaps not
as
publicly.
Catastrophic. Okay, perhaps not publicly, but then you don't confide in me. But you have used that word. That's a strong word. Tell me why then nobody has resigned, nobody has actually taken responsibility for this, because at the heart of this, 2 women have been really badly let down. They've had no closure in this at all.
I'm going to give you a sort of personal answer to this and then give you the sort of government answer. And forgive me, it's 4 hours in, I'm possibly getting too tired to safely give personal answers. So I think firstly, just technically, and Murdo Fraser will correct me if I'm getting this wrong and correct me for the official report, but I think I was responding to Murdo Fraser putting the word catastrophic, as I didn't disagree with that, I agreed with it, but it wasn't my choice of word, it was Murdo Fraser's choice of word. Yeah, sure, so I'm just, we both like to be accurate on these things. I suppose there's 2 things. The personal, I feel very strongly, and rightly or wrongly, this situation of complaints emerging against Alec was horrendous for everybody that had to deal with it. I'm not saying it's obviously not unprecedented, but it was really, really difficult for everybody. I didn't know about it at the time people were in it originally dealing with it, but this was an invidious, difficult situation, and people got things wrong, and maybe that's made me too likely to be understanding of people who made mistakes. But the more governmental answer is we are still in the process of investigation and inquiry into all of this. If you remember back to the day that we conceded the judicial review, I think I said in Parliament that day that we were going to be instructing an independent process of investigation, which Laura Dunlop was then charged to do. We're awaiting that. We're awaiting, obviously, the recommendations and conclusions of this committee. And I think that is right and proper.
My problem with that response is that you are the head of government, you have responsibility, the policy lies on a shelf gathering dust. 2 women have been failed by this. What happens in the intervening 2 years that you've taken to look at this for any woman who suffers sexual harassment?
Well, in much of the intervening 2 years, there has also been a criminal investigation. Now, I'm not saying that constrains internal things we do. The policy, to use your description, lies on the shelf. The policy is still extant. It has not been declared unlawful. And fairness at work, although we've talked previously about the perceived or actual deficiencies in fairness at work that led to the new procedure, is still there and available for those within the Scottish Government who want to come forward. I think this is probably something we all share. I have profound concerns about the impact all of this and some of the way the narrative has developed around it, the allegations that have been made, all of this. I have a profound concern about what it means for the confidence women in Scotland have in coming forward. And the government's actions are part of that. I don't deny that. But I think all of us, and I say this deliberately, I think every single one of us, after this is all over, have to think about how we repair some of that and build a culture again in Scotland where women do feel confident to come forward. And I don't shy away from the government's big responsibility in that.
Yeah, might be useful to have a policy in place that people
there
can
is a
apply
policy
to.
in place.
Well, we can debate that. Can I move on to information and let me genuinely say how frustrated I have been as a member of this committee, and I don't think I've ever felt quite so frustrated in my 22 years of being on parliamentary committees as with this one. And let me tell you why. We've waited for information from the Scottish Government. The stuff we've received has been partial. It's been late. The complaints handling phase was due in August. We received it in December. The legal advice has taken 2 votes in Parliament and a motion of no confidence in John Swinney before we saw it last night at 6 o'clock. Last night at 6 o'clock. And let me say to you, there's information missing. Reference is made in the documents to communications with Christine O'Neill. None of them are there. The information is not provided to us. Reference has been made to an urgent consultation meeting on Friday the 2nd of November. Nothing's there. It's not been given to us. Your meeting on the 13th of November, which I think is critical, as the First Minister, with the Permanent Secretary and the Chief of Staff and external legal advisors, there's nothing. Where is the consultation note of that meeting? It's not been provided to us. Now, I have to say, we've waited to the 11th hour for the legal advice. We get partial legal advice. Do you understand the frustration of the committee? Do you understand that it looks as if the government doesn't want to give us critical information? And what will you do to rectify that today?
Today, I'm not sure what you want me to do. Look, I could sit here, as I have done on certain legal advice, for example, and it's not going to remove your frustration, nor would I expect it to, but I've given you an explanation of the factors that lie under that, and we can agree or disagree on that. I would also take issue with some of the characterisation of delay in, I don't think this was your word, prevarication and trying to avoid giving information. There have been really complex issues behind the provision of some of this information. Sometimes it's quantity, but often the legal constraints and the particular legal orders in place. I think the government has fully cooperated with the committee, and I think it has provided information in a proper way. But I am not going, as First Minister, that absolutely respects committees of this Parliament, I'm not going to sit here and say, listening to what you've just said to me, that I'm not going to reflect seriously on that, because of course I will. I think I said this earlier on, for different reasons, I know, I share a lot of this frustration, because some of the information that hasn't been available, some legal advice, that's down to the government, but for the reasons I've set out, other categories of information, it's not down to the government. Things handed over in criminal trials, it's not in the government's gift to give that. But every time, and I would actually argue this with the legal advice, that there has been information that a lot of mystique and intrigue has been built up around once it has been published, or in the case of some of what the committee got from the Crown Office wasn't published, but you were able to look at that yourself and see that what had been said about it wasn't actually the case. And I think with the legal advice, while people can take different views on the decisions we took, you look at the legal advice in the round and see some of the things that were being said about the government's position are just not borne out in fact. So I get some of the frustration. I share some of the frustration, even if I don't accept the characterisation on all respects of what lies behind that. But I will, with any committee that is saying that it feels that way, I will reflect on that. If there are particular pieces of information that I can today see if the committee still feels it needs and hasn't got, if that information is available, I will undertake to do what we can to provide that to the committee.
Can I say to the First Minister that the time for reflection has actually passed? We've been asking for this information for months. There have been 2 votes in Parliament that, as far as I can recall, you were present for. 2 votes in Parliament demanding the release of legal advice. Endless letters from this committee to John Swinney, your deputy, asking to see legal advice. We didn't want to see it all. We wanted to see Council's opinion. We wanted to see the notes where Council were involved in providing advice to ministers, to the Lord Advocate, to whoever. We haven't got that today. We simply do not have it. And what I would ask you then is, what is the legal basis for not giving us the consultation note from the 13th of November with Council? What is the legal basis of not giving us the note of the meeting of Friday the 2nd of November? What is the legal basis for not giving us the communications with Christine O'Neill? Because I just don't understand that. I genuinely don't.
Well, firstly, I know the Deputy First Minister has said there will be further information coming to the committee. And I'm crossing this line today because I'm sitting in front of the committee, I have deliberately recused myself from the handling of that. So I don't know exactly what the different arguments are in relation to every single bit of information, but that process is still underway, and I'm not going to get into the detail of that when I am not, and it may have been developing as I've been in here today, so I'm not equipped to do that.
But do you accept these are critical bits of information that would have been so useful to talk to you about?
I have spoken. I spoke at length to Murdo Fraser, or not perhaps at length on this particular bit, but in my exchanges with Murdo Fraser, I talked about the consultation on the 2nd of November, which I wasn't at. I talked about the Solicitor General being at that and the outcome of that. So I'm not going to get into specifics there because I am not in possession at this point in all the information about what exists and what can and will be passed to the committee. That is a process that is, I understand it, underway. On the general issue, I'm not going to sit here and rehearse all the arguments about legal advice. The position on government legal advice is long established and there for good reason. And sitting here right now, I'm glad you've got the legal advice so that I could talk about it openly today. But I have a concern about getting into a situation where government legal advice is routinely asked for and published, because I think that will undermine the basis on which governments properly inform their decisions. But I'm not, going to rehearse that. After the parliamentary votes, the committee went through a process, I understand, with the Deputy First Minister that resulted in the committee, at that point, not quite as unprecedented as what we released yesterday, but at that point was also quite unprecedented, of showing the committee substantial information summarising the government's legal advice. So it's not true to say that the government didn't respond to that, but we have genuinely held views and concerns about the basis on which governments need to be able to take confidential legal advice. And incidentally, when Alex Salmond was First Minister, he held those views as strongly as I do now.
I'm going to intervene here just to say the committee generally shares that frustration that Miss Bailey has expressed. And we will be meeting later today, and considering the legal advice we have received compared to the motion that we passed unanimously some time ago, to see whether the terms of that agreement of the committee has been met, and we will then get straight back on to the government to discuss these issues. And it is noted that Mr Swinney, Deputy First Minister, has in fact said that more information may be available. So that is ongoing. Ms Bailey.
Thank you very much for that helpful point of information, Convener. But, if you take a decision to release legal advice, I am very clear that this doesn't meet the terms of the committee's request, and it is partial. You've taken that decision to release it, not some of it, but actually the legal advice, and we have not yet received that, and I find that really disrespectful to the committee. Let me move on, and I will try and be very quick in terms of areas that Murdo Fraser has already covered. The Council's opinion of the 27th of September, quite clearly at paragraph 6, 58 and 60, questions whether you would succeed on the basis of one particular ground that was suggested in the original petition, and that was ground 4, procedural unfairness. And I think you would accept that paragraph 6, 58 and 60 question whether you would succeed.
I missed at the start.
Sorry.
Which one you were talking about?
27th of September, the very first.
And which paragraphs are you
Council's
talking about?
opinion, 6, 58 and 60.
6, 58 and 60. Okay, carry on.
Okay. Where they note that the vulnerability arises from the procedure itself and not from its implementation in this particular case. So their concern is not just a question of implementation, but the policy itself. And the reason I am so interested in that is because it calls into question the policy you've still got there.
This is a piece of legal advice, and I did try to address this with Murdo Fraser. I have never, I don't know if I can say that in an unqualified sense, I don't think I have ever seen a piece of legal advice about a government decision or a government, a litigation that government was involved in that was absolutely unqualified and said 100% there are no weaknesses in your case. So that, if I had read this and it said there's no potential weaknesses, that might have created more of a question in my mind than it did. The particularly this point of a litigation where it's prospects of success, it's an early, they point out the things they think are of greatest vulnerability. That was what they said was of greatest vulnerability in the case. It didn't mean they thought it was really, really vulnerable and we were definitely going to lose. I guess it's relative as well to the other grounds that they thought were much stronger. So that's how legal advice tends to be presented. Here's the really strong bits and here's the bits that are less strong. It's relative and you take that overall. That does not mean, and I'm not going to sit here and speak for Roddy Dunlop and Christine O'Neill, but certainly I didn't read that as saying you're definitely going to lose the judicial review on this ground. Just relatively speaking, this is your greatest risk and greatest vulnerability.
Okay, let me just quote to you from paragraph 60. This aspect of the case does seem to us to be the most difficult, and we cannot say that there is anything other than a material possibility that the court will agree with the petitioner's complaints in this regard. Isn't it the case that if just one of the petitioner's grounds of challenge are found to be legitimate, then it could lead to the quashing of the decision made by the Permanent Secretary? It could lead to the quashing of the procedure too.
It could have done, yes. I think that is evident and factual. I think also it could have been the case, and I put it no more strongly than that a judge may have taken an overall view and come to a decision that there may be weaknesses, but overall the procedure was fair. But the operative word in your questions to me there was could. And can I say genuinely, if the government was on legal advice like this, of, here's your grounds, here's where we think you're strong, here's where you might have a weakness. If the government was to decide not to defend legal action on the basis of opinions like this, the government would never defend any legal action ever. Because you never get an opinion, I don't think, that says you have no vulnerabilities, there is no possibility of losing. So if that's the test you apply, no government anywhere would ever defend a legal action. And I'm not sure you are suggesting that's the position
No, I'm
we should
not.
be in.
But it was an interesting explanation. And I agree that when you consider the 27th of September, they are suggesting that other grounds are quite weak. So I could see why you would proceed on that basis. But when I come to the opinion of the 31st of October, I find no such positive news anywhere in any of the paragraphs. Here was an opinion written by Roddy Dunlop QC on Halloween at 10 to 11 at night. It was urgent. It was genuinely urgent. I mean, you get the sense of that from both the submission and the emails surrounding it. In virtually every paragraph, in fact, in every paragraph, he concludes that the prospects of winning are incredibly slim. I don't see any positive balancing paragraph. Do you?
And again, I'm probably straying into trying to speak for Roddy Dunlop, which I suspect is really unwise to do. And it was Halloween and it was late at night, and he was clearly seriously concerned. But he also says, my apologies for the hour, I'm been unavailable, I'm engaged in a 3-week proof. So just to give a bit of context there. But to go back to a question I was asked earlier on, I can't remember who by, is it the case that counsel had to threaten to resign? Lawyers will not pursue an unstateable case. And so if Roddy Dunlop or Christine O'Neill had thought at that point the case was unstateable, they would not have agreed to continue. They thought there was a problem. There was then a consultation 2 days later where the discussion ended with thinking, actually, this is arguable. This section 10, yes, it is open to the interpretation that led Roddy Dunlop to write that note, but equally it's open to the other interpretation, and we think we can argue the alternative interpretation. These are the kind of judgments and decisions that are made in litigation, I imagine, all the time. And I go back to what I said. Fast forward to the 11th of December, and you've still got the law officers, and I'll read again the summary of the position of the law officers. They tested most of the arguments, including the appointment of the investigating officer, and concluded that we have credible arguments. Weeks after the 31st of October, the law officers still thought we had credible arguments. Now, there is always going to be a balance of judgment and differences of opinion about what the correct time, if ultimately you lose a court case, what would have been the optimal time to concede that. But taking everything into account, the point at which the government should have conceded this case was not the 31st of October, because that, and you know, if you're going to make that argument, it's much more credible to make it. It's still not right to make it, in my view, but it would be much more credible to make it on the basis of the 6th of December note than it would on the 31st of October note. Now, that's just my view, and that's the view.
I appreciate you guiding me on the questioning, but let me return to the 31st of October.
I wasn't guiding you on the question, I was just giving you my answers to your questions.
Absolutely. Well, let me return to the 31st of October and quote to you from paragraph 14, where Roddy Dunlop says, "It makes little sense to continue to defend the indefensible." Now, previously you spoke about the interests of the two women in this, and I absolutely agree with you. And here is what he goes on to say. The upside to such an eventuality, the procedure would simply be reset. Safeguards could be put in place to minimise the risk of a further challenge to the renewed investigation. Wouldn't it have been better for the two women if you'd followed that advice?
I'm not. So ultimately, with everything we know now, you can certainly make that case. But, you know, on the 31st of October and around about that, and let me just quote the last paragraph of it, "All of that is, however, presently hypothetical. A final decision will require to await the information discussed above. This note is simply provided to ensure that the main decision makers are fully cited in advance of Friday's consultation." Friday's consultation looked at the whole thing and decided actually there was a credible argument that could be made. And at that point, so you're sitting here with, yes, a weakness in the case that hadn't previously been known, a significant weakness, serious problem, I think is the term Roddy Dunlop used. But the consensus view, supported by the law officers, is that there was a credible argument. And actually, this didn't happen, which is why you can apply the hindsight and get to the point you're reasonably making to me. But actually, at that point, I think it was a reasonable judgment to say that it was better for the complainers to try to defend the case and hopefully prevail on the case so that they didn't have to go through a different, a revised and rerun procedure.
We don't know what happened at the meeting on the 2nd of November because we don't have those papers in front of us.
You've made...
Okay. Well, no, I'm making it again because there is the obvious difficulty. I have nothing to test your response against. Can I go to one of the obvious areas that they were wanting further information, and that's the role of the investigating officer. Why did it take so long to find out the investigating officer's prior involvement with the complainants when, according to her evidence to the committee, it was widely known?
So at this point, it was believed that the degree of contact between the investigating officer and the complainants was not such that it meant we couldn't argue the interpretation and the fact that the degree and nature of the contact was such that it didn't make the process unfair. Later information came to light, and I cannot definitively answer the question as to why it took so long for that information to come to light, but you know, you can only base decisions on the information you have at the time, and that is the broad summary of the position that pertained on the 31st of October. Of course, this was something, and a large part of the 31st of October note is talking about the obligation of disclosure on the government. So this was disclosed by the government and then became one of the formal challenges in the judicial review. So at each stage, you can and it's perfect. It's part of the committee's job is to look at the thing in the round, to look at it from the perspective of the outcome and work your way back and come to a view on what we got right and what we got wrong. But when you're in the decision-making process, you take the decisions on the basis of the information that is in front of you at the time, and I think at each stage, the decisions that the government reached are absolutely defensible on the grounds of being legally sound and sound in that wider context as well.
Was she spoken to by the Scottish Government's legal department, and if so, when?
Who, sorry?
The investigating officer. Was she interviewed by them?
I don't know.
Okay. She was interviewed by Junior Counsel on the 17th of October.
Oh, sorry, in the context, I understand that statements and affidavits were taken from the investigating officer, so I think I'm...
Okay, do you know when that was?
I don't have the dates of that.
Okay, that would be useful to know. She did meet with Junior Counsel, we understand, on the 17th of October. Again, we don't have a note of that meeting. Would it be appropriate to supply us with that too?
I don't know. I am not involved, not least because I'm sitting here right now, in the process of considering what further information the committee will be sent. So I'm not going to answer those questions yes or no, because there will be considerations that are no doubt being and will be undertaken.
Okay. Can I move on to the duty of candour? Because that, of course, requires full disclosure of information by the Scottish Government. Why was a commission on diligence needed? Why did the Scottish Government not hand over the information that would be required and expected of it?
Well, my understanding is the Scottish Government did hand over the information that it thought it had and was complying with the duty of candour as it thought. Information came to light, regrettably, during the Commission on Diligence that then had the result that we have spoken about. There was, to the best of my knowledge, no intention on the part of the Scottish Government to withhold information, but the process demonstrated that there had been information that was not handed over in the proper and timely way.
Okay. I mean, I have to say this mirrors the committee's experience of trying to get information from the Scottish Government. You may recall there was a search warrant issued to the Permanent Secretary from the Crown Office to ingather material for the criminal trial. The committee itself asked for information on the complaints handling phase, and in addition to a number of documents, we got 40 documents not previously seen before, either at the criminal trial or indeed at the Court of Session during the judicial review. Should they have been revealed to the Court of Session in the Crown Office?
I don't know what sorry, I thought you were finished.
Okay, no. Breaching the terms of a search warrant, I had understood as a layperson, was quite serious. Have I got that wrong?
It would be serious if that is what had happened. It's a bit like some other things that have been put to me. There is an assumption underpinning that question that I don't necessarily accept. I think there has been a suggestion made that, I think from Mr Salmon, that 46 documents were inappropriately withheld from the warrant in the criminal investigation. Scottish Government officials have reviewed the documents that were listed in the submission he made to the committee. Of these, 13 of them were in fact released under the warrant, and others didn't meet the specific terms of the warrant. The government, certainly ministers and the Permanent Secretary, had no role in determining which documents were in scope of the terms of the warrant. There was a rigorous process undertaken, but crucially, the warrant process is included oversight by an independent commissioner that was appointed by the court. So where documents weren't handed over, that would have been because a judgment was made that they weren't within the scope of the warrant. But that was not a process I had any direct involvement in.
Okay. Can I move us on to sisting? And you earlier said, I think in response to, might have been Alistair Allen, about the nature of the attempt to assist the judicial review, which...
To the best of my knowledge, there was no attempt to assist the judicial review. Okay,
but there was discussion about it.
I would have been astounded, given the circumstances, if there wasn't even we're talking here about a judicial review where there was a criminal investigation. You would consider, and I think the government did, whether there was any case that there should be an application for assisting. That didn't happen, and instead there was an agreement on the part of the Scottish Government not to oppose the motion for reporting restrictions. And certainly from my memory of those discussions, there was always a sense that reporting restrictions would always be preferable to assisting, because it would allow to go forward. But this idea that the government was trying to get this judicial review assisted is not the case.
Well, we were told by the former First Minister that he had a precognition statement which suggested that a special advisor was encouraging civil servants to come forward as they were out to get him, and that would assist the sisting process.
So I'm going to go on to what I understand from that because I hear these things. Neither have I, but I've made some inquiries. But can I just say, you were told a lot of things by the former First Minister, just as you will be applying your critical faculties to what I'm telling you. I'm sure you're doing the same to his as well. So the government did not try to assist And that, and to the best of my knowledge, there was no, after the early stages in September that led to reporting restrictions being imposed, there was no, as I said earlier on, I can't sit here and say nobody in the government ever raised the word sisting again. I can't even be sure I didn't raise the word sisting again, but there was no serious attempt at any point on the part of the government to get this case sisted. So this kind of theory seems to fall apart on that really inconvenient fact. On the precognition statement, and I have to piece these things together. I think, forgive me, I think there has been an implication, or not that's putting it too strongly. I think some people perhaps have wanted it to be assumed that the special advisor in this particular fragment of the conspiracy theory, if I can call it that, was my chief of staff. My understanding is that's not the case. The special advisor that allegedly said this, I think, was asked about it by the police and is adamant that that was not something that was said. But this is also a special advisor that would have had no real knowledge or insight into what was happening in the judicial review. Now, I can't say any more than what I've said there because it's just me trying to piece fragments of information together. But probably the most important thing for me to say is, if somebody wants to genuinely argue that the government was trying to game the timing of the judicial review in order to allow it to be overtaken by a criminal investigation, there's a lot of things that really have to be established, a lot of very unlikely and implausible things that really have to be established there, that nobody, as far as I can see, has come within a million miles of doing, probably because it simply did not happen in that way.
I absolutely hope the First Minister's right, but you'll not be surprised to hear that we don't have the paperwork that relates to that. We've been promised it, still to appear.
But if the government had made an attempt to assist the case, presumably that would be, I'm maybe getting this wrong, but presumably that would be known through the court proceedings that there had been an attempt to assist the case.
We've nothing from the government, despite requesting it, and they've promised to deliver it, so maybe you could hurry them up. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Ms Bailey. Now, I think there's a small question or so from Mr McMillan on the judicial review, and then I will ask him to move straight into the ministerial code, for which he also has a couple of questions. Mr McMillan.
Thank you, Convener. Just want to follow on from a couple of Jackie Bailey's questions, and it was touched upon a moment ago that the Scottish Government didn't send anyone to the lodging of the complainers process. Can you explain why the Scottish Government didn't send anyone to that place?
Forgive me, Mr McMillan, I'm not 100% sure. Is this about the...
Yeah, that was the motion.
For reporting restrictions?
Yeah.
As I understand it, and I'll stand to be corrected if I'm getting this wrong, it's because we weren't opposing it, so there was no need for the government to turn up to say we're not opposing it. As far as I understand, that's not unusual in court proceedings. If a motion is unopposed, then there's no need for everybody to be there in court to do that. So my understanding is that's the explanation of that.
Okay, thank you. In your time as a minister, have you ever seen any legal advice from council that predicted defeat for the Scottish Government, but that the government then went on to win?
I'm conscious here of we have waived legal privilege in the legal advice in this matter. We have not waived legal privilege, so the ministerial code still applies in terms of legal advice on all other issues. So I could not confirm or deny the content or provenance of legal advice on other matters. So I'm not doing that because that would be taking me into difficult territory. But I commented in general terms that you'll get a spectrum of opinion in any litigation on any issue, and sometimes in the course of a litigation it will move backwards and forwards in terms of we're really confident or we're not so confident now, and back again, and that would not be unusual. And I use minimum pricing because it's the one that I've been most closely associated with and involved in, obviously these matters aside, in my ministerial career, and also because it was a very long, protracted litigation went all the way to the Supreme Court, if I recall, and I use that to illustrate that point, but I can't go into the content of any legal advice on any particular issue.
Okay, thank you. Both the Lord Advocate and the former Director of Legal Services were quite candid about the government's failings in locating and sharing all relevant documents with Mr Salmond as part of the judicial review. How can the Scottish Government procedure change so that the Scottish Government are in a much better position to make the information more available, certainly in terms of future documents, which are necessary in any litigation?
Look, the government will be learning lessons on all of this. I know that. I can't give you specific answers to that right now in terms of the technical things that no doubt the government is trying to improve around document retrieval. These are never simple things. The sheer volume of documents that go through government systems on a daily, weekly, monthly basis is massive. And part, I'm not making excuses here, but that will have been part of the issue here. I don't know, I'm not an expert on how, these kind of searches are done, but you use keywords and phrases and such like. So given the volume of information that the government has, it's a complex process. It didn't work at all times here the way it should have worked, and that's had the consequences that we've been talking about. So, these will be things that we will be seeking to improve and learn from in the future.
Thank you. And just one final question in this area. It goes back to the document that was published yesterday, the legal advice from the 27th of September, which Ms Bailey touched upon. Do you have any comments or thoughts about the Council's advice in that document regarding the retrospective element of the case and the procedure?
I'm not sure which document you're referring to.
Sorry, it's the legal advice that was published yesterday, the one the 27th of September.
The note of prospects.
Yeah.
I would say nothing in addition to what I've said already. Well, I'm about to repeat what I said already. That note of prospects was covering all the grounds of challenge and looking at what the view was around all of them. Can't immediately recall exactly what it said on the retrospectivity ground, but all of that would have been taken into account as we considered our prospects. I don't know whether you want to point me to the paragraph.
It's the paragraphs 39, 40, 47 and 48. The reason why I asked the question is because of certainly Mr Salmond discussed at length when he was in front of us on Friday and viewed the aspect of the retrospectivity as a strength for his case. However, the Scottish Government's Council stated that, and I quote, there had been an increased public focus on historical allegations of harassment and on the failure of those who had experienced harassment to make complaints at the time of the alleged harassment changes, i.e. changes in procedure are often retrospective and legitimately so.
Well, thanks for helping me out there. I couldn't find the... that goes to the heart of it. Mr Salmond has a view that he says was backed up by his legal advice, which it may well have been, that retrospectivity was inappropriate and would have been a legal flaw in the procedure. My view and the government's view is different, both on the legal basis but also on the appropriateness of allowing complaints of a historic nature to be investigated.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on to the Ministry report. Okay. So in your opening statement, First Minister, and also with your written evidence, you provided an account of why you met or had contact with Mr Salmond. Can you briefly take us through these reasons?
Basically, because I was being, in summary, I can go into as much detail as you want. In summary, because I was being told that he was facing an issue, he was distressed, he, as I was told, and I don't know what the basis of this was, he may be considering stepping aside, resigning from SNP membership. So as a friend of Alex, as a party leader, that was the basis in which I chose to meet him. And I've set out in my opening statement, I've set out in my written evidence that was the basis. The decisions I then took from that around not immediately notifying that under the ministerial code, and I suspect I'm slightly responsible for this myself because I talked a lot about the party basis of that. That decision wasn't really based on the classification of the meeting. That was down to a consideration of how best I protected the independence and the confidentiality of the process. And I go into that in my written evidence, and I touched on it in my opening statement today.
What, in your view, was Mr. Salmon's motivation for attending?
I think when he got there and we had the discussion on the 2nd of April, it is as he has set out. He wanted me to intervene initially to try to bring about a process of mediation. I believed that I was seeing him. I didn't believe it. I knew I was seeing him in the party personal space, but he clearly had a different objective coming into that. And when we had that discussion on the 2nd of April, it very quickly became clear to me that what I had thought he might be about to do was not the case. And I thought it was not appropriate for me to intervene in the way that he was asking me to do. This whole issue of, I heard him rebut it, and perhaps, he never had any intention of resigning, but it was put to me that he was potentially considering that, given that he was handling a difficult situation. I don't know whether Jeff Aberdeen, who told me that, was telling me because Alec had told him that, or whether it was just Jeff's surmising, but that was something that I thought was a prospect or a possibility. Knowing Alec as I did, and knowing Alec as many of you do, the one thing you always have in your mind about Alec is that he doesn't do the expected thing. So initially, facing a difficult situation, did I think it credible that he would decide to handle it by saying, I'm going to stand down from the party to clear my name? I thought it was credible. To be perfectly honest, that was something that stayed in my mind for longer. That although after speaking to him on the 2nd of April, it was clear that he wanted to deal with it in a particular way so that it didn't become public or anything, there was always a thing in my mind that if Alec had got to the point where he thought that was just not going to be possible, it was always a prospect he would just decide to take control of the narrative and handle it in a different way. And that was, just a factor that was in my mind throughout, that period from him, from that meeting on the 2nd of April through that summer.
Thank you for that. You've described meeting Mr. Salmond on more than one occasion, and certainly on one of those particular occasions, and you've put in your evidence that you didn't want to be cornered by Mr. Salmond at an upcoming party conference, which you thought might occur if you hadn't discussed the matter with him beforehand. What do you mean by cornered?
That might not have been the best word to you. You know what SNP conferences are like. So just to deal with the chronology of this. This was after I had become, certainly the prospect in my mind had become much more serious, that he was contemplating legal action against the government, and that was the point at which, notwithstanding my reasons for not telling the Permanent Secretary beforehand, I decided I had to tell the Permanent Secretary because of that threat of legal action, and that's what I did in, I think on the 6th of June. I told her in the letter I wrote her that I would make Alec aware that I had told her and reiterate that I wouldn't intervene. So that was the purpose of that meeting. I also knew that we had our party conference at the end of that week. I assumed he was going to be there. Actually, as it turned out, I don't think he was planning to be there, but I assumed he'd be there. And I just didn't want that discussion potentially to happen, in a sort of ad hoc way. I wanted that to be planned, so I arranged to meet him to effectively say, I've told the Permanent Secretary I'm not going to intervene. I'm summarising here. Obviously, that was the meeting at which he wanted me to take away a draft petition for judicial review, I think, which I didn't think was appropriate for me to do.
Okay, thank you. According to your evidence, the first time that you actually saw the allegations against Mr Salmond under the Scottish Government's complaints procedure, it was in the meeting on the 2nd of April in your house. You described him, obviously, as a friend of some 30 years, as you've done so numerous occasions today. And I think you've described learning of the, and I quote, the gory detail. I think that's from a press report, some alleged press comments from you of these allegations. Can you expand on that, please?
I will not expand on it very much because I suspect the convener will stop me because we'll be straying into territory that is not the remit of the committee. He showed me the letter he'd had from the Permanent Secretary which set out the details of the complaints that had been made against him. They were distressing and upsetting details. But he then, and it goes back to what I said earlier on, this was one of the incidents, was an incident he was aware of that he had apologised to somebody for at the time. So he gave me his account of that incident. I should be very clear, he denied the specifics of the allegation in the sense that there was anything that wasn't consensual in it, but he gave me his account, and my view is that his account constituted behaviour that was not appropriate for the First Minister, but I probably shouldn't go into any more detail than that.
Thank you. Mr Sam's account of what happened when you met and he brought up the complaints against him was that you said, and I quote, "I want to assist," which you took that to mean that you would intervene to advocate for mediation in the first instance. What's your response to Mr Salmond's comments?
I think I answered this in response to Andy Whiteman. I just want to paint, or not paint a picture, but give people the context here. I'm sitting in my house. It was Easter, we talked about the 2nd of April, it was Easter Monday. The man that I had worked with, been friends with, in my earlier years, had looked up to so much, had just told me something pretty shocking. My head was spinning, I was dealing with kind of complicated emotions. You're sitting with a friend who's saying, I'm facing this terrible situation. Things like, I'd love to help if I could, kind of thing. It's entirely possible. You say these kind of things. This is a human situation. We're talking about it now as a political scrutiny situation, which is absolutely proper. But in the moment, this was a human situation between two people that knew each other really well. And I think I described this to Andy Whiteman. From the minute I saw the letter, I knew that it would not be appropriate for me to intervene. I probably was trying to soften that for him, maybe from his accounts. I softened that too much. I was also thinking about, in real time, is there anything I have to do? Do I have to report this to anybody? So all of that was going through my head as we were having this discussion. But I did not intervene because, for the reasons I set out very vehemently to Margaret Mitchell, I don't think that would have been appropriate for me to do. The other thing I would just say is what I've just described to you there is also kind of demonstrates this was not, the detail of this was not something that I had 3 days to kind of think about, because I was thinking about it really in real time.
So from the human perspective, is that the reason why that you met Mr Salmond on a few occasions after?
Well, I met him twice after that. The 7th of June, ahead of the SNP conference, I think we've already talked about. The third and final time I met him, in fact I think it is the final time I met him, full stop, is the 13th of July, round about that July date. And if I'm being very reflective, that's probably the meeting. I think, why did I meet him again here? It was very much in the personal party space. I go back to what I said earlier on, and if he was sitting here right now, he'd say, don't be daft, I'd never do that. But there was always this thing in my head. If he gets to a point where he doesn't think he can stop this in the ways he's trying to, he just does the kind of, Alex Salmond press conference. And so I guess I just wanted to know that I wasn't suddenly facing that at some stage. And, you know, this is maybe the most ironic bit of all. Probably at that stage, I was still a bit concerned about him. So I'm sitting here facing all of this and being accused of being part of a grand conspiracy against him. Actually, some of what probably has led me into trouble is I was concerned about him. So that's why I kind of met him in July. You know, he at that point was putting to me a belief, and I don't know whether it was a genuine belief he had or it was a device to try to draw me in, that I was blocking arbitration, which was not the case because I wasn't part of the discussion.
Thank you. And my final question, Convener. Last week, Mr. Salmond said, and I quote, "My view is that there are times in life when, as First Minister, you cannot assist your associates because that would be diametrically opposed to something that you have to abide by." Do you agree?
Yes. And, you know, not surprisingly, he was putting forward the view that this was an occasion where that wasn't the case, and I should have done, but I'm not going to rehearse everything I said to Margaret Mitchell. I feel very strongly that it would not have been right for me to intervene, however much I might, you know, in my heart have wanted to help a friend, although, you know, the nature of this was more complex than that, but it would not have been right for me to do it, and that's why I didn't.
Thank you. Thank you.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Convener. First Minister, I too would like to focus on the meetings of 29th March and 2nd April 2018 and their immediate aftermath. All of my questions are around that. Can I just start by confirming something you told us in your written evidence, that you had no idea that you were going to meet Jeff Aberdeen until he appeared in your parliamentary office on March 29th? Is that accurate?
I didn't know for certain. I had been told that Jeff wanted to see me, that he might be in Parliament that day. I think that was probably the night before, it might have been the morning of. But it was he might be in Parliament, and if so, he wants to have a word with you. I didn't know it was certain that he was going to be in Parliament.
But you were partially prepared for it. And Mr. Aberdeen said nothing of the actual investigations at that meeting, but did hint that Mr. Salmond might be facing allegations of a sexual nature. That's as you know, and it's been the subject of comment and scepticism, and I understand that. I didn't remember this meeting, and my recollection of this meeting is still not as vivid as I would like it to be. It was, I won't go into the detail, it was a colleague's birthday, and we stepped into my office. He indicated there was a harassment issue. To the best of my recollection, it was in general terms. What I remember most strongly is how worried he was about Alec, and the main purpose of the discussion, as I recall it, was to get me to agree to see Alec. Now, the bit where I do agree, and it's part of Alec's evidence on Friday, seemed to be suggesting that I wasn't agreeing. I did agree in that meeting to see him. So, in a sense, the 2nd of April meeting was agreed on the 29th of March. I don't think the date was confirmed until over the weekend, but I did agree to see him. But that's what I recall. There was an issue, it was serious, he was really worried about Alec, and I needed to see him. But my best recollection of that is that it was in general terms. Despite limited information from Jeff Aberdeen on the 29th of March, you agreed to drop everything and meet Alex Salmond 4 days later, and you've just said that was for two reasons in particular. One was personal, he was in a profound degree of distress, and the second was that you'd been told by Jeff Aberdeen that he might well be about to resign from the SNP. Now, when I asked Mr. Salmond about this, he was very strident in stating that resignation was the last thing on his mind. Can you tell us what reason did Jeff Aberdeen give you for suggesting otherwise?
I don't really, I can't recall whether Jeff even said, Alec has told me this, or I just am worried about this. It was just something he said. I think he might be, I think he might even be about to resign. And that was what gave me the sense that this was a serious issue, and I really needed to speak to him about it. Let me be clear, within a very short space of Alec being in my house on April the 2nd, it was clear to me that that was not his intention. I still had this, that could always change with Alec. I don't think I'm describing something here that's not recognisable to people. Expect the unexpected was always something you should do with him. My final point is just dropping everything. April the 2nd was Easter Monday. I was due to be at home. my friend of 30 years wants to see me, I agreed that would be the case. I was due to be working at home. My chief of staff, who was at that meeting, was due to be there to see me because I was off to China later on that week. So it wasn't a kind of drop everything to see Alec. It was just a meeting that I agreed to have, and that was the first available and convenient date to do it.
Forgive my poor choice of words. First Minister, yet this massive and devastating fear and belief that you had that your mentor of 30 years was about to quit your party came from a meeting that you claim to have forgotten all about. I'm sorry, First Minister, but do you realise how unlikely that sounds?
So, yeah, I do actually, and that's part of my difficulty here. I do get the kind of views of that, but just happens to be the case that wasn't the big significant meeting, and I'll try to explain that with reference to two things. Firstly, my recollection is that discussion in terms of the detail was general. It wasn't a detailed discussion in terms of the substance, and it was very much, you need to see Alec, will you agree to meet Alec, he's really distressed, he might be about to resign. And actually, given the nature of my relationship with Alec, by that point we weren't seeing each other as often as we had once, but my relationship with Alec was such, if I thought there was a big serious issue he was facing, I'd want to hear it from him. I wouldn't want to hear it third hand. But the other point that I think certainly helps to explain to me, because I've asked myself, how could I have, forgotten that, is that general concerns, it was not the first time I was hearing a general concern. The Skye Edinburgh Airport thing had created that lingering suspicion. The other thing is, what happened in my house on the 2nd of April, in my dining room with a man, that's been all these things to me for 30 years, was so significant that is the thing that will live with me forever. And did that maybe slightly obliterate in my mind what came before that? Possibly. But that's the fact of the matter. Sitting there, being told, not just the complaints, but what he told me in terms of his version of that incident is ingrained in my mind.
So you said repeatedly. First Minister, I want to ask you about Peter Murrell. He told us that as a rule, you don't discuss government business with him, but it's a different story when it comes to party business. Indeed, you told the Daily Record yourself in 2012 that of your relationship with him that you just end up talking about it all the time. You never leave it outside. You've been very clear that you met Mr. Salmond because you've been told by Jeff Aberdeen that he was about, or possibly about, to resign from the SNP, and you would have to prepare the party for that. Those are your words. But you said nothing to Peter Murrell of your concerns, and he just thought that Mr. Salmond was popping in for a chat. Is that correct?
I think it probably merits slightly more explanation. And did you say it was 2012, the Daily Record article? Well, maybe we'd learned by then that we shouldn't spend all our time talking politics, that it wasn't good for a relationship or health or anything else. I just say that flippantly. The fact of the matter is, and you've posited this, I heard you posit to Peter and to others, that surely, if I thought that he was coming to resign and everything, we'd have to have a handling plan in place and everything. I didn't. I worried that something like that was the case, but I wanted to speak to him before I said, here's running with anybody else. I wanted to speak to him confidentially. If he had come into my house on the 2nd of April and said, Nicola, I'm about to resign from the SNP, then of course I would have told people in the party so we could have prepared for that. As it turns out, he didn't tell me that, and I decided I wanted to hear from him what it was he wanted to tell me.
First Minister, there's lots of things that the people watching probably don't understand entirely, whether that's court orders, redacted evidence and so on, but they do understand marriage. If you genuinely thought that you were meeting him in a party,
sure I do, so
in a party personal space, and thought the party was facing potentially one of its biggest threats in its history, the resignation of the man who'd effectively built it, can you see how hard it is for those people to believe that you would say nothing to your husband, the SNP chief executive, who you have said previously you talk about party business a lot with? Can you see how hard that might be to believe?
Look, I can see how hard all this is for people to understand. All I would say is there's lots of different emotions and factors and considerations. I had been given the impression by Jeff resignation was a possibility. I didn't know, I certainly can't recall exactly what the basis of that was. I didn't think it was a certainty. It was one of the things that meant I wanted to meet him and hear what the situation was. I wasn't going on the basis, having not actually heard whether that was a reality, set my party into sort of crisis mode preparing to deal with this. Had he sat in my dining room on the 2nd of April and said, I'm going to resign, that would have been very different. But I wanted to hear from him before I started to tell anybody else whether there was a problem we had to be dealing with. And I'm not sure that's impossible for people to understand.
Again, so you've said before, is it not a more plausible explanation, though, First Minister, to those watching, that you actually knew this was government business? That's why you didn't discuss it with your husband, the Chief Executive of the SNP?
No, I don't think that is necessarily a more... I can see why people might make that assumption, and you know, I guess... yeah, I do understand that. I'm only able to tell you, you know, from my perspective, it was something that I had been told was a problem. I think in answer to you earlier on, I talked about the lingering general concerns, which were clearly strengthened and underlined with the conversation with Jeff. But I wanted to speak to him. I wanted to hear directly from him before I started. So it was something that I thought was confidential, and obviously after I spoke to him, I was even more concerned about respecting the confidentiality of the process. I appreciate that this is, you know, I hope many people, I hope there's not that many people, certainly in politics, that find themselves in the position of having to deal with serious complaints like this against somebody that was so close to you. But, you know, did I deal with all of this perfectly? Did I deal with it in a, you know, a clinical kind of way that with hindsight everybody can get? Absolutely. I mean, maybe not, but I dealt with it the best I could. And, you know, people will draw their own conclusions and make their own judgments about that.
But talking to someone you share a house with is not a clinical way of dealing with. I'll move on, First Minister. I think you made that very clear. I want to just turn briefly to the question of why Mr. Salmon left your house with the impression that you were going to help him. Now, you answered very clearly to Andy Whiteman in his discussion around the conflicting evidence we've now received from yourself and from Duncan Hamilton QC around whether you had made the offer to assist. And you said to, I wrote it down, you said to Mr. Whiteman that you perhaps let him down more gently than you intended to. Those were your words. But your evidence to us could not have been clearer. It said, I made clear to him that I had no role in the process and would not seek to intervene in it. That doesn't sound like letting him down gently at all, does it?
I did make clear to him that I had no role in the process. He could see that himself because I think he had a copy of the process. And I think I made it clear that I wouldn't intervene. Now, I am, given what he said, given what Duncan has said, you know, yeah, did I make that clear enough? Did I, in discussing with him and hearing what he thought should happen, did I make that clear enough? And I'm not, so in sense, disputed evidence, I'm not saying if Duncan says I said something like that, but when I look at the things that I am being accused of saying, they don't strike me as being, yeah, I'm going to intervene. It's things like, well, yeah, I'll help if it's appropriate, or if it comes to, I don't know, if it comes to what... the Permanent Secretary's got to tell me. The Permanent Secretary, under this procedure, wouldn't tell me till the end. It sounds as if I was not actually thinking of intervening. But, you know, if he left there with the impression that I was, then, you know, that clearly was not the impression I wanted to give him. But the crucial part in this, or a crucial part in this, is I didn't intervene. I didn't intervene. And I've heard it put to me today that I should have intervened, but I didn't. And that, so, you know, whatever way I was expressing myself and whatever discussions I was taking part in, I did not intervene in the process.
With respect, that's not what we're looking at here, First Minister. We're looking at what you've told this inquiry in your written evidence, juxtaposed with what Duncan Hamilton, who is a QC, who has also suggested he'd be willing to repeat these assertions under oath and knows full well what that would do to his reputation in the faculty of advocates and everything else, where he said explicitly that, and I quote, my clear recollection is that her words were, if it comes to it, I will intervene. That is not any suggestion of letting Mr. Salmon down gently, and nor is it along the lines of what you've written to us.
I don't know what that would mean in the context of what we're dealing with. If it comes to what there was an investigation underway, so I don't know. All I'm trying to explain here, and it's imperfect, and I get that, is I'm in this discussion where, I've been told something shocking and upsetting. I'm trying to process it all in my mind as I go, and maybe I express myself in ways that I shouldn't have done. I'm not sitting here saying I didn't, but I believed that I had been clear that I could not and would not intervene in this process.
But with respect again, First Minister, you're focusing on the wrong set of words. If it comes to it, it's not that important as important as in I will intervene. It doesn't matter.
I don't
the context.
So those particular
we'll
words.
Move on. I appreciate we're not going to agree on this. I'm just coming to an end, convener. I appreciate your patience with me. The problem is, First Minister, that actually Duncan Hamilton's statement here is actually borne out by some of the facts, not least Mr. Salmon's messages to you bear out Mr. Hamilton's version. He certainly left with the impression that you were going to help. He said on the 3rd of June, my recollection of our Monday, 2nd April was rather different. You wanted to assist. Now, I understand that you have told us that perhaps you left him with the wrong impression. And I don't think anyone's suggesting that you did make good on that promise, but this is the impression he left with. But the other thing that really sticks with me is the delay in you telling the Permanent Secretary. It was, you finally told Leslie Evans about the April meeting on 6th of June. That's more than 2 months later. That's over 60 days of you seeing the Permanent Secretary in government on almost daily basis. We know how often you meet with her. And yet, while you spoke and texted with Mr. Salmon from time to time, you said nothing to her. Now, wouldn't you suggest that the transparent thing to have done would have been to say to the Permanent Secretary from the outset that you'd had this unsolicited approach from Mr. Salmon? But isn't it right, though, that you didn't do that because initially you were minded to help him?
No, that's not the case. If I didn't express myself clearly enough, then that's something I'll have to, hold my hands up to. But that is not the case. I was, in my own mind, absolutely clear from the outset that I could not and would not intervene in the process. In terms of the decision around not notifying this to people in government, I've set that out in my written evidence. I've said it out again today. And again, people can decide whether they think I made the right judgment or the wrong judgment. I looked at the Ministerial Code. The Ministerial Code imposes a range of obligations on ministers. Sometimes in situations they can feel conflicting and you have to make a judgment. The relevant sections of the code in terms of notification, the 422, 423, are about a situation where, I'm at a party conference and a company lobbies me about a decision that I'm actually involved in. It's about guarding against undisclosed influence on decisions you're taking. This felt to me the opposite. This was a decision I was not party to, I wasn't meant to know, and actually the risk that those sections are meant to guard against would more likely arise if I told people within government. Any conversation that started with me saying, Alex Salmond has told me about this, even unintentionally and inadvertently, does that make the people doing the investigation think that, there's a particular thing I'm trying to bring about? That was the first reason. The second reason, if you read the code in that respect, notifying meetings in that way involves publication, and, you might all tell me I'm wrong here, but if a meeting had suddenly appeared in my published diary, Nicola Sturgeon and Alex Salmond, people would have wanted to know what that was about. So there would also have been a risk to the confidentiality. That's the judgment I arrived at. That's what, this committee's looking at it, but that is one of the issues James Hamilton has to make. Did I get that judgment right or did I not? But the Ministerial Code also, at other sections, says I have an obligation to respect the impartiality of civil servants and respect the confidentiality of government business. So I weighed up all of that and I came to a judgment. It's for other people to judge if I was right or wrong, but I think I made the best judgment overall, and I think I made a judgment that was, in that respect, certainly defensible. In my view, I think I made the appropriate one.
And final question, convener. And when you finally told Leslie Evans of the April 2nd meeting with Mr. Salmond, did she instruct you in any way to sever all contact with him, to not meet him again or speak to him again?
No, I wrote to Leslie Evans. I think the committee's got a copy of that letter. I think I'd indicated to her verbally in passing that something of that nature was coming, so that it didn't just land on her without any warning, and she replied to acknowledge receipt. I advised her in that letter that I was going to make Mr. Salmond aware that I had told her, and reiterate again that I wouldn't intervene.
Thank you, Convener.
Maureen Mott, please.
Thank you, Convener. Just following on from Alec Cole-Hamilton's questioning, Mr. Salmond said to us that he thought you should have informed officials in the civil service as soon as it became clear that the meeting of the 2nd of April was related to a government matter. Did he say this to you at the meeting on the 2nd of April or at any time later?
I don't recall him quoting the ministerial code. If he had done, I would have been as surprised as I was when I heard him talk about having copious knowledge of the Fairness at Work policy, but that's another matter. So I don't recall him quoting the ministerial code at me, but he wanted me to tell the Permanent Secretary I knew so that I could use my influence to bring about a process of mediation. I don't think I'm saying anything here that he's not saying himself. He's been, to be fair to him, he's been perfectly upfront about that, and he is making a case, and people have got a choice to make as to whether they agree with that. He's making a case for why he thinks I should have done that. I'm not saying there's no, to use the phrase we've been using, I'm not saying he doesn't have a stateable case. I just think it would have been the wrong thing for me to do.
So if he didn't sort of say to you at the time that you should be doing that then, why do you think he's saying that now?
I'm not sure he is saying, forgive me, I didn't watch all of the 6 hours on Friday, but the bits I saw and I've read through, I'm not sure he's saying he expressly quoted the ministerial code to me. I think he was saying he thought I should tell the Permanent Secretary, and saying that he thought that was part of my obligations under the ministerial code. But on the 2nd of April, to the best of my recollection, he wasn't couching it in the ministerial code. He was couching it in the sense of, this is an outrageous thing I'm being subjected to, this procedure is wrong, there should be mediation, and you should help me bring that about. And I think some of the text messages, or to be accurate about it, I think they're WhatsApp messages. I think some of those show that later on the sort of ministerial code issues that he was bringing into the discussion were around making sure the government was acting legally and lawfully, which I believe I did.
Yes, he did say to us, and I quote, "The First Minister is duty-bound to act if she has a reasonable belief that our government is in danger of behaving in an unlawful fashion." What's your response to that? And again, did he communicate this view to you at the time?
So I knew, because he told me, that his lawyers were corresponding with the government, so therefore I had an assumption that the government would be engaging in the legal points that his lawyers were putting across, so I didn't just ignore that, but I weighed up the different obligations that I thought I was under. That had I intervened in the way he wanted, that would have satisfied what he thought my obligations were, but I think I would have been acting improperly by intervening on his behalf because of our relationship in a process that I wasn't meant to be involved in. Now, when we got to the stage where it was clear that he wasn't talking about legal action in sort of the abstract, but was very seriously considering legal action, I then took the decision to inform the Permanent Secretary that he had said that to me as I suppose part of being sure that the government had awareness so that they were taking the proper steps to ensure that the government was acting appropriately legally. So life as a minister would be much easier if these things were all binary and you could point for every situation to a provision in the ministerial code and it answered the question for you. It doesn't. We face every day complex decisions that we have to balance the different factors and act in a way that we feel is appropriate overall and aligns with the multitude of obligations that the ministerial code place on us, and that's what I sought to do.
Okay, thank you.
Move now to Myrtle Fraser.
Thank you, Convener. I wonder if I can follow up some of the questions we had from Alex Cole-Hamilton around the meeting on the 29th of March? Because initially, when you were asked about this in Parliament, you didn't acknowledge that meeting had taken place. Subsequently, you said it had. And in your written evidence to this committee, you say initially you essentially had forgotten about it until you were reminded of it. And you say, I think it did cover the suggestion that the matter might relate to allegations of a sexual nature. I think I'd have to share Mr. Cole-Hamilton's scepticism about your forgetfulness in this respect. If I can try and put this in parallel terms, at the time you were deputy to Alex Salmond, I was deputy to Annabel Goldie. If somebody had said to me in a meeting that Annabel Goldie had been accused of accusations of sexual harassment, I think that would have stuck in my memory. I don't think I would have just forgotten about that. I would have been so shocked and appalled by news like that I probably wouldn't have slept a wink that night. It wouldn't have just gone out of my mind. So I think you'll understand why we're struggling to believe that the story that you just forgot about this meeting.
Story is an account of what happened, and I do understand that, which is why I'm trying to explain the relative import and significance of the two meetings. The other factor around the 29th, as well as, to the best of my recollection, it was a general discussion focused really on getting me to meet Alex Salmond so that we could talk directly on the issue. By that time, and again I set this out in my written evidence, the whole episode around, if I can call it that, around the Sky News Edinburgh Airport query had left me with a kind of lingering fear, suspicion, concern, call it what you want, that something might appear. So in a sense, that kind of general concern, that general discussion, if that had been the first time I'd ever heard any suggestion of complaints of sexual misconduct against Alex Salmond, that might be true, but it wasn't. And then on the other side of that, April the 2nd, in terms of sitting there in my own house reading a letter with all of the detail and hearing his account of it, is what is the strong memory in my mind. I appreciate that people might think, how could you forget that? But I'm trying to set out here what actually happened. And I have struggled a lot with, why did I not remember the 29th of March? I've been struggling to try to remember as much as I can about the content of that discussion. When this first came to light, and I was in my own mind trying to think, when was it I found out about this? In my mind, just instinctively, it wasn't a choice between the 2nd of April and the 29th of March. What I would try to, and I remember doing it when it first became public, I was checking the date of Easter Monday, because it was Easter Monday that we met, and I was like, what date was Easter Monday? So rightly or wrongly, to use your words, people can be sceptical about that, but I hadn't remembered the 29th as being the big significant factor in this, and in many ways I really wish I had, because if I had, I wouldn't be sitting here. I'd be sitting here answering a lot of these questions, but I wouldn't be sitting here trying to explain that to you, and I'm trying to explain it to the best of my ability and the best of my recollection.
Okay, you claim that the meeting on the 29th of March was effectively a chance meeting, an informal meeting, it wasn't pre-arranged. That is contradicted by Jeff Aberdeen, and we know that because that is reflected in the evidence we've had from Mr. Salmond. We had it last Friday, and also corroborated by Duncan Hamilton and by Kevin Pringle. Now, I asked Mr. Salmond explicitly about this when he was here on Friday, sitting where you're sitting, and he said this: it is absolutely certain that the meeting on 29th March in the Scottish Parliament was pre-arranged for the express purpose of Nicola being briefed on the situation with regard to me and complaints.
I can't speak to what Alec thought or what Alec was told in all of this. I can only speak to, so I said earlier on, I knew that Jeff, so in the sense that I didn't walk out of my office and find him there and I didn't know anything about it. I had been told, I think it was the night before, this was a Thursday, so usually on a Thursday morning I'm focusing on other matters, that Jeff may well be in Parliament the next day and wanted to see me. So in that sense, if that is what, if Jeff thought that was pre-arranged, then that's the basis on which I understood it. What is definitely the case is that in that meeting I agreed to see Alec. So I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that the genesis of the 2nd of April meeting was in the 29th of March meeting.
I think the claim is the meeting was set up by your office.
My understanding is that Jeff had asked to see me. Clearly, it was through people in my office that request was conveyed.
So the meeting was not at the request of your office?
Not as far as I'm concerned.
Because that is directly contradicted by the evidence we've had from the former First Minister, and his version of events is corroborated by Duncan Hamilton and by Kevin Pringle.
So I may have missed something. The idea that I thought Alex Salmond's evidence was that Jeff had wanted to come to see me to brief me, and I wasn't asking to be briefed on matters. The request was Jeff wanted to come and see me and might be in Parliament the following day.
Well, I think when we read the evidence that's here from Duncan Hamilton, corroborated by Kevin Pringle, it's clear that they're supporting the former First Minister's version of events.
On what point? I'm
not your own.
I have it in here, but I'm not going to waste time digging it out. But in terms of the meeting on the 29th of March was requested by my office.
I'd have to just double check what Mr. Salmon said in the official report about that. He certainly said the meeting was pre-arranged.
So I've explained that bit, but I may be wrong here, but I was not of the view that he claimed it had been requested.
Right, I will.
Anyway, I'm happy to come back.
I can come back to that. I think.
Can I suggest, Mr. Fraser, that you go on to your other questions and we can ask our clerks to check that?
Yeah, fine. I will do. Thank you, Convener. You see, but this all comes back to the question of corroboration. I put this to you earlier because we had a conversation this morning about the claims that the name of a complainant had been passed on to the former First Minister, to Jeff Aberdeen and then to the former First Minister. And you said, well, you basically denied that, and I pointed out to you that these claims were corroborated by the evidence we've had. Why would people like Duncan Hamilton and Kevin Pringle band together to make these claims if they weren't true?
I'm not suggesting anybody's doing that. All I'm saying is Duncan and Kevin weren't in either of the conversations, so what they were told about them I can't speak to. There was a third person in the room on the 29th of March. Again, it would be somebody the committee was able to take private evidence from. So in a sense, how do I corroborate that? There was a third person in the room. On the 29th of March, so I'll come back to something I said in my opening statement. I absolutely accept that my forgetting about the meeting and then genuinely my recollection of the 29th of March not being as clear as I would like it to be is not helpful to me, let alone anybody else. But I come back to this, why would I have gone to such great lengths to conceal the 29th of March? I don't think, if I had known everything in the 29th of March, the fact I was being told that he was in distress and might resign, I think I would probably still have agreed to see him. And my decisions around notifying, as I said, were not actually based on the classification of the meeting. They were based on my considerations of the independence and confidentiality of the process. So I don't think, had the 29th of March been something more than I am remembering, that it would have changed the course of things. So I come back to this, why would I have gone to such great lengths and the jeopardy of that to sort of conceal that it happened? It doesn't make sense in my mind that I would have done that.
I've now found the quote I was searching for and couldn't lay my finger on a moment ago. It's in paragraph 75 of the former First Minister's evidence. And he says this, I'll just quote it to you. He told me the meeting was going to take place on 29th March, as you know. Mr. Aberdeen had been approached by another official who had brought him into the process. The meeting was taking place with a view to briefing Nicola and arranging for the meeting for 2nd of April.
Again, we're getting into territory here that we were in earlier on where I've got to be careful what I say, but it is not my understanding that the meeting on the 29th of March was requested by my office. It was Jeff Aberdeen wanting to come to see me. Again, these are people that can be heard from by the committee in private. There was one other point I can't remember the other point I wanted to make, so it might come back to me.
Okay. Can I move on and talk briefly about the meeting on the 2nd of April? Because when we had Peter Murrell, your husband, in this committee sitting where you are now, I asked him about this meeting, and he was very clear in his view that this was a meeting on Scottish Government business. And I pressed him on that because I was quite surprised that he was so adamant that that was his view, but that was very clearly his view. Now, perhaps when you got home you had words with him, but that was the position he took.
I wouldn't have had words with him because I might have thought doing so would have jeopardised me getting my tea that night. So, look, he didn't know the basis of the meeting. So he's also, appearing in front of a parliamentary committee like this one is not normal for any of us, but it's more normal to sit in front of a parliamentary. He's not, practiced to sit in front of a parliamentary committee. That was his, I guess, assumption based on the fact I wasn't telling him what was going on. He didn't know the basis of the meeting, and I think he said that he was drawing from my evidence. But can I emphasise this point again? I think it might be the third or fourth time I've done it, and the reason I'm doing it is because I actually take responsibility for the confusion here. What I decided to do and not to do as a result of that meeting in terms of notification under the ministerial code was not down to my classification of whether it was party or government. I thought it was, the meeting was, I agreed to the meeting on party personal grounds. Clearly what he came to discuss with me was a government investigation. What I decided to do then though wasn't, I've got to say this was a party meeting and not a government so I don't have to notify it. My decision on that was based on what I've already set out. My view that by telling people in the government that I knew would potentially compromise the independence and the confidentiality. So that is a bit that I think I have managed to convey properly, which is why I'm trying to explain that today. So in a sense but if it was government, not party, so you must have breached the code, that was not the basis for the decisions I took around notification under the ministerial code.
Well, you say that Mr Murray wasn't clear what the meeting was about, but he was very clear when he answered our questions that he thought it was a government meeting.
He was also, I've read all of the evidence, I've read his evidence. He was also, I think, in fact, I know he was making the point that he was basing his answers on his interpretation of my written evidence. But the point of the matter is, he wasn't in a position to judge the basis of the meeting. So he was making assumptions on the basis of evidence that he had read.
Do you think people giving evidence to a parliamentary committee under oath should make assumptions when they answer questions?
I think, like I am doing today, people should try to be helpful, and I believe, having read his evidence, that he did he appeared before this committee on 2 occasions, and I believe he answered the questions appropriately and truthfully.
Okay. After the former First Minister gave evidence here on Friday, a spokesman for the Scottish Government said there was no evidence to back up the claims he made. The committee has now found evidence. The committee has had corroboration of various statements he made from Duncan Hamilton and from Kevin Pringle, as we've pointed out to you. Would you withdraw the Scottish Government statement that there's no evidence? It's quite clear there is evidence.
Well, I wouldn't accept, and this is not me questioning the sincerity of the statements that have been made, but I don't believe that it adds up to what you're saying. You're talking about people who weren't in either of the discussions, so they are reporting things that they were told. Now, part of it, and it is hugely frustrating for me that for reasons I entirely understand, the people who were in these discussions, apart from me in relation to the 29th of March, are not able to give their accounts. Now, they can't do that publicly here for reasons that we're all aware of. They can do it to James Hamilton, and he will reach whatever conclusions he reaches. And as I say, it would be open to the committee to speak to them privately to get their account. So I don't accept the assumptions and characterisations you were making. I think when I was speaking last week about evidence, I would add to this more generally, but I was specifically in many occasions, not many, a couple of occasions last week, talking about the complete lack of evidence of the suggestion that all of this was some plot that had been dreamt up against Alex Salmond, which there is, in my view, zero evidence of.
Okay, I don't want to get into plots. Well, I'm not interested in pursuing that. But you being a lawyer will be well aware that contemporaneous statements count towards corroboration, and therefore that the evidence we have from Duncan Hamilton and Kevin Pringle points to contemporaneous statements.
But can I just make the point? I'm not really making it as a lawyer, just as a person. You know, having contemporaneous statements from people who were told things when you haven't heard from the people who actually supposedly said them would seem to me to be a bit of a missing bit.
Well, but you're still alleging, First Minister, that the source of all this, that Jeff Aberdeen, is giving a false set of events.
I'm not. I haven't heard Jeff's evidence directly. Jeff, you know, one of the distressing personal things for this is the relationships that have been collateral damage. Jeff is somebody that I think very highly of. I'm fond of him. We've not been able to speak because of this. So I'm not here to cast aspersions, but there are different accounts, and I think, you know, I was present on the 29th of March. I wasn't present in the other one, but you know, the views of the people who were there to explain whether these are just clashing accounts or whether there is actually an explanation for a misunderstanding. I think hearing from the actual people is really an essential part of a process. If you then, you know, you don't have the account that you are seeking to corroborate before you get to the corroborating evidence.
Okay, you've accused Alex Salmond on a number of occasions of spreading dangerous conspiracy theories. Aren't you effectively doing the same yourself by painting this group of individuals close to Alex Salmond as being part of a conspiracy?
No, I haven't. Point me to where I have said that.
Well, you're suggesting, you've just done it. You've just suggested that the evidence that we've been presented with may not be correct.
I am suggesting I have not heard the direct account from Jeff Aberdeen, so I'm making the point that there are often different accounts of conversations, and unless you have heard from the people who had the conversation, there's a really big hole in the picture you're trying to construct. I am not here accusing anybody of anything. I'm not doing that. I'm saying I have a different understanding based on what I have been told. And on the conversation that I was a party to, I've tried to the best of my recollection to give you an account of that. The two other people in the room, Jeff Aberdeen and another individual, I don't know what the committee's seen from Jeff, but on the other one hasn't heard from. So I'm not accusing anybody of a plot or a conspiracy or anything. I think there's probably been enough of that in this whole episode.
Okay. Finally, Convener, you said some very harsh things about the former First Minister. Now, as a political opponent, I've said some harsh things about him myself, and others around the table have, but that might be expected from us. But you know, you're an ally. You've been a close political friend of his for 30 years. You were his deputy when he was First Minister and succeeded him as leader of the SNP and First Minister. And all through that period, you told the Scottish people we should trust Alex Salmond. He was a man of integrity and honour, not least when he was leading your party to try and win the independence referendum. You're now telling us that we shouldn't believe a word he says. So when did you decide that Alex Salmond was no longer the Charles Stewart Parnell of Scotland, but was in fact a liar and a fantasist?
I haven't used those words. And so I did all of, you know, this is where you get into deeply personal territory. I've learned things about Alex Salmond over the past couple of years that have made me rethink certain things I thought about him. No doubt he would say the same about me, because he's said harsh things about me as well, and I've had to go through a process of reassessing all sorts of things around that. And as I was watching him on Friday, lashing out, that's my words, against us, I don't know whether he ever reflects on the fact that many of us, including me, feel very let down by him. And you know, that's a matter of deep personal pain and regret for me. I think I probably should stop there.
Well, finally then, I mean, do you not think, given that you asked us all to trust him for so long, you owe an apology to the people of Scotland for asking us to do that?
I trusted him, and I am not going to apologise for the behaviour of somebody else. If I have things in my behaviour to apologise for, I will apologise. But I do not think it is reasonable to ask me to apologise for the behaviour, some of which he will deny, of course, of Alex Salmond. I think the only person who should apologise for any behaviour on his part, which he was asked to do on Friday and failed to do, is Alex Salmond.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think this is an appropriate time to be saying time has run on, and I still have 3 members, First Minister, who wish to question you. But I'm also at the point where, in line with the agreed mitigations to allow us to meet safely in person today, I have to suspend the session. So I think we should reconvene at 4:30 and aim to be finished for 5 o'clock. Can I remind members and everyone else to observe social distancing when leaving the committee room and during the break? And I suspend this session. Welcome back, everyone, to the 15th meeting of this committee in 2021, to the evidence session with the First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, MSP. I can confirm that Ms Sturgeon took the affirmation at the start of this morning's evidence session. We have three questioners left to talk about the Ministerial Code. I intend to finish this meeting at 5 o'clock, so I would ask the three questioners all to bear that in mind in their timings and to be fair to each other. I first of all have Andy Whiteman.
Thanks very much, Convener. Just two, maybe three brief points. In your written submission to the committee in Annex A, on page 6, you say, this is in relationship to the 29th of March 2018 meeting, you say, Mr Aberdeen was in Parliament to see a former colleague and while there came to see me. Do you know who that former colleague was?
I do. I'm not going to name somebody, a colleague who had been a colleague of his, a civil servant, I should say, a colleague of mine who had a significant birthday, and that is what I had been told, that meant he, as well as wanting to see me, might also be a reason for him being in the building.
So 2 meetings that day that you, at least, that you knew?
I have no idea. I just know that he was there at the kind of birthday celebration for the colleague.
Thanks very much. Now turn to the Ministerial Code itself. This is your version of the Ministerial Code, 2018. I must confess I hadn't read the Ministerial Code in such detail until recently. But given the significance that's attached to the independent panel, the independent advisors, and Mr Salmon told us last week, of course, that he'd established the independent panel, which seems to me to be a good idea to investigate breaches, alleged breaches of the Ministerial Code. It's curious that, and this is just a general observation on the Ministerial Code, that at 1.7, this is the only reference to referring matters to independent advisors. It's just 4 lines long. I'm just wondering whether that's appropriate because, and you might want to reflect on this, it's not directly related to the this inquiry, but it is it is actually quite directly related to this inquiry because when you self-referred yourself to the independent advisor, it was set out in an inspired question on the 3rd of August 2020 by Claire Adamson that which John Swinney, the Deputy First Minister, responded to, that the self-referral was on the grounds of 422 and 423. Later on, following a letter from my colleague Alex Cole-Hamilton and others, questioning whether in fact Mr Hamilton should also look at 1C, my understanding is that Mr Hamilton came back and said indeed he was looking at it all. I'm just wondering about the propriety of having a process where someone refers themselves to an independent advisor on one ground. Should it not just be the case that as a matter of course, as a matter of routine, as a matter of policy, in fact, in the Ministerial Code, it should be a reference to an alleged breach of the code, and it's up to the independent advisor to decide which, if any, grounds have been breached?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. What I don't recall is whether, I'm certainly not aware of any deliberate change to the provision in this version of the code versus previous ones. There may be, but I'm not aware of them. But yeah, I think I can't, obviously I'm not going to try and sit here and speak for Mr Hamilton, he'll speak for himself, but my understanding of how he is doing this is, yeah, if he sees anything relevant that he thinks is engaged with the Ministerial Code, he will look at that. Just to maybe remind members that the reason originally the 422, 423, if you cast your mind back, and I don't have the official report of this sitting in front of me, but the week that the judicial review was conceded and I made the statement and set out the contacts I'd had with Alec, the First Minister's questions time that week, I think from memory it was Richard Leonard that posed these questions, was specifically on my failure to notify the meeting, and that was the request for. So that's the genesis of the referral being on these particular points. But look, I have no interest in constraining this review. I want to be able to set out the actions I've taken and get a view on my conduct in terms of the ministerial code. I don't want people to be able to come back afterwards and say, no, but it didn't look at the right thing. So my view is that Mr Hamilton should be completely unconstrained in anything he wants to look at or say.
And just finally, in your foreword to the ministerial code, you say, I will lead by example in following the letter and spirit of this code, and I expect that ministers and civil servants will do likewise. You confirm that following the report from Mr Hamilton that you will indeed lead by example in following the letter and spirit of this code in respect of any findings that he makes.
I will, in everything I do as First Minister, seek to do it appropriately and properly and by the highest standards, and it's for other people to judge that. When I've been asked this question before, will you do X? If he says, no, I know that, but I'm trying to explain. I am not trying to dodge that. I just think it is not unreasonable for me to say, let Mr Hamilton do his work and report, and then I will respond to whatever his report
No, I understand
says.
that, but you've made a commitment in the foreword here. I will lead by example in following the letter and spirit. I'm just inviting you to agree that that's indeed what you will do.
Absolutely, I believe that. I try to do my best to do that every day in this job. It's for others to judge whether I fail, succeed, or fall somewhere in between. I take very seriously the obligations and the privileges and everything that comes with this job. And for me, the office of First Minister and all that comes with that is bigger and more important than any individual incumbent of it.
Thanks, Guerilla.
Thank you. I have Jackie Bailey and then Margaret Mitchell, and please bear in mind the time that we have left.
I will certainly try, Convener. Can I start with the precursor meetings to the 29th of March, where Jeff Aberdeen was told by a senior member of your team about the complaints? Were you aware of those meetings?
I've answered these questions already today, Convener, to the best of my ability. I don't think I can add anything within the legal constraints I am under to what I've already said about these matters.
No, there are no legal constraints to you telling me whether you were aware of the meetings.
No, to the best of my knowledge, I wasn't.
You weren't. So a senior member of your team had meetings that you knew nothing about.
That will not be as unusual as you might think it is, Ms Bailey. I don't know what every member of my team is doing every minute of the day.
Okay, but a senior member of your team talking about complaints against the former First Minister would be quite significant, I think you would agree.
We're going back over previous ground here. Yep. I am not accepting the premise of your question that what you are claiming happened at a particular meeting actually happened, and that's where I'm going to start repeating myself, and we're going to go over all the same ground.
No, I'm not talking about complainers or the names of complainers. I'm talking about the fact of complaints. I was not at these meetings. The people who were at these meetings have not been heard of, and therefore I'm not going to comment on meetings that I was not party to beyond what I've said already. No, I understand you weren't there. I understand you weren't party to those meetings. What I'm asking, I'm not asking about the complainer. What I'm asking about is, did you know that there were meetings to discuss the fact that there were complaints?
No.
You didn't? Okay. The 29th of March meeting was pre-arranged. We understand, I've checked it, it was jointly arranged by a senior member of your team along with Mr Aberdeen. It was, according to the evidence we've received, to discuss complaints. Were you aware of that in advance?
I was aware, I think I've set this out already today, I was aware that Jeff wanted to see me, that he might be in Parliament the next day, and I was given a broad indication that it was about concerns about Alex Salmond that he wanted to see me about.
Okay. A broad indication was given by a senior member of your team?
Yes.
Okay. Did the indication at any stage say that there were complaints in train?
In terms of specific complaints, that was not, I've gone through this, that was not what I was aware of at that point. I had an awareness that Jeff wanted to see me, that it was about, concerns about Alex Salmond. I've gone through what, from my recollection, Jeff then told me, and I've also gone through what happened on the 2nd of April in terms of Alex Salmond showing me the letter from the Permanent Secretary.
Okay, I'm going to come on to the 2nd of April in a minute, but I'm curious to know that, according to Jeff Aberdeen, he was coming on the 29th of March to discuss complaints. You're telling me you didn't know that that was the case?
It depends what if you mean by complaints, as in the specific complaints. I knew he was coming to see me about a general concern about Alec. I've said on the 29th of March, he shared with me that there was an issue around a harassment concern, and that he wanted me to see Alec. I keep saying this not because I'm trying to be difficult here. I'm not trying to be difficult, but I have not seen Jeff Aberdeen's account, so I'm being asked to comment on something I have not directly seen.
But my understanding is Jeff Aberdeen's account was given in court under oath.
I wasn't in court.
It was widely reported.
And so what I have heard in terms of Jeff Aberdeen, I've seen something reported in the media that I believe to be an account of Jeff Aberdeen, but I don't know that for sure. And I've heard Alex Salmon's account of the 29th of March. I have not, I don't know what this committee's had from Jeff Aberdeen. I have not seen it.
Okay, but given that he gave this information on oath in court, and knowing what you know about Jeff Aberdeen, one could safely assume it's true.
Look,
can I interrupt here? I think this is starting to become inappropriate because it's referring directly to the court case. And I'm not convinced it's adding any value to this. And we have heard the First Minister many times give her view on what happened on the 29th of March.
Thank you very much, Convener. The difficulty is I'm not entirely satisfied with the responses that we've received.
I was not in court. I didn't hear the evidence that Jeff gave.
I wasn't
and therefore,
either.
you say Jeff said things in court on oath. I didn't hear that evidence. I said openly in my opening statement, if the accounts that I have heard attributed to Jeff are the case, then it is clear I have a different recollection to the level of detail of that discussion. And I said that. I said it openly in my opening remarks, and I've said it so far in several occasions since then.
Can I ask you about the meeting on the 2nd of April, where, according to Duncan Hamilton QC, he notes in his evidence that the only matter discussed at the meeting were the complaints against Mr. Salmond. Is that correct?
At the meeting, once Alec had taken me into a private room and showed me the Permanent Secretary's letter, that was the focus of the meeting, yes.
Okay, so there was no discussion about him leaving the SNP or anything like that?
No, I said, I think, in response to somebody previously, that I had believed that that was possibly something he was going to come and discuss with me. I think I said openly, it was very clear to me very quickly in that discussion that that was not actually what he was going to suggest. So there wasn't a discussion about him considering resigning. That was one of the things, though, I thought in advance of that meeting was a possibility.
Okay. In advance of the meeting, you thought he would resign for what reason?
The way it was put to me from recollection is that this would be part of, he was being accused of something serious. What I took from it, I can't remember clearly how much of this was expressed, was that he may be thinking of resigning from the SNP as he handled this. What I took from that would be to try to protect the party from the implications of it, is what my assumption was. To be clear, though, that was not, as it turned out, what he wanted to talk to me about.
But you had to have made that assumption in advance. If you thought that he was going to stand down from the party to clear his name, you knew prior to the 2nd of April what the problem was.
I knew there was a problem, and it had been suggested to me, on what basis I don't know, that he might be, part of how we might handle this problem would be to resign from the SNP. And actually that was one of the reasons why I was being asked to, and that I agreed to meet with him. As it transpired on the 2nd of April, it was clearly not what was in his mind, and therefore not what was the subject of discussion.
Okay. But you said to Stuart McMillan that you thought he would stand down from the party to clear his name. So you needed to have known in advance of the meeting on the 2nd of April exactly what he was trying to clear his name from.
No, I think that leap of logic is quite something.
I don't think so.
I had a belief that there was a problem. He was being accused of something. I've been open about that. I had that belief going into the 2nd of April. But he sat me down on the 2nd of April and showed me the letter from the Permanent Secretary. So I had a general idea that there was something that and clear his name is my my description of this right now, which may be part of me kind of looking back on this, I'm not saying that is what Jeff said or was the terminology that was used, but there was a problem. I knew there was a problem on the 29th of March. I knew the general nature of it, and it was suggested. I don't know, or I can't recall whether Jeff said on exactly whether it's because Alec had said it or whether Jeff was just surmising that that might be something that was in his mind.
Okay. You framed a number of responses to different members of the committee as, what did I think and do as the First Minister after Alex Salmond asked me to intervene? That was entirely on the basis of it being wrong as the First Minister, but you told us, you told the Parliament that you were there as party leader. Was it just that you were there as First Minister? I went to that meeting on the 2nd of April, and I said, people can now read, and no doubt lots of people will have listened to my opening statement. The basis on which I agreed to the meeting on the 2nd of April was, firstly, Jeff seemed very concerned about Alec's state of mind and well-being. I was at that time his friend. I wanted to see him on that basis, and there was this sense that there was a serious issue that might affect his status in the party. So I agreed to meet on the party personal basis. Clearly what he showed me was a letter relating to a government investigation. If I had been intervening, I would have been doing so as First Minister. I would have had no locus to intervene at that stage in that procedure as party leader. I'd have been doing that as First Minister. So clearly my decision on whether or not to intervene in the way he was asking me to would have been as First Minister. But you would have been clear by the end of the meeting, surely, that this was a government matter and not a party matter. So why then didn't you report it to the civil service? So I've gone through this, I think, 2 or 3 times now, and I'll do it for a 4th. I'm going to, because it is a really important point. My decisions about notification were not based on the classification of the meeting. I didn't think, if I say it's a party meeting, I don't have to report it. And I can maybe take responsibility for giving the impression that was the case. The reason I didn't report it was because I think if I had reported it, I would have compromised the independence and the privacy, the confidentiality of the process. So that was the basis on which I took that decision. And, people can look at the relevant sections of the ministerial code. I doubt very much that anybody involved in writing the ministerial code had these particular circumstances in mind when they wrote it. That perhaps is an issue that should be dealt with in the ministerial code, a situation of this nature. These provisions in the ministerial code are to guard against undisclosed influence on decisions a minister is taking. I judged this was the opposite of that, and that I would risk the independence and the confidentiality of the process more if I intervene, if I made my knowledge known, than I would if I didn't. Now, that is a matter, that is absolutely a matter that James Hamilton has been asked to consider and to give his view on. But Duncan Hamilton reported, and he was in the room, that if it comes to it, I will intervene, were the words he used. Now, sitting silent could be entirely misconstrued. I mean, I think you would accept that, because you sat silent. And my understanding of the ministerial code is that there are no exemptions. It doesn't say if you're likely to breach privacy or confidentiality, then don't report. It requires you to report. And actually, the breach of confidentiality was achieved at that meeting on the 2nd of April. With the benefit of hindsight, would you report something like this again immediately? No, I'm not sure I would. You've all spent months on this committee, so you've thought about years. Is that true? Yeah. Of course it's true. And you'll have thought about all of these things. I'm prepared to go out on a limb here and say that you probably haven't thought about these things as often and as much as I have over the period. I've agonised over every decision and every step I took in this process. I have searched my soul on this on a personal level, a political level, a government level. But on that particular decision, I did not intervene. I didn't try to influence this process. If I had picked up the phone or
told the civil service I knew, my worry was that that act in itself might have been influencing the process, because suddenly you've got civil servants even just subliminally thinking, oh, what does she think we should be doing about this? And the publication requirements of that, potentially, you know, when people, as they would have done, would have said, what were you meeting Alex Salmond for? Potentially the confidentiality is breached. So that was the decision I took. James Hamilton will come to view on whether he thinks that was right or wrong. I simply point to the fact that there are other parts of the ministerial code that also put responsibilities on me to respect the confidentiality of government business and respect the impartiality of civil servants. You know, before this year, I would have said this was the most difficult set of decisions I've ever had to take. I think after this year, that is probably not the case. But the personal, political, governmental nature of all of this made this a really invidious situation. I don't say that to ask for a free pass. You expect First Ministers to deal with difficult situations properly. But it really, the combination of all of this was horrendously difficult, and I tried to reach the best judgments. Maybe people decide I didn't, but that, you know, I have to be able to satisfy myself that I did the things that I thought were right at the time as well as I could, and that's what I've tried. I've thought a lot about, and I believe I'm sitting here saying I think I've reached the best judgments I could.
Ms Bailey, please leave space for the deputy.
Yeah, I am trying, but I hope we can just run over. I think we should exhaust the questions.
I have to say, I think an 8-hour meeting is pretty fair.
This goes to an issue of judgment. You met Jeff Aberdeen on the 29th of March. You met Alex Salmond on the 2nd of April in your home. You had telephone contact with him on the 23rd of April. Messages were exchanged on the 1st of June, the 3rd of June, 7th of June you met in Aberdeen. Meetings in July, including one on the 14th of July in your home. Given what you are saying about his behaviour, why did you keep meeting him?
Yeah, I think these are reasonable questions, and you're absolutely right. This does go to issues of judgment. I think I made the right, appropriate judgments overall. Other people in the same situation as me might have done different things. That's the complexity of these situations we face. Thank you for reminding me of something I came in here after the last break meaning to do, which was correct. I think I referred to a meeting earlier on as being on the 13th of July, when in actual fact it was the 14th of July, which is set out previously. Look, I was dealing with a situation that involved somebody who was, you know, the former First Minister facing a government investigation, the former leader of my party, where this potentially has had huge implications for my party, and somebody that was a really close friend of mine that I cared about. And all of these things led me to make these decisions and try to balance them overall in a way that I thought was appropriate. We've talked a lot about 29th of March and 2nd of April. I've set out the reasons why I decided to meet on the 7th of June. I think the 14th of July, you could actually say, why did I do that? And that's the one I've said, why did I do that? And, you know, I think I know why I did it. I still had this worry that this might be about to erupt, and I was still concerned about him, and I felt, and I'm just going to say this, I still felt, despite everything, a loyalty to him, and that's why I made these decisions. And you know, people will have to decide whether they think I was right or wrong. But I tried to, and the thing I was absolutely adamant about is that I would not, on his behalf, despite all I've just said about loyalty and friendship, I would not try to influence this process in the way he wanted me to, because I think that would have been inappropriate, and that is the touchstone on this, that I believe I was right to do. I know I've heard this afternoon different views on that, but I believe that was the right decision to make.
Finally, Convener, you said to Andrew Marr in 2018 that you had not heard any complaints about Alex Salmond. It was an unequivocal denial. Yet you've told us today about an alleged incident that you had knowledge of at Edinburgh Airport in 2017. Did you just get it wrong?
So I think I've set this out already today. In that interview, I think two things have been conflated now. I think from how I remember that interview, I was answering that question. I can't speak for Andrew Marr about the basis on which he was asking the question. I was answering the question about the government complaints. The Sky thing, yes, I've set out the suspicion and the lingering concern that left me with, but that had never, at that time materialised. I was also at that point, and this applies to the period, quite a long period after that, I was aware there were other proceedings potentially underway. I was trying on this issue not to say any more than I had to. So, look, these are all things that I accept. I accepted at 9 o'clock or after 9 when I made my initial statement. I've never been, maybe this is one of the differences between me and Alex Salmond. I've never tried to pretend I'm infallible. I've never tried to pretend I don't get things wrong. So there will be things on this that I look back, I think, and maybe I wish I'd done that better and done it differently. And if that's the case, I'm sorry about that. I tried to do these things as best I could.
Thank you, Convener.
Okay, Ms Mitchell, we only have a few minutes left, so if you could be brief.
If you don't mind, this is important, Convener.
Ms Mitchell, I have just asked you to be brief. Would you please do so? I was quite clear when I felt the meeting should close. I can allow a couple of minutes leeway, but I'm not going to allow another 15, 20 minutes.
I won't be able to put the same questions I would want to the First Minister.
Well, could you please carry on instead of wasting time?
Transparency, openness and accountability is what we established at the very beginning, is essential for any government to establish trust with the electorate. And responding to the fact that no one so far has taken any responsibility at all for the catastrophic fallout from the government's complaint handling that cost almost £1 million to the taxpayer. Your response is perhaps you've been too understanding to those who made mistakes. Now that includes very highly qualified individuals with gilt-edged pensions earning what the normal Scot would deem as eye-watering salaries, who under oath have had or developed collective amnesia, have managed to forget about texts and other correspondence, have had to come back to the committee repeatedly and correct their evidence. The independence of our civil service matters, but what appears to be here, either we've got the most incompetent civil servants under the sun, some of them at the head, and that's doing such an injustice to our excellent civil service here, and that's regrettable. Or after 13 years, the independence and the lines have been blurred. Is that a possibility? Does it concern you? If you don't mind, I'll leave your questions to the end, given the constraints, your answers to the end the convener has put on me. We've also heard evidence, and this is definitely abuse of the ministerial code, from the former First Minister that there has been an abuse of power in leadership. And to substantiate the abuse of power allegations, your response has been, well, where is the evidence? Can you turn you to the official report and just exactly the problem with providing that evidence, which our committee has also experienced. And this is what Alex Salmond says. I be here before you under the explicit threat of prosecution if I reveal evidence for which the committee has asked. Not to fulfil my oath and tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth would be contempt. But the Crown Office says it might lead to prosecution. I put it to you, First Minister, anyone looking in isolation at this process would assume that this was an inquiry process put in place by some tin pot dictatorship. Furthermore, it's deeply damaging to the proud and well-respected system of justice in Scotland, and it leads it into disrepute and open ridicule. And it's taken by the decision of the Crown to establish that Jigsaw identification is an absolute which could possibly lead to a breach of Lady Dorian's order and a contempt of court. And this is underdeveloped. It's a concept that was rejected at Westminster in 1989 when they were drafting and implementation problems. So what I'm saying to you now, First Minister, is you're saying what matters to you. Well, Alex Salmond laid out quite clearly what matters to him, and it should matter to everyone here, because what people are asking is if the former First Minister can find himself on the dock and in the kind of situation when he's almost facing imprisonment because of what he alleges is a breach, an abuse of power, then he says, and I agree, the independent civil service matters, the independence of the Crown and officers acting in the public interest matters, acting in accordance with legal advice matters, concealing evidence from courts matters, the duty of candour of public authority matters, litigation at any cost but to assist the court in reaching the correct result and thereby improve standards in public administration matters. And above all, democratic accountability through Parliament matters. And what we found is the Parliament cannot and does not have the power to hold the Scottish Government to account. So collectively, these events and this inquiry has shone a line on what I think is a worrying deficit and a centralisation of power. And it matters when we've got a pandemic and police have got exceptional powers and you, First Minister, have got exceptional powers. And we're shortly to have an election. And if the SNP
could you come to close, please, Ms. Mitchell?
Were to be elected again, there would be no checks and balances on these powers.
Ms. Mitchell, I'm going to stop you there.
Could you respond, please?
No, Ms. Mitchell, I'm going to stop you there because Ms. Mitchell, I think some of your remarks have been inappropriate. And I think there's an awful lot in there that was your own rhetoric rather than questions.
It was in the official report.
Yes, I know, you read it out.
I'm telling the
Ms. Mitchell, would you please let me as convener say what I have to say? Thank you. I think some of the language you used was inappropriate, whether it was in the official report or not. I think your tone was somewhat inappropriate at times. I think it was difficult to see what questions were actually being asked. So I will ask the First Minister to respond to anything she picked up that she feels she is able to respond to.
Okay, firstly, who wins the Scottish election is a matter for the Scottish people, nobody else. Secondly, I sit here in front of this committee today, as is my duty. You know, we've sat here for many hours. I've tried to answer all of the questions as fully as I can. But, you know, in advance of my evidence yesterday, I read comments from others in the Parliament that literally said it didn't matter what I said today because they had decided I was guilty. So forgive me if I think there are comments around due process and proper process that I could perhaps make in return, but I just say that and I will stop there. Let me just take a few points. The civil service made very serious mistakes here, and you know we will see what comes out of this committee's recommendations and the internal process that is underway, and if there are decisions that need to be taken as a result of that, they will be taken. I am not defending the mistakes that were made, but the civil service in Scotland acts properly and impartially at all time, and I'm going to say this very bluntly. I am privileged to have an impartial, independent civil service serving this government, and if the people of Scotland on May the 6th take a decision to have another government, that civil service will serve the new government just as professionally as and impartially as it does this one. And I think the accusations that have been made about the lack of independence or impartiality of the civil service are deeply unfair and, more importantly, unfounded. notwithstanding mistakes that are made in any organisation at times. Similarly with the Crown. The Crown acts independently of government. The Crown has, in respect of evidence shared in a criminal trial that was not disclosed, not handed over, has been operating within the law. The law passed by this Parliament that said that information shared in a criminal trial could not be. That was an absolute. There weren't exemptions, but this committee has had and has exercised the right to use Scotland Act powers to get that information. Again, I would suggest that is a system working, not a system not working. And I also think the attacks that have been made on the independence of our criminal justice system and the Crown Office are also unfair and deeply unfounded. In terms of issues around contempt of court order, that is an order that was put in place by Lady Dorian. That order has to be abided by and interpreted, and the Crown Office have a duty there to uphold the law. There are issues that have been raised in the course of this, and this Parliament in the next session may well want to look at this, about whether there should be greater privilege and immunity for this Parliament in terms of contempt of court, more akin to Westminster. I think that is a perfectly legitimate issue. But anybody who's suggesting that any of these things have happened in a way that is untoward, I think is wrong. These are examples of the law operating, which takes me, I suppose, to my final point in answer to Margaret Mitchell here. I know what Alex Salmond has said. I know what version of this Alex Salmond wants people to believe. And I know why, because I suppose when, I know why. But what happened here with Alex Salmond is no different to what would have happened with any individual. People came forward with complaints, first to the Scottish Government, then to the police. They did so of their own free will. And I've said before, these people, I don't know the identities of every single one of them. The police investigated those independently, as they would have done regardless of who these complaints had been about. The Crown Office, as it does every day, assesses the evidence and decided there was a case to answer, and then a court and a jury did its job. There have been mistakes made in this, and I think there is a lot of learning to be done, not partly because of the narrative around this, but I would put it to people that when it's seen in the terms of what actually happened, this is an example of the institutions of the country, the independent institutions of the country doing their job. And actually, out of this comes the message that no matter how powerful you are or were, no matter your status or connections, if you are accused of serious offences, then they will be investigated and you will have the chance to defend yourself in court. And that is how these things should work. Mistakes have been made by government, and that is undeniable. But the idea that because somebody doesn't like what happened over the past couple of years, we allow this attack to be made on the very fundamentals of our democracy, I just find deeply distressing, deeply unfair. And actually, whatever you think about me, the SNP, the Scottish Government, I think deeply injurious to the health and well-being of our democracy. And I really think all of us should think long and hard about it.
No. First Minister, can I take that? You see these as your closing remarks?
I think I probably should take those as my closing remarks.
Yes. Can I thank you then for your evidence today, for spending so long with this committee? Thank you very much. And the committee will now have a short break and reconvene virtually for a private session. This session is suspended.